Hey, good morning, Hoosiers. Welcome to a special event presentation from the Progressive Indiana Network. My name is Scott Aaron Rogers. I am down in Bloomington today, helming our coverage from, well, my home office, or Pin World headquarters, as it were. I am typically the host of the Who's Left podcast. That is where you may know me from. Progressive Indiana Network is a new venture put together by myself and several other Indiana content creators, trying to work together, deliver a progressive message for the state. And our slogan is "Stick a pin in it." Obviously, gotta love love a good acronym, and our goal is to pop the right wing disinformation media bubble in this state. So, let us begin today. We've got a very important event. Today is filing day. Now, not exactly the most exciting sounding thing in the world. It is paperwork, but this is the necessary first step to begin the process of running for office. And we have a huge contingent of folks from across the state descending on the Statehouse today, and many of them are going to file directly with the Secretary of State's office. Folks are doing this across the state with their local county clerks. I want to say there is about a month window where folks can do this. Filing closes in February. So if you intend to run for office at any level in the state of Indiana, now is the time you need to be thinking about that. And I will be working on putting together perhaps some workshops that we will distribute here on Progressive Indiana Network with the folks over at Hoosier Progressives Academy. What they're working on, and is a very important thing in terms of, say, shifting the direction of the Democratic Party in this state. Now, I've argued in this space for a long time, and listen, a lot of us over here on the progressive left are disillusioned with the Democratic Party at large, and the Democratic Party in Indiana specifically, in many cases. But what are we going to do? Complain, or are we going to do something about it? Running as an independent, running third party, I don't discourage folks from trying to do that. However, I think you're going to get your best bang for the buck working within the systems of the Democratic Party. They are entrenched in many ways. The law is set up to force a two-party system upon us. So use it to your advantage. We take over the Democratic Party. We move things in a progressive direction by doing things like running for precinct committee person in your local area, your neighborhood. There is a position for you as a Democratic precinct committee person to shape the direction of your local county party. Also, during this filing window, you must file to run for delegate for the state party. At the state party convention this summer, the party will choose statewide candidates for Secretary of State, Auditor, Comptroller, the things that you may not think of necessarily. It's not a sexy governor's year race, not a big. There's not a Senate candidate up for re-election this year in Indiana. So the top of the ticket is the Secretary of State of Indiana. This is a very important time to influence the direction of this party and push it in a more progressive direction. Again, we do that by running for small local level offices like precinct committee person, like delegate to the state party convention. We need to do that now. That process begins today, and I want to bring in our Statehouse man on the street, Derrick Holder from the Hold 'em Accountable podcast, is at the Statehouse today. Derrick, welcome, sir.
Hello. How are you?
We are great today. It is loud there at the Statehouse. There is a buzz about, is there not?
Oh yeah, there are so many candidates here right now. They all just kind of swarmed in at the last minute.
I understand. So we've got a press conference coming up here at 11 today. That is with the, and I'm going to mute you to get some of that background noise out of there here for a moment. But so we've got a press conference coming up at 11 a.m. That's sort of where we're going to really begin our coverage in earnest today. And that press conference is being put on there at the Statehouse by a group called Indiana Rural Summit. Friends of the pod, as it were, friends of the network. And that is Michelle Higgs is the organizer behind that. And they've been at this for a few years now, and they're really working to get candidates, to get Democrats and progressives in rural parts of the state to run for office. This is somewhere that the Democratic Party for sure has struggled over the last several years, leaving many races uncontested. So Derrick is going to have coverage of that press conference for us live at 11 there. Hopefully we can get that. And then additionally today, we are going to be talking to candidates who have descended on the Statehouse. And hopefully we get people checking in from elsewhere across the state. I've got the link to the stream sent out far and wide, so hopefully we can get some people checking in from other places too. But there is a large contingent of rural Democrats really trying to build something that has been missing for the last several years in the state. And so we're going to have that press conference there and hope to talk to Michelle and many of the candidates who are taking part of this. Derrick, I'm going to bring you back on here if you can hear me. Oop. Let me get you. Derrick, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, fantastic. So who we got there right now?
Let's start
is that Ethan?
Hello, how are you? Yeah. Yeah.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Thank you. Good to see you finally in person.
I'm on with Scott Aaron Rogers.
Yeah, my dude. How are you, sir? I can't hear you.
No, you won't be able to. He's through my earpiece. I'm just going to be the dummy echoing what he says. Yeah.
All right, hey Derrick, have Ethan talk a little bit about his campaign and really why he decided to run this year.
What made you decide to run this year?
There's a lot of things that we need in District 47, but at bottom, the reason I decided to run was because I see nothing but apathy and neglect for District
Derrick, put that mic in front of his
We
mouth.
see our school funding getting cut. We see our school funding getting cut at every turn. We see our hospitals going unfunded. We're seeing all of our road projects get canceled in favor of $1 billion bills for new interstates. It feels like no one at the state level really cares about what's happening in our district or shows up. Every incumbent in my district is never held accountable. Every incumbent who serves the people of Boyd, Harrison, and Wellington counties doesn't show up. I was just talking to a farmer north of Fort this past week, and he's been in this fight over Board of Health problem where there's been no violation, tried to shut down, and he keeps reaching out to his elected officials for help. How do I navigate this? What do I do? Never gets a response, never gets a call back. And after a year, he was almost ready to give up his small family farm because it was too much of a hassle. That loss of faith in representation, that loss of faith in government is intentional. I believe that there is a serious chunk of the supermajority that wants to break things so that people lose faith in community and lose faith in our ability to make the future better. And it just promotes an isolated sense of what it means to be a community. That's not right. I want to make our communities places where everyone can thrive, where our schools have more than enough funding, where our hospitals are fighting to stay open. Where, for example, the OBGYN Center in Harrison County stays open. We lost it this April because of a lack of funding, because we couldn't attract any more OBs to the area, and the two that were being run ragged finally gave up because they just couldn't cover all the shifts. It's not complicated. It just takes somebody showing up in person and actually carrying out the things that really matter. It might not be easy, but it isn't complicated.
All right, very good. Well, it's good to hear from Ethan and Derrick. Feel free to carry on there if Ethan wants to keep going. I understand that his opponent is introducing some extremely Christian nationalist legislation this session.
We understand that your opponent is proposing some extremely Christian nationalist legislation.
Yes. Yeah, my opponent is State Senator Derrick Holder, and among other things.
Oh, we lost Derrick at the Statehouse there. So, yeah, listen, I want to talk about Gary Byrne here for a second. That is Ethan's opponent down there in State District 47. And he is proposing some. Oh, hey, we're back. Sorry.
And further, the limits tests have established that it can't be seen to promote any given religion. As a person of faith, though, I find this kind of grandstanding not just inane, but deeply offensive. Like, Gary Byrne wants the Ten Commandments in our classrooms, but Gary Byrne is not passing legislation that no one's allowed to work on Sabbath. So why are we doing this? Why are we taking a text that you say is sacred and then immediately ignoring it? Why are we taking a text that you say is so important and then immediately being like, well, yeah, but not that one. At least not what it means. Why are we trying to tell kids these are our deeply instilled values that we do not actually care about? What kind of a standard is that setting? What does it mean for actually the people that are in charge? They're like, no, these are our values that we ignore all the time. As a person of faith, I find that deeply troubling. And as a citizen of the United States, an obvious and doomed fight that's going to cost taxpayers money and eventually that's taken to court. Because in the same way that Gary Byrne would be up in arms if we had an imam putting passages of the Quran in our classrooms, he would be fighting tooth and nail to stop that, along with Micah Beckwith and the leadership in the Pacific majority. It is a stupid and regressive idea that we are going to take up another First Amendment fight over a clearly established constitutional requirement that the state not establish or promote any one religion. And listen, I'm all for you. Persuade your neighbors. And if you can't persuade your neighbors when you're trying to legislate your religion over people that you have not persuaded, you have more in common with people that you despise. And I think that's something that everybody that's pushing these kinds of bills needs to hear. If you are using the power of law to legislate your religion into the values over neighbors who have different faiths, you have more in common with people that you really don't like in other countries than you do.
Derrick,
yeah.
I was going to say if Ethan can talk about it, he was raised in a very Christian household. He can speak to these things. He's coming to this as a devout Christian, and not some radical left atheist like, say, myself.
I'm imagining that's
he was mentioning how you were raised in a very Christian household, and for you to say something like this just means so much more than, say, a non-believer of.
Absolutely. I mean, and this is the thing. Faith has broad expression, right? There are somewhere in the neighborhood of 3,000 different denominations of sects of Christianity. And if you wanted to jump into a church in Corinth, like 200 years after, Jesus of Nazareth, and bring them into your church today, they might not have any idea what you're doing or recognize it as church. And that's something I think people don't take seriously. I really, really honor people's faith journey. I am on one myself. I know what I believe, and I also know that this house, the Statehouse, is a place for everyone. And that if you want to love your neighbor as yourself, and if you want to make sure, and this is the test for loving your neighbor as yourself, that you do for them what you would want them to do for you. And I know that many people of Christian people grow up with the Christian faith, we learn about the historical persecution of Christianity in various times and places. It's a deeply ingrained part of the Christian story. It's being a persecuted faith. So all you got to do is take your imagination and drop yourself into Indiana, where another faith is a dominant faith, and where their leaders are trying to pass laws that put their faith in your child's class, that put their edicts in your child's class, where they expect your child to treat you with honor and dignity, even if it's not your faith. It's not that hard. And it's why our framers had a really, really good idea to establish laws. His legacy is Christians fleeing Christian persecution that brought so many Europeans to America. The Anglican Church, the Church of England, like Roman Catholicism, the infighting in Europe for centuries over which kind of Christianity was best drove so many people here for freedom of religion. And so the state wouldn't back anyone else. We need to recognize that. And for a party that is parts about the Constitution a lot, jumping over the First Amendment every chance they can to score political points, we can do better than that. And I actually believe that their faith is more sincere than that. I just think that this gets made into something that so many of us will think.
All right. Well, thanks to Ethan Sweetland-May there, running for state senate in District 47. We'll let him go ahead. I bet he's got a lot of hands to shake.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Ethan.
Thanks so much, Derek.
Yeah, Will.
Thanks, Ethan.
Dude, looking forward to it next week. So it was so funny. I am totally that person that holds like two things in my mind, and I'm like, these are going to work out totally fine. Until I get there, I'm like, guys are happy at the same time. Really, I'm really looking forward to it.
Oh, so am I.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Derek, I gotta tell you, and we're gonna like let people behind the scenes here a little bit. When you were talking to him at the end there, after he was off the camera, it sounded better than anything we recorded. So whatever you were doing with the mic there, do more of that. All right. Oh, there. Who else there is at the Statehouse with you there, Derek?
Mr. Simon Higgs.
Mr. Simon Higgs with the Indiana World Summit.
Let's see who else. There's Trish. Let me flip the camera.
We are flying the plane as we build it here today on this stream, and with Progressive Indiana Network in general. We are still moving virtual boxes around, as it were. There is. Is that Brad Meyer that I see?
Yes, that is Brad Meyer with Tiffany Stoner. There's the one.
Tiffany Stoner, we hope you get a chance to talk with her today. Tiffany Stoner was the closest Democrat to flipping a seat in 2024, and he is running again this year. Then we got Blythe Potter running for Secretary of State there. Tiffany Stoner is one of the highlight races that we're going to be looking at all through 2026. Like I said, she came closer than anybody to flipping a seat a couple years ago and is back at it for another go this year. And we're going to love to hear for those repeat candidates, hear about what they learned last time that maybe they can take forward this time. And also, what I'm really excited to hear from the first time candidates, people who are inspired to really put themselves out there for the first time this year. Eric, who else you got there that we can maybe grab for an interview here today?
We are being shepherded between media and candidates right now. So can't grab anyone exactly.
Did I just see Natasha Baker?
Yes.
Love Natasha Baker. She was with us on the Who's Left podcast in, boy, was that November or December? Not long ago. What's going on there, Derrick?
I have no idea if they're raising their hands.
So, yeah, we are about, what time is it here? We're a little less than 10 minutes out, it looks like, from this press conference with the Indiana World Summit. And, are you in that general vicinity now, Derrick, or are they gonna shoo you along somewhere?
That I am not sure. I think we're in the general area. They're doing pictures right now.
Ah, fantastic. Well, you know what? If you stick around Michelle Higgs, you're going to be in the right place.
Yeah.
So, Derrick, what are you looking to hear from folks today on this filing day special?
Why they chose this year, if it is their first time running, why they're running, and obviously what they want their voters to know about.
Yeah, and
my big question is the why.
Yeah. The why, and then I guess I want to know the how, right? I mean, we're gonna get people on the who, what, when, where, right? That's the easy stuff. But the why are they running? Why now? It takes bravery. I mean, we saw Derrick with this the redistricting push, right? There were threats of political violence against Republicans who dared cross President Trump, and that's Republicans eating their own. Like, imagine the threats directed at Democrats. The things that MAGA calls us. They call us radical Marxist and communist and groomers and everything under the sun. And we can, ignore the irony of the Republicans who have been accused credibly of certain crimes. But it really does take courage to run for office in this environment, I think, more so than ever before, at least as long as I can remember in my lifetime.
Yeah, exactly.
Their Indiana Rural Summit there posing for pictures before their press conference. And again, we were talking about Summit and the work they do. And it's so important to run everywhere, right? This is one of the more pernicious effects of gerrymandering at the state level, right? We talked about the gerrymandering, the redistricting when it came to congressional seats. That's what the whole push was about, coming into session early in December, and the rigged maps, right? That was for congressional seats. But here in Indiana, our state level seats are gerrymandered as well, and that leaves a lot of safe Republican seats, safe quote, and a handful of safe Democratic seats, and the goal is to discourage participation. No one wants to run to lose. No one, you quote former NFL coach Dennis Green. No, this was Herm Edwards. You play to win the game, right? No one goes into these things to lose, and so it discourages participation when there's this perception of safe seats, and all of these folks in the Rural Summit are for the most part taking on incumbents in sprawling rural districts that are, quote unquote, safe for Republicans. Now, Derrick, why are these seats safe for Republicans? I mean, we've seen the GOP has run this state with an almost exclusive supermajority for the greater part of a quarter century. And outcomes in rural areas have only gotten worse. Rural healthcare is decimated, right? We see hospitals all over these rural areas closing, maternity wards closing. We see people leaving small towns. We see decay in these areas. We see lack of investment, development. And this is under Republican leadership. This is the Republican Party and especially their big economic donors that are extracting all of the value out of these communities and then absconding with it off to the Cayman Islands or wherever else. So I guess my question for you, as someone who campaigned across a sprawling rural district, in 2024, the folks you talk to, why do they keep voting Republican?
Because it's what they know. It's what they feel safe with. They're trying to understand what is going on with the world, and it's what they are accustomed to. And we have to challenge that. And I believe this group that's standing in front of us right now is the group that's going to challenge the status quo. They are going to make their constituents ask the tough questions. Oh, why do we keep doing this way? And this is a group that is going to make some major strides for the party. But we're about to start, so hold on. Let me give the microphone to Michelle.
All right. Thank you, Derrick. For Michelle Higgs to start here.
Good morning. All right. This guy.
I think we're going to get a start from this press conference from the Indiana Rural Summit here. Derrick, if there's any way we can get that mic closer, picking up a lot of room feedback. I don't know how much we can do.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Natasha Baker, and I'm the founder of the Indiana Rural Summit. The Indiana Rural Summit started in 2024 with 3 simple goals: to support candidates committed to amplifying the voices of rural and small town workers, to increase voter turnout, and to hold legislators accountable who for too long put party and profits over people. Indiana's low voter turnout showed us that momentum had to be built out intentionally and together. So we traveling like a band on the road, because no matter the score, the band always wins. It doesn't quit. It builds momentum. It moves the crowd. And proves our founding belief again and again that every voice matters. What began with 12 candidates representing 30 counties, covering 34% of southern Indiana, has now more than doubled to 3 candidates representing more than 60 counties and covering more than 65% of the state, including central and northern Indiana. You can see behind me the many members of the Indiana Rural Summit that have driven here today from all parts of the state to officially file to run in their Indiana House and Senate districts. This is not just the largest mass filing in memory, it is a symbol of a united commitment of these candidates to represent rural and small town Hoosiers through a coordinated effort across urban, rural, suburban together. This is an unprecedented and historic moment. Statehouse watchers say they've never seen such a large coordinated filing of candidates that share a single vision. Our clear vision is that rural and small town Hoosiers have big ideas and can make a big impact on the issues that matter most to all Hoosiers: affordable and accessible healthcare, living wages, strong public education, clean air, water, soil, and so much more. During this election cycle, our coalition candidates will share resources including training, technology, and research in a bid to help more vision-aligned candidates contest more races and win seats in the general assembly. Our coalition will work to amplify local voices, reduce duplication of efforts, and strengthen down-ballot races in an effort to increase voter turnout in communities too often overlooked by traditional political infrastructure. Indiana's challenges, from healthcare access and housing to public education, childcare, and economic stability, do not stop at gerrymandered districts. This moment in time calls for deeper coordination, shared resources, and collaborative leadership. The Indiana Rural Summit is built to do exactly that. This group filing is about visibility and solidarity. Our motto is "Y pluribus una, where they see communities and counties they can fracture by gerrymandering, we see coalition builders. That is how we build power together. Lots of people in politics talk a big game but deliver nothing for the people. They only care about money and partisan politics. We are committed to delivering solutions to broken systems that have left our communities behind. And it starts with building trust and putting people back at the center of policy. The Indiana Rural Summit is committed to giving rural and small town Hoosiers a voice, a choice, and a vote in 2026. We live in a time when so many have grown disillusioned by the power of money that they've forgotten to believe in the power of people. Our job is to help people believe again. So with that, I'm available to answer any questions you may have, and before our first batch of candidates file for the Secretary of State. So the question is how the districting event shaped is going to change the record and how we impacted by that. Yes, the Indiana Rural Summit, because we do look at the impact of gerrymandering, it was something at the very forefront for us. But where they look at it as fracturing, we mobilize base. So we showed up at the Statehouse to lend our voices that redistricting was a power grab to remove power from the people. And the Indiana Rural Summit is about power to the people. And it will be part of every candidate's campaign to bring power back to the people.
I apologize. We can't exactly hear the questions being asked, but I believe Ms. Higgs is repeating them as she answers them. So
yes. So that question was about the lack of infrastructure. We talk about that, especially in our rural communities where there has not been investment either from a political infrastructure or even economic infrastructure. And so what has happened is our rural communities have been left behind at the point of their civic engagement. And so part of the thing, and when we talk about giving rural and small-town Hoosiers a voice, a choice, and a vote, that key element there is choice. People will not show up to vote if there isn't a choice on the ballot. They will not understand the impact that is happening from legislation in the Statehouse if they don't have messengers telling them what is happening and connecting it to where they live. So it is absolutely vital that we have people running for office at every office school. And we're not going to get there until we actually start challenging some races. And the Indiana Rural Summit looked at House and Senate races as being key to mobilize the greatest number of people and grassroots organizations. So that is what we are building, is that coalition and what we call a mycelium network of people power.
and again, we will have Michelle will repeat the question. She takes.
These candidates are able to share their vision, their platform, and why they are running. They will be centered. What is happening with people being primary because of national politics is actually a distraction of the power that these people are building. And one of the challenges that we have is that most people know more about what's happening nationally and maybe even hyper local, and they have no understanding of the power that is built in this Statehouse that is hidden to them. And so anytime that there is an opportunity for these candidates to share their message is bringing more power back to people to make an informed choice.
Again, apologies. We don't have the audio on the folks asking the questions, but we will hear Michelle's answer here momentarily.
I think all of the issues are very simple. We talk about education, healthcare. Healthcare is a particularly key issue because our rural hospitals have been so at risk, but also education. When, for example, they decide to rent to preschool vouchers and they're funneling money from rural communities into coffers of private businesses, essentially, without any accountability. But our rural schools are most impacted because they don't have the state resources. And as a matter of fact, one of our candidates lives in a county where they don't have charter schools and private schools, and yet they have lost thousands of dollars to vouchers. So when they talk about the money follows the student, that is not true. And we cannot amplify that unless we actually have candidates in those districts saying this is what's happening boots on the ground. When you take money from here, it shows up in this way. It shows up with a shuttered door. We did earlier last year, we did a motorcade Medicaid to drive around to see all of the little hospitals that would be at risk of closure, or even just have certain things of apartments closed. And one of the things that struck me was Indiana is not so much a rural state like, let's say, Montana or Wyoming. We are a collection of small towns that have been shuttered over decades of lack of investments. And when you see that the only options in some of these places is a gas station, a liquor store, and a Dollar General, and you're being told that if that Dollar General goes, then that's the end of the town. That is not economic development. That is not investment in people. And if they're not listening to the people from those communities, then they're not making wise choices. And so that's why these people are here. They're here to amplify the voices of their constituents in lived reality, and not just a policy theory that is being marketed to us from out of state people. Okay, any more questions?
To
So we are a coalition of candidates. Our candidates today are filing as Democrats. And again, we are in a situation where we have a single party that is running everything without accountability. And our goal is to bring accountability back and to bring more voices to the table. So these candidates today, they will be filing as Democratic candidates. We also have some that are running this afternoon. And we have a group now that will be going to the Secretary of State's office. But in order to not overwhelm our election officials, we will be actually filing out today. We are expecting absolutely. We would love to have more candidates participate with us, and especially more community leaders and volunteers that are willing to support these candidates and more. You can learn more about us by going to IndianaRuleSummit.org. And you may email me at Michelle, MICHELLE, at IndianaRuleSummit.org. Okay, get back. Then I can take this. You guys can hold your names.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
All right. Looks like we are done there. Derrick, thoughts from the Indiana Rural Summit press conference there?
I was holding my phone the wrong way.
Oh no, you did great. Thank you. I was just telling the folks in the in the comments there if they want to help us do more events like this and perhaps invest in better audio equipment as we kind of learn what we're doing. We're trying to grow. We're going to do the damn thing, right? Like the information is what is the most important thing here. And
exactly.
And we really want to get it out there, no matter what, and we'll figure out the rest later. But right now, what are your takeaways there?
My takeaway from it is the Rural Summit is a coalition of right now Democratic candidates throughout Southern, and it's starting to move north. 2 years ago,
Yeah,
it was
I believe
purely
I believe
now
right,
they've done
Natasha Baker
pretty
and Nate
hard
Stout
work.
there, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And they're
Natasha
the
Baker,
Lafayette area.
Stout, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So they're moving north. So they're becoming a statewide coalition, and it looks like they're trying to move the needle in the right way to give people actual choices.
Exactly, and that's the thing we were talking about before they went live. Is rarely, or in this past generation, there have been choices in these rural areas. We get so many seats go uncontested. I want to say if I know my David Pepper, which I read that most races go uncontested precisely because of things like gerrymandering, and that especially goes down to things at the lower levels, like your precinct committee person, like your town councils, like your township trustees. We need people there in every role. Eric, we just had a guy down here, Dan Combs, passed away. I want to say yesterday or the day before. We got the announcement yesterday, and he's a township trustee right here in Perry County, Perry Township, Monroe County, Indiana. And this is a guy who for decades just in role of township trustee, just like probably one of the smallest roles you can get elected to, touched so many lives, did so much to help the homeless population in this town. I talked to Saad Tawfiq a couple months ago. He's running for township trustee up in Johnson County, and the same thing. It is very much close to the people that you are running to serve, like your neighbors. You are helping your neighbors, and expanding that out a little wider here to talk about the rural summit and just rural counties and communities. The representation has just not been there recently. Derek, who you got with you there? Oh, or were you just getting photobombed?
Photobombed. It was our friend from the Morgan County Democrats, Cheryl Dunphy. She does so much for the county Democratic Party. She does so much for the county party.
Listen, hey, I want to
just
go ahead. Go ahead. You go. I can bring this
She single-handedly called every precinct committee person in Morgan County to make sure they were running for town and to run for delegate. So she's done so much for the county. So just wanted to give her a quick shout out.
Yeah, no, it really is stuff like that. Michelle Higgs talked about mycelium network in her statements during the press conference. And I don't know what y'all know about fungus, but fascinating stuff. The way things we think about as sort of like barely living organisms have complex communication networks, and we sort of have to replicate that in our own human way, and have these complex communication networks where we're talking to people one by one like that. And organizing it's very relational. It is, you hop on the phone with somebody the old-fashioned way, like a call. And believe I'm at that cusp, Derek, that age where it's like, no, man, don't call me, text. No, sometimes you actually need to like, talk to people. But it's relational, and it's so important just to have somebody on either side of you that you can trust and help you navigate these things. Over on Facebook in the comments, Mary Noon says it's about redefining what winning looks like, and turnout is the goal. Increasing turnout, giving people a choice on the ballot improves the overall outcome across the state and nationally as well. I mean, if you want to look at problems, okay, for example, Derek, recently there was this autopsy of the Democrats' 2024 loss that the DNC is not releasing. They're spiking it, and one of the criticisms, one of the things that people are saying it's going to find that the party doesn't want to talk about is that they gave all their money to a bunch of like high-priced national consultants, and they're trying to like pull everybody along from the top up. And what Mary is talking about in her comments is really pushing turnout from the bottom up, you know? And if you know somebody personally that is running for office, you're more likely to turn out, right? And vote for that party, most likely. And so she says it's not about winning necessarily. We talked about this a little bit before the press conference started. You know, you play to win the game. People want to win, but you have to. Winning might not be you win your seat. Winning might be you get an extra couple hundred votes in your area and you close the margin. Okay, well, you didn't win, but you know what? You probably drove a couple hundred votes up to the person on the ticket line, on the ticket, the line above you, and the line above them, and the line above them, and you multiply that out across every little office across the state, doing things like Indiana Rural Summit and having people in those what were uncontested Statehouse races. Well, you know, that is a person in your community, your neighbor. They're probably having an event this week or next week where you can go see them and shake their hand and talk to them and talk about your concerns as a person. And that is more likely to get somebody out to vote for you or the Secretary of State candidate or a candidate for Congress or the president, right? You're far more likely, and you're going to get more bang for your buck, frankly, if you invest there than if you burn $1.5 billion on folks like James Carville. I don't know. Am I wrong, Derek? I'm going on and on.
You are completely correct. We have to start from the bottom up. Hold on one second. Miss Beth White.
Hey,
how are you doing, Beth?
I haven't seen you in forever.
I haven't seen you.
How have you been? How's your family?
I've been great. Doing good.
Hey, let us get Beth White
hi.
hello.
Are you interviewing me? Okay, hi. Hi.
Say hi, Scott.
Hi, Scott. It's good to be here. I'm in the Statehouse. It's a new year, new session, and a new day in the Democratic Party. Very excited to be here supporting our rural candidates from the Rural Summit. Indiana has got to get a reckoning with the people understanding that they're not being represented by this Republican Party. And the Democratic Party is fielding a great group of candidates. Very, very excited about these folks, Tiffany Stoner, Amy Oliver, just a really good group. And we're going to make some real progress this year, thanks in part to our crazy Republican friends.
Thank you very much.
That was Beth White. She's been active in the Democratic Party in the state for a very long time.
Yes.
I know her from her Secretary of State run last year. So
I've known her for about 20 years. I actually worked for her in the Marion County election board. So I've known her for years.
And she was there for a long time doing good work. Running elections. Which
I do have a candidate.
Oh, yes, please. Who you got with you? Let's put him on.
There we go.
Hey, I know that guy.
Yes. Let me pass the mic over. We are live on everywhere with Scott Aaron Rogers. And I will kind of be his talking piece because
let him cook. Let him cook.
Say whatever you want.
Hi, Scott. Can't see you, but good to see you. I'm Ross Thomas.
Have him keep that mic up.
And newly filed candidate for state senate in District 41 down in Coumba Kebe. We're really excited to be here with the Rural Summit. group of candidates. And it's something, as a county chairman, I haven't seen before. This kind of group excitement, kind of coalition building across districts, across counties. I think it's amazing and terrific, and we're looking forward to a really special year in Democratic politics in Indiana.
Derrick, ask Ross to talk about what the excitement is like at the lower levels in Bartholomew County, like precinct chairs, the lower level offices. Are people stepping up to run for votes?
How's the excitement with the lower level, like precinct chair, trustee? Those
so in my county, Bartholomew County, we had last year a Republican council trustee who stole over $1 million of taxpayer money as the trustee, money that was designated for poor and for rural fire departments. He took trips to Dubai, and literally over $1 million. He's pled guilty and is being sentenced, and hopefully will go to prison. But that really drew a light to what happens with one-party rule in any place. And Indiana has that in the Statehouse. We have that in my county. We don't have that in my city, fortunately. So we've had an extra focus on the township trustee and township advisory board offices. And we've had a bunch of people step up to run for those offices because it's basically a throwaway for a lot of people. They don't understand what it is. But when you see that nobody pays attention, you lose $1 million. It's an incentive to get involved. So from the very grassroots, we're seeing candidates step up. We're seeing folks come together. What can we do? Our party locally is raising money, getting candidates to step up from the very bottom to the very top. So yeah, there's a lot of excitement. I think the redistricting fiasco really shed a light on just how dysfunctional the Republican Party is. That their values are non-existent, and they're focusing on issues that no one cares about. We should be talking about educating children, not fighting an unconstitutional battle over the independence. We should be helping to grow democracy, not trying to take away elected officials at the county level, which is one of the latest proposals by Republicans. We're giving away the farm to data centers that take away resources and really bring nothing back, bring no jobs back. It's a boondoggle that everybody should be against. But we always know that where Republicans legislate, it's always about who's going to make it fun. And that's always been their philosophy. Somebody somewhere is going to make the fun. We got to change that. The government should be serving everybody, serving the people, not just a vehicle to take your tax money and give it to their friends.
Thank you very much. Pardon me?
I think you're someone I'm supposed to talk to. I'm a candidate.
Oh, yeah.
That was Ross Thomas, the Democratic Party chair in Bartholomew County that we just had there with us. He stops by the Who's Left This Week occasionally on Sunday mornings and makes a great panelist. He's fun to talk to. Ross is an attorney, and whenever I have a law topic that comes up on the show, it's good to have him around for those discussions. Derrick, let me give you your mic back there. All right.
We do have another candidate.
Love to see it.
Okay, let me see what's the
Who you got with
background. Rachael Bleicher. There you go. The floor is yours. Say whatever you want.
My name is Rachael. I'm the Democratic candidate in House District 24, which encompasses parts of East Zionsville, West Carmel, parts of Westfield, and Sheridan. I'm a first-time candidate here at the State House. I live in Westfield. I'm a working parent. My husband has a small business, and I'm running because I think it's really important for our representatives as well. Our current representative for House District 24, Representative Beth, continues to vote for our party line, and I really believe it's important because our people over at our parties have had the opportunity to canvass the last election cycle and really get to know a lot of my neighbors and community members. And it's really important to me that their voices are heard in the State House and that we're making good decisions that impact and improve the lives not only of the House of people, but also the people of the community.
All right, very good. No, that's bad. Rachel's a first time. Rachel's a first-time candidate, I believe, and it is especially good to see folks like those. Derrick, whatever it is you're doing with the mic, when you are talking to me, you sound good. Is it you're putting the damn thing in your mouth? So I say, have our folks who you're talking to get intimate with that microphone there.
Okay.
it really helps with the sound quality. But so Ross talked about it, and I thought about something Michelle said during the press conference, and she was talking about infrastructure. Right now, she was talking about rural infrastructure, the hospitals, the schools in rural areas. The crumbling infrastructure, right, as Bernie Sanders says, and it's true. But we're also trying, with events like this today, to rebuild, really, the infrastructure of democracy, and it is built, through the connective tissue, the bones are in these smaller offices. This structure, really, and that has also crumbled over the years, in a way, has it not?
Oh yeah, definitely it has. I mean, I just don't think that they really care anymore, to be honest. It's all about money. It's all about profit. Hospitals are being run as corporations, not hospitals anymore. So they're looking at the bottom line. And that's where a lot of things are falling apart, is the human element is being taken out of everything, and it's becoming money.
It's when you talk about that, and this is we talk about this here. We're not afraid to talk about it. You're talking about things that should be public goods being run for profit. Things like hospitals, especially rural hospitals. Corporations don't serve rural areas because it's inefficient by nature. It's spread out. There are not a lot of people there. You don't have a lot of customers, as it were, if you view people like that, as customers, as profit centers. But Derrick, we're talking about social. God forbid there are certain things we do as a society where we say, you know what, it's just the right, good, moral thing to do to run this as a public service. That certain things should not be for sale. And I think our public health should not be for sale. I think our children's education should not be for sale. And you see this in Indianapolis recently, where the mayor's office, run by Democrats, is in bed with the charter school industry to remove Democratic control from Indianapolis public schools. They've bled the thing, not they, Democrats here, but just in general, the Statehouse and for-profit charter schools have bled the public school system dry. White bled the tax base out of Indianapolis, and so the property tax base has declined, and can't keep up on the schools and the buses and the transportation, and then we wonder why we have poor outcomes, and then they use the poor outcomes to say, well, we need to take more away from public schools. And so it's the same thing in the hospitals. Well, listen, this hospital's losing money. It's a sunk cost, right? Certain things should not be for sale, and I think it's okay to talk about that. I think if you want to take it back to the rural summit and running statewide in all these areas, it's okay to talk about things that maybe were once considered socialist.
How dare you say that word?
People want public goods. People want public services. What made America great was investment in these things. The New Deal, the post World War II order, and we built this infrastructure. And then I think we got the lessons of why we needed it in the first place. And business interests and profiteers came in and they said, we can do it better. We can do it more efficiently. Let us make a buck. We'll deliver better results. We've been doing that for 50 years now, Derek, and we haven't seen better results. Say, Derek, is that John Bartlett that I just saw?
Yes, it is. That's why I flipped the
Would
camera.
John Bartlett like to talk to the good folks?
Yes, Mr. Bartlett. Please hold this as close to your mouth as possible.
Close to what?
Your mouth as possible. And say whatever you want.
I am John Bartlett. I'm running for District 33 in the House, which is basically between Muncie and the Ohio line. It's got 5 counties in it, all part of Jay, Blackford, Randolph, a little bit of Delaware, and a little bit of Andrew. So I'm running to unseat Katie Prescott. I'm running because I have very deep roots in the community. My family's been there almost 200 years. I live on my grandparents' farm that they bought almost 75 years ago. I have an 18-month-old grandson, and I want him to be able to have the opportunity to live on the same farm. And right now, that's very questionable because our economy in rural areas keeps declining, and I don't know that he's going to have that opportunity to be able to stay there and make a living. So I want to greatly increase the economy in rural Indiana. We want to do that by attracting businesses. Businesses will not locate, but we have such a poor education level. We're 47 the amount of education that we have, secondary education. They won't locate where they have such a high cost of healthcare, which Indiana is 30% over the national average of healthcare costs, such that the Medicaid cuts are endangering hospitals. My district is the last 2 hospitals. There'll be 100 miles between hospitals in Richmond and Fort Wayne. Businesses won't locate there. With our county roads are crumbling. There's no money to fix those. We have poor broadband internet, and so businesses won't come there for that. We need to improve all those things so that we can attract businesses. And then we get things like a senator who last year said in a committee meeting, he said that people who choose to live in rural areas are going to have to live with the consequences of living there. And he was talking about the healthcare decline and loss of healthcare, and that is not acceptable. We need to be building up the communities, not telling people that they made the choice and that they can't stay there. I also feel that things like data centers are going to hurt us unless things are changed with making the posted water system and not have so much pouring cooler water on the ground. our electric bills are going up. They're not taking care of us. They're forcing the expansion of the electrical grid onto our electric bills. That's why our electric bills are going up so much. And now we're talking about creating small modular nuclear reactors, and 100% of the development costs of that are going to go onto our electric bills. We won't be able to survive or have water if those things happen. And my feelings from the senator's comments before, they just don't care. So I care. I want to be a representative. I want to represent. I want to give power back to the people.
Thank you very much.
All right, excellent. That was John Bartlett there at the State House with Derrick Holder. Derrick,
And
who you
then
got
we
with
have
you now,
Phil
sir?
Gift. Phil Gift. He is running for District 35.
All right,
And
fantastic.
as close to your mouth as possible. And just go ahead, Rip.
Need him to speak up.
My main motivation.
Speak up.
Derrick, I'm having a really hard time hearing you there.
Volume.
Okay. All right. Is that good now? Are we getting enough volume?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. My name is Phil Gift. I'm running for Indiana House District 35. The main reason I'm running is I would like to see the wishes of the majority of Hoosiers actually represented in the State House. Right now, we know we have the majority of Hoosiers who want favor a woman's right to choose. We favor autonomy for women. The majority of Hoosiers favor that. The Republican-led, rigged legislature won't let them do it. In other words, the gerrymandered, rigged system that the Republican Party has makes sure the majority of Hoosiers are totally excluded from the legislative process, and that's why I'm running for this office. I gave a woman's right to choose, cannabis legalization, strong public education system. Current state legislature run by the Republican Party refuses to acknowledge this. I didn't run for many years. I've always been interested in politics, but retired RN and was in the Department of Veterans Affairs for almost 18 years. During that time, I did not run for partisan political office. So when I retired, I signed up to run Indiana House District 35 in 2024. I was defeated in that election, but when I see what's happened since that time, I decided I couldn't really stop running. What we've seen just 5 years ago, yesterday, was a violent coup attempt by the Republican Party to overturn a legitimate election conducted by the American people. Now we see a Republican Party who likes to lie about it, they double down on it, and claim that it was a victory. There's nothing about any party that's admirable when you decide you want to absorb the rule of law and become a nation of men and not a nation of laws. They ignored the court ruling that set down the election. They attempted a violent coup, and they managed to put him back in the White House to continue what he's doing. So,
thank you very much.
All right. That was Phil Gift for House District 35. Derrick, I don't know, man. The background noise is kind of killing us here. It's like on one hand,
they opened the
find a quiet
side
corner.
doors.
On the other hand, are there any candidates to grab in said quiet corner? So hey,
Yeah,
listen,
they opened the side doors. Go ahead.
I've got someone waiting to come onto the screen, and she was just there, and then she popped off for a second. But I've got a guest. Oh, hey, there we are. She's back. Hello, who is with us?
Lisa Washington. I'm the county chair for Howard County. And I'm sorry, I just saw this email, but I do have 3 candidates running for state offices, and I can tell you a little bit about each of them.
Lisa, we'd love to hear about them. I'm sorry. What was you said, Lisa Washington? I'm going to put your name up on the screen
Yeah,
here. Make sure
yep,
everybody knows
Lee,
who we're talking to. And you're the
yep,
party chair in Howard County.
in
That's
Howard
open area.
County. Yep. And so I have Nate Stout, who is running for House of Representatives for District 38. Um, he is a new candidate. He has already been out. Hitting the campaign trail. He's been to several places. He is a businessman. Um, and so we're really excited. He is running against Heath Van Adder, and he does have some events already planned. On his campaign team, he has a campaign manager from, we had a group of young Democrats come to us earlier in the year by the name of Operation Blue Horizon. They started doing some rallies. At their very first one, we had maybe about 40 or 50 people who came. Um, by the end, the last one we had probably about 400 people in the county who showed up. So we're very excited about our Operation Blue Horizon. And as a matter of fact, I am running for an office and on the county level. And I also have one of those people. I should say one of those people, but I have one of the Operation Blue Horizon on my team. So we're very excited. It seems to, with everything that's going on in federal and state, it really has, I think, sparked some passion with the Democrats here in Howard County. The next candidate that we have is also, he's a younger candidate, first time out. His name is Jack Chance. He too has already been out on the trail. He has a town hall scheduled for the 17th, I believe, here in town. And so he has been out on the trail. He works in the housing industry with people who are low income. And so he actually thought he was going to be running against Mike Karakoff. Mike stepped out. And so the two people that are going to be running in the primary on the Republican ticket here, one is a person who's been on the city council who is not very highly regarded here in town. And the
That was
other,
judicious.
that was judicious. That's very judicious. And I try to be that way. The other one is a Moms for Liberty. The other thing that we have been able to do here in Howard County is we've been able to get some teachers active and involved. And I actually have some teachers on my committee for myself. But we have been able to get them when we've done the 4th of July parade. Well, it's the Apperson Festival is what we call it. We've had a lot of teachers who walked with us in that parade. So we're excited about Jack. And we also think we're not sure, someone to run against Jim Buck. Jim Buck has been targeted by President Trump because he did not vote the way he wanted him on redistricting. So we have a gentleman who heads our Veterans Committee. He is a UAW Stellantis worker. And so he is weighing very heavily that he may run. So our ticket is filling up, and I've been the chair for 3 years. We haven't always had our ticket filled here in Howard County. So we're excited about what's going on here in Howard County.
Lisa, we were talking about that earlier. Derrick Holder and I, he's at the Statehouse corresponding there for us, and we were talking about filling in those lower level, I guess. That almost sounds derogatory to say lower level. These are important seats. These are important positions in people's communities. but you
Yeah.
know they're further down the ballot. You know what I
Right.
mean? Folks
Yes, I
listening
do.
know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
But so would you say that there is more excitement? There are more people signing up for more offices this year,
There
and
are.
then what are folks saying when they come to you and saying, "Hey, I need to run for something"? Are they giving you a why?
Um, well, the why has to do with, I think most of it centers around affordability. We had some things, one, property taxes. Um, that's one of the things people are mentioning. And, people, the Republicans say everything is affordable, but that's not what we see. I will tell you, here in Howard County, one of the things that happened is we got this $3 billion investment from Samsung and Stellantis in this battery plant, and we were told that there were going to be a lot of jobs that were created. Well, it stalled. And when that happened, we got a lot of housing that came into Howard County. Unfortunately, it's not affordable for people. Housing here, people can't find housing. I mean, most of it starts at about $1,000. And we don't have jobs here that support that. So those are some of the things that we're hearing here. I mean, you can't,
I
I mean,
always wonder about that, Lisa. Like the real estate developers, they have to know their market, right? Like, why are you building a $400,000 house in areas where there isn't an income base to support that kind of housing?
right. I mean, they're building, I mean, my office is downtown and not very far from here. I mean, they're building some, I say luxury apartments, they say market rate. But I don't know who's going to be able to afford that. We just look at, I mean, I say, kitchen table issues. I mean, people can't afford their utilities, they can't afford gas, they can't even afford, to go to the grocery store. And we live in a food desert. I'm a nurse by trade. My husband's a doctor. We live in a healthcare desert. We had a lady who went into labor here this weekend, was supposed to deliver her baby in Indianapolis. But she got to the outskirts of Kokomo,
No
and
one told
had,
the baby.
yeah, no one told the baby. But I mean, we truly don't have, we don't, our health care, our mental health. I mean, I think it's the same thing that's going on all over the state. This isn't unique. I mean, Kokomo is not, it's a smaller community, but it's not unique. I mean, we're not unique to any other space, I think, in the state.
You're describing, I think, a lot of communities in Indiana,
Hmm.
right?
Right,
Maybe it's Samsung and a battery plant in your community. Maybe it's promised investment elsewhere. Maybe it's the only thing they're building is a data center, right?
right,
And then what? What value does that provide going forward?
right,
It's sad, but you know what? Today, I think the lineup of candidates you're talking about in your area, the excitement for folks to run there in Howard County, the excitement people descending on the Statehouse today to run for seats all over the state. I've got folks I hope to talk to later this afternoon who are doing work recruiting precinct chairs and delegates to the state
right,
convention. The smallest offices are the most important.
right.
Lisa, it's been so good to talk to you here today. I hope
Okay,
we get a chance to connect. Let's talk about your campaign. Let's talk about Kokomo sometime. I don't get enough people from the Kokomo area on
okay,
the show, so let's get you in here and talk about you sometime down the road. I'm going to go back to
okay,
Derrick at the State House. I think he's got somebody
okay,
that wants to talk, but I
okay,
appreciate you joining us
okay,
so much here. And
okay.
you send your folks the link. Have them come pop on later too.
Okay, I'm gonna jump off. I have a mental health meeting at noon, so I'm gonna drop off. But I'll try to make sure I read these in a timely fashion.
All right, we
Okay,
appreciate you being here. Thank you
thank
so
you.
much.
Bye bye.
All right. right. That was great to talk to Lisa Washington there in Kokomo. Derrick is back at the Statehouse. Derrick, who you got with you there?
Hello, I have Sharon Wight. I'm running for House District 81 in Allen County.
Hi everybody, my name is
Sharon
Wight, and I am running for District 81 against Martin Parlock. I am running because really last night I was watching Jim Cross's special for January 6th, and Heather Cross said it best. Run where you do things where you can make a difference, or where you can make change. And I've chosen that this is the area where I feel that I can make some change for the people in Northeast Indiana, Allen County, specifically on the far west side. I look forward to meeting all of you.
Okay, and then
and she's gone. I was hoping to hear her why, but we will move on. Let's go. Who else got there with you there, Derrick?
I believe we are currently seeing a Blythe Potter in her natural element.
Was that Mayor Joe Hogsett? Oh no, it's just or his doppelganger.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And here we see a Blythe Potter. If we are very safe. Sorry, I just had to go on the list. And here is the one and only Blythe Potter.
Hey, the fantastic
Go ahead,
Blythe Potter. Let's hear what Blythe has to say.
What do you have to say for yourself?
Okay, I'm Blythe Potter, seeking the Democratic Party nomination for Secretary of State. As you know, we're here for filing day, but it's not just candidates who can start filing today. There's also people who want to be delegates to make sure I am the Democratic nominee, and people who want to increase many people, which I think is one of the most important. So filing day started today, January 7th, and it goes through February 6th at noon. It's hard to cut off at noon. To be a delegate or a precinct chair, you can go to my website, blythepotter.com/get-involved. Get the delegate information. It'll tell you everything you want to know about it from the end of the website. So delegates will convene on June 6th. If you want to be a delegate, you need to make sure you be in Indianapolis on June 6th. And that is how I get to be a Democratic nominee. It's not my favorite process. It cuts out the Hoosier population for that, in my opinion, gatekeeping. No one involved in the party right now started that, so I'm not throwing anyone under the bus, but it is the process that I'm going to do. But anyway, delegates, you have to be a registered Democrat to be part of the Democratic Convention, which means that at any point in your voting history, you have 2 primary ballots for the Democrats. The CAN 37 does need notarized. If you want to be a delegate and a precinct chair, you do need 2 separate forms, and the second page or the back page of this front back is the part where you get notarized. Fun fact, your township trustee is not only a notary, but they have to notarize your documents. You can also do yes for, they usually charge $30. Some banks have it. More than likely, your account is a notary. Just make sure you call the banks, because not all of them are. Delegates also choose the Democratic Party platform. So I know a lot of us are a little excited about maybe evolving the party to be more progressive. Well, that's how we do. You get involved in the convention, you vote on next year's platform. You just have a say in the process. It's exciting. A bunch of Democrats hanging out, having a good time. But I would love for you to consider being a delegate to vote for me on June 6th. If you have any questions, please reach out. Precinct committee people, again, super cool. It's like my group organizer for your community. So you'll have like maybe 100 or 200 individual homes that will be in your precinct, and you will help inform them of when primaries are, which is late, and the general election, which is the third, and help them on the ballot, make sure they're updated on the voter registration, registering people. It's grassroots networking, and it's really interesting to know even existed in your area. So if you have questions about that, just ask. As far as Secretary of State candidacy, my biggest thing is I want to use printers. I want to make it sustainable. Yes, union directly to all those homes. If you want to do that, you can be available digitally. typically the population still without internet access, we will have to assume that they are also not able to get to the libraries. And I think that could be a monumental thing for grassroots candidates, like being able to take some of the money out of politics. Also allows exposure to their voting base. I want to work with the county clerks that we make sure we're getting municipal candidates on those voter books, as well as your state and federal candidates. But most importantly, I want to have like what Mad Voters does, a little ballot buddy that you can take with you to the polls. You know exactly who you plan on voting for because you've got time to research your candidates, you've got their platform information, where you can find more information, and just really engage people differently in the population. So you can check out blythepotter.com. Please reach out for questions. Thank you all for being here. And thanks for doing this. And thank you, Derrick.
All right. The brilliant Blythe Potter there running for Secretary of State in Indiana. I make no bones about our support for her here. Now, Derrick, I gotta say, I don't know what's going on with that mic, but like every time you hand it to a candidate, it sounds like trash. But like if I have you right there in front of you, it seems to be okay.
The microphone loves me. Camera, not so much.
That's good stuff.
What's the old saying? I have a face for radio.
Yes. I've got a voice for radio and a face for radio as well. At least I've been told. So, it was good to hear from Blythe, and it sounds like she actually has a plan for using the Secretary of State's office to rebuild the infrastructure of democracy, like we were talking about.
Yes.
Really
oh my God,
is,
a Secretary of State candidate that has a plan. That is amazing.
Yeah, it's easy to go out and just spew platitudes and say I'm not some other guy, but in the end, like we want to see the Secretary of State is essentially the in addition to their many duties in terms of overseeing an office that is responsible for business administration and registering new companies and LLCs in the state and whatnot. They're also the cheerleader for democracy, for participation, for engagement, for voter information, and right now we're sort of intentionally not getting the best service in that regard as we could. The Republican Party that's been in charge of the state forever has done everything in their power to make voting harder, to make participation harder. If you recall, Indiana was ground zero for voter suppression, for voter ID, for many of these subtle, perhaps reasonable sounding things that Republicans enter into the state and enact in government, like voter ID. That sounds reasonable on its face, but the entire purpose is to whittle people away at the margins, to make it harder for working class people to vote, to make it harder for people of color to vote, to make it harder for rural people to vote. And you've seen it in our participation numbers. Indiana doesn't vote. And again, in many ways, for many people, through no fault of their own, it's been made difficult for them. There have been hoops placed in front of them. But on the other hand, by not having the candidate infrastructure in place, that we've talked about, filling every seat, running at every level, not people not having a choice, well, that is in its own way another form of voter suppression, right? Like if you don't have somebody to run against your crappy state representative, well, why bother, right? Why come out? Derrick.
Yeah, I mean, you said it, I mean, plainly, very well. I mean, if you don't have at least two people running for the same office, then why vote? I mean, that's how the state, especially the state Republican Party, has wanted, Indiana. That's why there's the supermajority in the House. That's why there's a majority in the Senate. Is people are not being contested, or if they are, they're being contested by a one and done team. That's just on the ticket, just to be on the ticket. What it's looking like now, with especially the Rural Summit, are these candidates are on there more than once. They truly want to make a difference, and that's what we have to have, is to see, candidates that actually want to do something rather than just be a name.
What are you? Are you inside of a cage? They're rattling around over there. Jeez. Now,
yeah, they're moving tables, and I don't know. Everything's moving around here at the Statehouse.
The Statehouse have to be challenging for even the big Indianapolis folks with the fancy equipment. I'm sure they have got to keep their settings and whatnot to accommodate the cavernous nature being in there under the dome.
Yeah.
And the whole thing's made out of stone, so you got a lot of hard,
good old Indiana limestone.
Back at you. Yes. Beautiful
Indiana
building.
limestone.
The acoustics are trash.
Oh yeah. I'd hate to see a concert here.
Definitely. You want to go to Old National Center there, or Clues Hall for a good concert. Even honestly, the Field House kind of suffers from the same problem as the Statehouse. You got somebody there with you, Derrick? Did I imagine that?
I'm trying to flip the camera. There we go. We have Brandi Garland.
Oh, Brandi Garland from the Indiana Rural Summit. Fantastic.
So
I would like to hear. Yeah, let's hear what Brandi Garland has to say.
Hi, Scott. How are you? I just wanted to say that this is an exciting event, and I want to encourage anybody that might be watching this that you too can be part of the process. You do not have to file as a state rep or any of the big seats to make a difference. You can file to be a delegate or precinct chair. You can volunteer at the county level. Reach out to your county and you ask them how to participate in the county meetings. And it's low commitment. That one would be to be a delegate. It's a form that you fill out, and it doesn't really require a lot of information. And be a part of shaping the party platform, and you get to be interested in electing in very important positions such as Secretary of State. It's not that complicated, and I just encourage people to reach out to the Indiana Rural Summit, reach out to me. I'm on TikTok. I'm on Facebook as well. Facebook is my boring name, Brandi Garland, Brandi and I. On TikTok, on TikTok, you can find me at Be Kind to All. It's BEKIND, number 2, ALL. And I've got some videos on there explaining some things. And I know that Scott's doing some great content, and Derrick Holder's doing some great content. And reach out, ask questions.
All right, fantastic. Good to hear from Brandi Garland there in the Indiana Rural Summit. Would she like to expound upon the summit itself and how many candidates they have going now? How many seats are they contesting? And I understand they've had some recent new additions.
Can you expand on what the Rural Summit is, how many candidates you have, and the new candidates
Yeah, so we are super excited to have this many candidates come down today to file all at once. We have 22 candidates that are state rep candidates, and we have open doors for more. Everybody is curious about how to file to be a candidate or what it takes or the one-on-one on how to start out. But we act as a support for those candidates. And we agree with candidates as well, because that's what helps make such a well-rounded group of folks, so that we can have the folks that are very new and don't know, including myself. We are able to partner up with folks that are brand new and don't know a whole lot, with the folks that have been around forever and they know the ropes. Michelle Higgs is the founder of the Indian Rural Summit. She's amazing. She literally knows somebody in every sector of life. So if you have a question, her past with organizing, that's what her career was in. So she's great at connecting people and getting people the resources that they need, which is how I got into this whole thing, was because of a local council problem that I was having with the tax increase. She reached out and got me connected with people to be on a podcast. Was able to do that and kind of shine light on our issue. And next thing you know, I'm you can get involved in the event. It can get little as much as you want. There are entry spots all over. You do not need to be smart. You do not need to know all the answers. Just that they have the will to want to do it.
All right, fantastic. Well, let Brandi get back to the rest of her group, and we will talk more with folks from the Rural Summit here very shortly. I am sure of it. Derrick.
Yes, sir.
Just for the hell of it, after a second here, unplug your wireless mic and let's see what your actual like phone mic picks up, if it helps at all, or if we got too much extra background noise.
Hello.
Now say something for me. Yeah, let me hear you.
Okay, let's talk.
Yeah.
But how about the 500% tax increase in Jackson Township?
That's the whole thing that started this mess. You know, I had a township problem where I got a flyer in the door that said our property taxes were going up 540%, and it had actually already happened. It was already been decided on, and so I went to a community meeting to find out what the heck was going on, and realized that there was only like 45 people in the room, and I thought, this is not representative of our township. And so I was trying to figure out what to do, and the more that they were talking, the more that I was getting frustrated, because they come off really aggressive and very defensive instead of explaining what happened. And so I got my phone out, went to the front of the room, and recorded. And lo and behold, I became a social media content maker right there in that moment. Tried to get that video out, share it to as many people as possible, and met Michelle through that endeavor. And so we're still growing our cause, and we're going to be knocking doors soon in Morgan. It's Morgan County, it's Jackson Township. We're going to be knocking doors soon to get folks registered to vote for not only our super local issues, but we're obviously without that crazy pulse. And we need to also knock doors to get folks to know that we do have candidates out there that are fighting for them. We do need to show up for the election. People that may be afraid, because they're not educated enough, they're not really stuff in politics, it's too complicated. It's not. They want you to. It's really not. Just get involved. Talk to a few people that's involved in whatever party that you're a part of, and get involved and make your voice count.
I love it. You see, this is what we're really talking about. This is, you know, the effects of not having the infrastructure of democracy in place in our local communities is the.
Hey, I'm gonna have fun.
Thank you, Brandi. Good to see you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, bye.
I
know just as much as she does when it comes to that $500 tax increase, because I live in the same township she does. So,
oh, neighbor buddies. So, hey, real quick
Yeah.
question, just a little shop talk. But before I go to Zach Harrison with the Rural Summit here momentarily, is your little mic currently plugged in and running, or was that last bit through the phone?
That last bit was without it.
Okay. I don't know if it's any better or any worse. There's just so much going on around you. It's picking up all the background noise. But honestly, it's less garbled, I think, without the mic directly into the phone. Okay. You might just have to pull somebody like into a broom closet or something. I don't know. But I'm going to go to well, actually, I was going to go to Zach Harrison in the Rural Summit here momentarily, so you're going to have to listen to me yak here a little bit longer. Oh, there's Zach Harrison at the Indiana Rural Summit. Zach, welcome. Can you hear me, sir? I'm going to take that as a no, he can't. All right.
I'm trying to see if I can actually see him.
Zach is outside currently, so unless you look out a window, I'm going to go with no, you can't. Zach, can you hear us okay?
You're cutting out.
Oh, hey, there is Zach Harrison. No luck? All right. Well, Zach, trying to get you somewhere better with a little bit better signal, and we'll come back to you, sir. Derrick.
Yes.
I think we're going to keep coming back to this again and again and again throughout the day as we talk to folks. And I really picked up on it on Michelle Higgs during the press conference. And this is something I talked about. We saw John Bartlett earlier. I talked with him on the podcast. Oh, it's been several months since I've had him on now. But infrastructure. It's all infrastructure. We're building the infrastructure of democracy, rebuilding the infrastructure of democracy that has been gutted. The same moneyed interest, the same corporate power, the same oligarchs that have extracted the value out of our communities. The same folks that have stripped our small towns of their value. You see all the boarded up shops. You see abandoned downtowns. You see dilapidated barns. You see Indiana has been strip mined for value, and all of the excess goes to who? You got some small time plutocrats here. Some small oligarchs, if you will, and we've actually got somebody writing on progressiveindiana.net for us who's going to be doing a whole series on them. I started it a while back, and it's sort of gone dormant, but the Hoosier Lemon, who started on TikTok, and it remains anonymous so as not to draw the ire of one Pam Whitten at Indiana University, will be doing a bunch of research on the ruling class in Indiana. And there are some of these folks, but for the most part, that value is going out to New York. It's going to the Cayman Islands. Who knows? It's going to Russia and Saudi Arabia at this point. I will rant paused to talk with whoever you got there in front of you, Derrick. Who's with you there today?
Okay, your name? How can you hear her? Is that good?
Let me get that mic right in her face.
Okay. Hold on. Let's move over here. Let's move to that room closet you talked about.
Very good. Very good. Yeah. No, it's I want to give folks a platform to deliver these messages, and it helps if the people can hear their messages over the din.
Yeah.
But it does seem
okay. Let's see if this is any better
where you're at. It seems quieter.
It's only 10 feet away. Okay.
It's
go ahead.
a remarkable change. Let me have that mic closer to her.
Okay, go ahead. It's probably going to be better if I plug that mic in.
Yeah, you know what? Go for it, Derrick. It's it's we are, again, I'm gonna say it around here, we are learning how to fly and building the plane at the same time. But you know, the getting this information out here to Hoosiers, I think, and conveying this wave of democracy that I think is coming is important, and we want to have that platform for folks. You know, audio quality be damned. All right, Derrick, let's give this another shot.
Hi, my name is Devon Wellington, and I am running for the House seat in District 29 in Hamilton County, most of Noblesville, Indiana. And I'm excited to run because I am from a state that is fully funded public education, so ensuring that our taxpayer dollars are going to public schools that are accountable and educate all students. I'm also really excited to run the pillars of affordability and opportunity, and thinking about how what's good for the many is good for all of us, how a rising tide lifts all boats, and how ensuring that all teachers are taken care of actually makes them all economically stronger in the state.
And what? Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say, what inspired her to throw her hat in the ring, to take this on herself, to be brave in an environment where there is danger for political candidates.
What made you throw your hat in the ring in a time where it's actually could be a little dangerous to declare as a opposition party?
Yeah, I just feel like I personally hold myself accountable, and I won't do stuff. I won't complain about something unless I'm willing to do something about it. And I found myself complaining a lot, and I found my representatives not listening to me and refusing to respond and refusing to engage. And I just felt like I couldn't sit at home and complain anymore. I had to do something. I really just feel like our voices are not being heard, and our state legislature was having things that it is inevitable, and that there's no opposing voice and being heard or we're trying to be heard. And I feel like actually we represent a lot more Hoosiers, and they have a lot more in common with each other than the state wants us to think.
And can she talk about in her area what the concerns are of the folks who she's talking to as she's going out?
What are the concerns with your people that you've talked to, your neighbors, your possible constituents? What are the major issues that they're concerned with?
The biggest issue is right now. I'm not even heard over Christmas. The other moms that I am around a lot saying, this was the first time I heard of it this year, was like, can we not do White Elephant this year? Like, I can't spend some more dollars. Every day I'm spending $1,500. Like, it can't keep going. And so to me, that is the biggest issue that many people are talking about, is affordability. And even where I live, it's a lot about, like, we can afford this now, but are we going to get priced out? Or my children come move back here, are they going to be able to afford it? My parents, of course, retire here. So there's a lot of concern around affordability in my area.
All right, excellent, Derrick. And you can keep asking questions if you want.
Thank you.
All right, there, fantastic.
Please visit Progressive Indiana Network and just send us a message, and we'll get you on all of our podcasts.
Okay, wonderful.
Okay. Thank you. Have a good one.
You too.
We will give her the rounds. Yes. And once again, I didn't catch her name in the transition there, Derrick. Who were we speaking with there?
Hey, excuse me. Can you say your name one more time?
Devon Wellington.
Devon Wellington. Okay, very good. Thanks.
Devon Wellington. There you go.
Awesome. Thank you.
I want to make sure if I'm cutting this into clips, if I can get the sound acceptable for clipping and putting out there. I want to make sure I attribute the right person and put their name on it. So
exactly. Okay, we have another candidate, Ryan Kominakis, I believe. Right. step over. That way it's a little bit quieter. Let me flip the camera. Oh, okay, hold on one second.
All right. We're getting set up at the State House there, letting Derrick get going. And again, we apologize. We are not the highest resource outfit in the world here. We are trying to get folks the information they need, where they are, and hopefully you can hear that information. But listen, it's inspiring to see so many folks out there running for office, putting their story out there. And I'm going to mute there, let him get that figured out there. But it's just inspiring to see so many people there and creating that din that it's hard to hear over. And it is, a silver lining, I guess, in our choppy audio. The reason is that, man, there's a lot of folks there descending on our state capitol, showing up, saying we are here. We are tired of the way things have been run in this state for too long, for an entire generation now. We've lost. We've gone backwards, and Hoosiers have had enough. And they're saying, well, damn it, if no one else is going to do it, I'm going to do it. And in a way, that's what Progressive Indiana Network is. We are like, we may not entirely know what we're doing here, but damn it, this is important, and we're going to do it, and we're going to figure it out as we go. And we are going to give a voice to Hoosiers, to working class Hoosiers, to progressive Hoosiers, to folks who've been tossed aside by the system for too long. And I'm going to come back to Derrick because it looks like he's framing this shot nicely. All right, Derrick, we're back.
Okay, you're good.
Hey, folks. Right, Kominakis here.
Louder.
Louder.
So I'm running feel as if their voices are being any legislators downstate truly understand.
Derrick, you're kind of in and out. I don't really have you.
Still working on shifts in the middle. I want to come down to the State House every year to fight for you.
Thank you.
All right. I did not. I apologize. We didn't catch a whole heck of a lot of that, Derrick. I think the little handheld mic might be crapping out on you, and we might have to raw dog it for the rest of the day here. But
oh crap! Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Yeah. I didn't catch much of that. I'll tell you, for whatever reason, I don't know where. I don't know if that thing's picking up right. You might ditch it and just try to make sure you're in as quiet a place as you can. I think we had better luck without the mic, to be honest. Just get that get your subject framed as best you can. Get that phone up. Get them so their face is taken up about the whole screen, and I think that'll get the phone close enough where it'll do the job. And that is Zach Harrison from the Indiana Summit.
There we go. Can you go ahead and say something, Scott?
Hey, Scott.
Hello, Zach. Zach, impressions from the I can hear you. He can't hear me. You'll have to tell him that he can hear.
No, he cannot. Yeah, he hears you.
Okay, great. So
impressions from.
Let's have Zach talk about the excitement around coming up here today around the summit and all the candidates. I know Brandi was talking about them earlier. I kind of want to hear it from Zach's side because Zach is the youth engagement director for the Rural Summit. I'm sure he has a title or something, but Zach is the voice of the rural youths, and you hear so much in this state about people wanting to get out of their towns, right? Like, kids, they come of age and they get out of Dodge as soon as they can. What's the key to getting young folks in rural communities to want to stay and build their hometown? If you can relay that message.
Don't know if you got all of it. I just gave him an air set, so he heard the very last part.
Okay.
The excitement of the Rural Summit. Brandi talked about it some. He wants to hear it from you as well. And you're like director of youth engagement. Talk about that.
Absolutely. So first of all, thanks Scott and Derrick for doing this live during this historic filing of 24 candidates. We just had the last couple of candidates arrive for the afternoon, and we had 19 House candidates and either 5 or 6 Senate candidates file today. And we are so excited to see the solidarity across northern, central, and southern Indiana. But getting into the youth stuff and my work for getting college students involved in this process, we are doing a big push for stipend internships for college students in rural areas across the state of Indiana that otherwise would not have this type of unique paid opportunities, certainly not at the state level compared to congressional races that sometimes have more cash on hand for stipend style internships. And it's for everything from event planning to logistics to research to getting other young people involved and giving them a voice, having a couple of professional development opportunities within a larger cohort of like-minded youth from across different parts of the state. And we want them to be advocates for themselves, to learn from this process, and through every step of the way, myself and a couple of key people in the Rural Summit can be reached out to for any of the students as they go through this process. And we hope it'll give a big boost to a lot of these rural candidates that really have no one standing by them. We saw that last year with the 12 House candidates that ran in the first cohort of Indiana Rural Summit, is that besides the cohort itself, there was no real infrastructure of support for most of these candidates that were running for office for the very first time. And so we want to change that, and we want younger people to have a real voice in these discussions. Another thing I've talked to Scott about is the college campus tour, which is going to be going from university and college to college, looking at once a month to have a town hall style setting, partnering with the local college Democrats in each of these universities and having an open forum for these students to really talk about what they are most concerned about and what they want to see changed, and how more often than not, rural younger voters, and when I say rural younger voters, people between the ages 18 to under 30, they feel left out of the conversation. They feel like their issues are not being discussed, and they feel like they're being talked at instead of being talked to. And so that, both with the internships and the college campus tour, is the biggest part of what we're trying to do through these initiatives.
Zach, so, when I think about the youth, the next generation in rural areas, you probably didn't catch this part when we were swapping out the audio there. I think the kids want to get the hell out. They come of age, they graduate high school, and they are gone, or they want to be gone. What can we do to make it enticing for folks to want to stay and build and rebuild and grow their small towns, their rural communities? I assume it's going to have something to do with to stop the extraction of all of our good resources out of our towns and that value going elsewhere.
Absolutely, and it's an old talking point, like you said, Scott, that is used for political gain, that we need to bring in more youth and talent and retain the great talent of younger people after they graduate high school or after they graduate from one of the universities or colleges here in the state of Indiana. And many of them do leave because there aren't real opportunities for them, and a lot of their communities have very little local infrastructure, and they're forced often to have the best opportunities to go out of state. So we need better investment from the ground up in local infrastructure and local county commissioners, delegates, and people that are going to go door to door, build community spaces, and work with many of the partners that Rule Summit already works with, like ICESA, trying to defend teachers' rights and helping to get better infrastructure for many rural public schools. Citizens Action Coalition fighting the good fight against utility bills that are skyrocketing in the recent focus on getting all of these energy centers set up that are going to wreak havoc on local water and electricity and infrastructure at the expense of taking our data and offering almost no jobs. So the local investment and the coordination between local and state is one of the biggest economic issues for many of these rural communities. And for many of these degrees or paths that these kids get, some of them are second or third generation. Like a friend I had in high school, she took over her parents' hardware store in Bloomington, Indiana. But the reality is that even those trade school opportunities are starting to narrow and become less viable for many of these students. And even institutions like Ivy Tech, that up until now have been very well supported, are now seeing in the last budget getting cut. And that they were the last refuge for support on a number of these issues for other rural schools. And now Ivy Tech's saying, at least in Ivy Tech Bloomington or Ivy Tech Southeast, they've had to pull out. They aren't able to fund anymore. And I'm talking about basic stuff like the possible high school diploma for work diploma, and that they have to meet a certain number of hours, and getting them around the community. And many of these schools simply, it's not just that they don't have enough options to send all these kids for the work diploma. They physically don't have enough bus drivers or enough buses in the middle of the school day to send these kids to these opportunities. So Ivy Tech had stepped up, for example, to help in one of the rural Morgan County schools. It's unclear if they're going to be able to do that now, and it's because of the Statehouse saying that they no longer care to give the real investment that, just like all the other public schools, that these community colleges are no longer getting the support they need, the resources that they need. And so the long and short of it, to background the original question, is that that investment has to be made in order for there to be real opportunities and incentives for these kids to stay. And these internships are an opportunity to get them integrated and involved in a network and connect them with a lot of nonprofits and agencies that could very well give them an opportunity or a leg up, in a few cases might be able to get them the job. In the Rural Summit, and myself personally, and staking that for these interns that go through this program, that we will be there to be a reference. We will be there to support them in whatever future endeavors they're interested in after the internship.
You love to hear it. And, you know, I want to talk a little bit about what you mentioned we talked about the extraction of value, right? And one of the things that really hits the rural areas hard is the decimating of the schools. And you're talking about the opportunities for the schools, and they don't have the buses and stuff. Well, why? Why are they being defunded? It's the vouchers. It's the charter schools. It's universal. They call it school choice, right? Well, what they're doing is they're taking money that could be going to these rural schools, and they're putting it into a pool to give to the toward vouchers to give to that usually go to these big some of the large mega churches have their schools that they set up, and then you've got your your smaller religious schools, and you've got these for-profit charters. Well, listen, those things are businesses. They're not setting up in rural areas because it's not efficient. There's not a customer base. And so it's the same thing we see over and over. It is creating public goods like rural schools, like that could give people opportunity to have those job skills, right, with Ivy Tech and that partnership, and they're having to scramble, right, to do this when it should just be automatic. We could be doing these things, but that money, that excess value, is being extracted from rural areas and given to they like to pit the rural areas against the urban areas, but more, what's more likely is it's a handful of people that are extracting all of the value. It is the charter school profiteers. It is, it's the churches in some cases, and you can get into the whole First Amendment aspect of that if you want. But in the end, it's the market doesn't serve rural areas well because it's inefficient, and rural areas need a little bit of socialism. There, I said it again. In order to hold them up, we need to pool resources to bring it and do things for these communities, because the private sector doesn't care. They can't make enough money out in these areas to invest. So we have to invest as people together by pooling resources, by taxes. Oh my God, socialism, right? Expound upon that for me, if you will. Am I off base? Am I ranting? I saw you nod your head. Am I going in the right direction?
Absolutely, Scott. Well, I mean, there are, of course, schools of thought in both parties, both in the state and nationally, that believe that there's only one way in order to meet the middle out and to bring the broadest coalition and created a status quo. But for Indiana, it is not working. The supermajority at the Statehouse and the State Senate is not working. And how do we know this? We just spent a months-long fight on redistricting, and certain Republicans making the argument that this is what was most important right now, and that we need to fight this fight against the intrusion from other states that are changing their rules. And Hoosiers from across the political spectrum came out and said, no, this is so far off base from what we care about, and you are trying to dilute our areas and our communities into a political game, as opposed to talking about the cost of living, as opposed to talking about rural healthcare centers at risk of foreclosure, instead of talking about child care subsidies that used to come under the Biden administration being discontinued, that were a lifesaver for so many Hoosier families. And with the Rural Summit, but also with Hoosier Action, with Michelle and I were there, we saw that impact of having a real option for these families of, at least for a short time, affordable child care, that those prices have skyrocketed along with almost everything else, like our grocery costs, like our gas costs that have only recently started to come down in some rural communities. And it all points towards that the system is not working. And these candidates, it's not just a matter of reflecting rural voices from across the state, many of them being asked to run by people in their community and not sure if they wanted to run at first. But we are tapping into a lot of anger and rightful frustration from many Hoosiers across the state that don't just feel like they're not being heard, they feel like they're being stomped on, metaphorically speaking, over and over again. And we're waiting to see what the State House and State Senate are putting forward in terms of their bills for this new session. And we look forward to bringing many voices in to speak up and partner with Mad Voters and Indivisible, 5051, and other chapters to make sure a spotlight is heard on both the good and the bad bills coming out of the State House this session, and looking towards what message we need to send out to many of the communities for the candidates running across the state, that we need to break the supermajority this year in the House and move the needle significantly in the Senate, so that by 2028 and 2030, we can have a balance of power that allows real Hoosiers to have a seat at the table when determining our new maps that have an impact on all of the infrastructure, from emergency services to the investments in our public schools and everything in between.
Zach, you mentioned something a moment ago. We were talking about the daycare, right? And this is something I hadn't thought of. You mentioned Biden and Build Back Better, and Derrick and I we're talking about infrastructure. It's sort of just becoming our word of the day is infrastructure, because the summit and what you guys are doing, and just the whole event talking about it's infrastructure year for democracy, right? It's building out all levels of this thing, and regarding childcare and stuff, that's human infrastructure that kind of gets lost in the shuffle. We think of roads and bridges, and even to an extent, you think of like schools and hospitals, kind of as a place, but it's also the people in them, the schools and the hospitals and the teachers and the doctors and the nurses and the janitors and all the folks that go into that, and child care is another huge thing. And those things, rural schools, rural hospitals, are often the largest employers in their area. So funding them is economic development. It's putting money into the community, and then folks have money to spend in their community, shops and restaurants, and then that it builds, it's self-sustaining. And what we've been in sort of the reverse cycle of that right now. It's been a downward spiral because boy, there's less and less opportunity. So then the kids leave, and then there's less and less population base, and there's less and less money coming in, and it's just circling the drain. And the way to reverse that is to inject money directly into the bottom of the economic ladder. It always finds its way up. And what was it? Will Rogers, like in the 1930s, that talked about giving a man a buck, and and it's always going to come back to the billionaire, but at least it's going to pass through the guy's hands, right? I don't know the exact quote, but it's something to that effect. And that's the way. That's why it's so important to invest. People talk about free stuff, right? The Republicans and even some like corporate Democrats complain about, we can't afford it. We can't give things away. People have to earn their services, or maybe we can give a little bit here. We can do some means testing. No, man, you throw investment at communities, and the money percolates up through the economy. The key is to keep it moving, right? And right now, it's just stuck. It's stuck in one place. It's stuck in Cayman Island bank accounts.
I believe it's a 3-to-1 ratio. For every dollar that is injected into the bottom of the economic ladder, it returns $3 in value as it goes up.
Derrick's also telling me, Scott, that he's low on battery, so want to make sure his phone doesn't die. And I want to thank you again, both of you, for helping bring this story out, along with many other media outlets. And everyone watching, call Scott Aaron Rogers on Who's Left and help share the progressive media. And we look forward to partnering with Scott and Who's Left for the college campus tour and for future rural summit events just like this.
Thank you, Zach. Appreciate you all you do, and appreciate you talking with us here today. Hey, go tell the folks to start hopping on the stream.
Absolutely.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, Derrick.
So Derrick, fun story. If you can hear me, all right. How much time do you say you got left there? Is your phone in mortal danger?
11%.
Fun story that we just, I think, figured out. Zach's sound was great, and I think we figured out why. Everything's coming through your earbud. I think that's our speaker and
is
our
it?
mic. So That's why Zach sounded great, because he was talking into that, not the microphone. So I think we learned a valuable lesson today. We got to get a pair of over-the-ear headphones to take to these things and just swap them out when we're talking to candidates, because that might be our best.
Yeah,
bet.
it's better than the in-ear ones, which I sanitize.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, some folks might be wary of like swapping those, you know, back and forth, and I get that.
I do have one more candidate,
please.
and it's Amy Oliver.
Oh, hey, Amy is going to be my state representative, so we are excited to talk with her.
Oh, she's going to be your state representative.
Yeah.
My personal state representative.
Yes. Which ear? This ear? Sorry. Okay. Hello.
Hi, Amy.
I don't hear anything yet. There you are.
It's good to see you. What's
you too?
What's the mood like? I can only go on what I see, and like the excitement in the room. It was palpable. It was giving us a hard time hearing stuff out here.
Right.
That's what I'm blaming. But ton of folks there today. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think I'm not sure exactly how many candidates, 17 or more, I know from our group, and then all of our supporters. And we also had Brad Meyer as a federal candidate. And so it's just been super thrilling to be here with somebody else. I think this would be really lonely if you came and did it by yourself. So I'm just so glad that we're doing it together.
I mean, it could be this like impersonal thing, right? You fill out your paperwork, you go to the notary in the county clerk's office or whatever, and it's a trip to the mailbox with extra steps in many ways. But this, it really, it makes. I mean, look, democracy is collective action, right? These are the things we should do together.
Right.
We build community together, and
right.
Our word of the day today, Amy, has been infrastructure. Like building the infrastructure of democracy.
Infrastructure. Okay. Well, and that's what we're doing with the Democratic Party, right? I know in Brown County, we haven't had only a couple candidates in the last 10 years for Democrats. And so I feel like I keep saying we don't have a bench. We don't have people who have run before, who know how to do it. I have so many fabulous Brown County Democrats, but as far as just really ready to step up and run, it's been hard. And so we've got to let people know. I don't want people to think it's all that hard, because it's really not. Local candidates do file at the local clerk's office, so that's where most people file. Only state and federal candidates come up here to Statehouse. And of course, I'm sure you talked about precinct and delegates who also file in your local courthouse. So all of those, it's just a pretty simple form and sign it. This one's a little extra because we do have the economic interest form. But that's really important. Like, I was really shocked when I found out that Congress can own stocks and the insider trading that appears to be going on. So I think, although that's a nuisance, it's a protection that's there for us. And I think it's really important. So it's not too hard. Hey, I'm a lawyer. I guess that doesn't bother me. But it was something that we had to make sure, like, this one form of filing is the form. And I don't think we can modify it. I think it is, if you make a mistake, you could be out of the race. So we're all being extra careful.
And it's very important, and it's good to like share those resources and be able to do that as a team. So much of, I think, politics these days is a cult of personality, and not just at the top level, not just Trump. I mean, that certainly is very cult-like, but even at the local level with candidates, it's often less about policies and more about just like who can go out there and make a slick social media post and get people angry, and it's less about building something lasting. It's very right. It comes up and it's you burn through that anger and that emotion quickly, and
yeah. Although I would say my husband ran for local races for 16 years. He was a prosecutor in Brown County from 1998 to 2014. So we ran a lot, 5 or 6 contested campaigns during that time. And then I've run in 2 school board elections.
I was contested the first time, but not contested the second. But the point is that I actually think people in local races are voting more for the person. We know our people, right? And you know, you meet them a couple times and you make your immediate assessment about whether or not this person would be, you know, a good person for the office. You may like them, but we'll often say like, yeah, well, you know, I don't know. So we do want competent people, and I will tell you, we've had a few times where, you know, we know that that somebody didn't do a good job in the office, and it hurts all of us. So I think in local races, it's super important to de-emphasize party. And now, unfortunately, our party structure doesn't always allow that. But it is, we are voting for the person. And I know that that is so important where I'm at. And again, I really worked hard against the school board bill that made it a partisan race. Because, again, school board shouldn't be partisan at all. It is what's best for the kids. And we have Democrats and Republicans on our school board. And we don't have any problems at all with each other. We're just looking at, you know, what's best for the kids, how we're going to spend this money, how we're going to make money, you know, do a referendum when we don't have enough. And so I think it's important. People are looking for someone they can trust. And that's what I think I bring to the race is I have a lot of people who are going to vote for Amy. And because they know Amy and I have a long track record of over 30 years in Brown County. And so they're going to vote for me because ultimately your representative is making decisions about really difficult things or very minutia, you know, the minutia of bills. And so you are sort of saying, well, I'm giving you my proxy, but I want to trust you. I want to know that you are going to be there. You're going to show up. You're going to, you know, read the bills. You're going to push back when you need to push back. And you're, you know, when as Democrats, we're proposing things, but they're not getting very far. So right now we are the opposition party, and that's really our job. But I really like the House and Senate released their agenda yesterday with, I think, 5 top priorities, and they were right on target. One of the things I did get interviewed by a couple of the Indianapolis news stations, and I think what's important to remember is that we are. Oh gosh, I lost my train of thought. I don't know. Ask me another question. I'll get it in a minute.
No, listen, Amy. I appreciate this to know that you're a real person thinking on your feet, and like the rest of us, like sometimes you forget where you're going. I don't trust somebody who's too slick with a canned answer. But let me say, you said that you know your husband's run for office before, and so people there's that, and also like people in your community know you from other things, and there's that trust factor built up.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna, you know, we talk to a lot of first time candidates, especially today. Is this your first time yourself running for an office like this? You besides like school board, which until now has been nonpartisan. Is this your first time running in a partisan race?
Right. Well, right. And my 2 school board races, my first one was in 2020, in which we didn't really run, right? It was online and Zoom. And then this last one, I was unopposed. So I have not really done it myself, yes. But I will always tell you, anytime you're running, it's a team. Because I always say we ran at all those races because there's no way one person does it. And you can't do this unless your partner is 100% on board. It takes you know, at the time he ran, we had 2 kids over that time period, and they grew up, and they were, you know, I didn't politic as much with him in the later years because I had to be home and do all the things we needed to do. So you know, it takes both of you. So as far as me running myself, I feel like I've run. I feel like I've done this, and of course we've done I've done Democratic politics. I don't know, forever it seems like. So you know, I've been but I've been kind of on the border. I've been kind of, you know, party do things. I've not really been as intense involved as I have, and I've been really amazed the last 6 months since I started running. How many fabulous people I've met, and how much I've learned. It is just incredible when you throw yourself into this. That there's so many people, and I've realized how many advocates are out there and all these advocacy organizations. I don't think I really realized what they were doing, and I am just so impressed because they are working year after year after year. It isn't just a cycle to them. It is their issue, and it's just so important. So anyway, it's been a fabulous experience so far, and I'm excited to come over to your side of the district in Monroe County and, get to be a little bit more well known over there.
Hey, we'd love to have you, and I'm always here to help you sort of get the word out if you want, because we're not fans of Dave Hall currently in House District 62. Though to his credit, he is not one of the most extreme Republicans in there. He's only wrong 90% of the time. So hey, hats off.
Well, I will suggest that there's a reason for that. Is in 2022, he won by 40 votes in a recount. That was the first time this district was drawn that way. So, he barely won, when it was an open seat, and then in 2024 against Thomas Horrocks, he won by only 0.5%. It was the second closest race in Indiana. So I do believe that affects your votes. He, and to his credit, he is, listening. But my personal experience, one of the reasons I ran was because he wouldn't talk to me. I'm an elected official in his district, and it took me 3 years before we had a 10-minute meeting about school board races. And, again, not talking about him personally, and I've said to him multiple times, this is not about you as a person. This is about the Republican agenda. He voted for the budget in 2025, and he voted for property tax reform. Those are the two of the leading bills that are really hurting us right now. So I'm running on policy right now, and that's what I'm going to continue to do.
And we appreciate that, Amy. I'm going to let you go ahead and run, and I also know Derrick's phone is on life support, so we should probably let him skate off of here. But it's been so good to talk to you. I hope to talk to you in the future. Maybe have a good long discussion on the podcast, and look forward to that. But for now, I appreciate.
I'm looking forward to it too. I think I'm ready, and I did also want to say I have kind of big news, which is two big things actually. Number one is that I met and exceeded my fundraising goal for the year, and over $50,000 in less than 6 months, and all from people, no big corporations in there. So that was a pretty big accomplishment, and they tell me that's a lot of money for where I'm at, and so I'm excited about that. The second piece is that I'm getting a team together, both in Nashville and in Monroe County, and I have maybe the first Nashville headquarters in like 50 years. And so we are just got possession on December 31st, and we went to the IU surplus store and got some chairs at the half price sale the other day, and I got 12 chairs for $120. I was very excited. Anyway, we are just really eager to be the hub for Democrats. Yeah, but we want to be the hub for Democrats. It is not just the Oliver campaign. It is the Democrats of Brown County, and I want them to have a place to be. So that both of those things, I'm just so excited for, and I think they have pretend good things in the future.
All right. Well, that's amazing. Congratulations.
Thank you.
These are the signs that we're seeing. Days like today, little things like that. It's a snowball. That is the title of this live stream is Avalanche of Democracy. And like this right here is where the snowball.
I just sent it to my team. I said I'm going to be on in a couple minutes, so I hope they get to see it. So anyway, thank you, Scott. I appreciate it, and I really appreciate what you're doing today. It was a really, really electric day, and I'm sure you're going to see a lot of pictures from it. And I'm just very excited. And I like getting to know the other candidates. Like it is like you're in a club of people who are at the same point in something that you are, and I call those, when we have Zoom calls together, it's like therapy. So it's really nice to talk to somebody else who's doing what you're doing, particularly for the first time. So,
all right.
I will let you go.
Amy.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. All right. Well, hopefully, Derrick, I'm going to get a chance to say goodbye to him and sign off. I'm also going to bring on, there's our good friend Kurt Mullett joining the stream here with us today. Kurt, good to see you, sir. I cannot hear you, but it's good to see you.
Now, how's that?
That sounds amazing. There you are.
Yeah, I had it turned off. I'm sorry.
I think we've lost Derrick. So you know what? Well timed. The tag in executed to perfection. And good to have you here, by the way. Glad we get to hang out.
Hey, nice to be here.
Wednesday afternoon. It's an
I've
exciting
enjoyed
day.
watching, and glad you got the technical part figured out a little bit there. So
Yeah, right there at the end. But you know what?
growing
It's
pains,
learning
buddy.
experience.
We'll get it. We'll
We
get it.
we know what the issue is now, and that's
Yeah.
we
Hey,
gotta-
I hate to start this off on a negative news item, but ICE has shot and killed somebody in Minnesota. So
oh, I'm sorry. Did you say ICE, ICE, or ISIS?
ICE,
Like, oh, son of a bitch.
ICE agents have shot and killed somebody in Minnesota. It just came through a chat group I'm in with a bunch of creators, and the story just broke a little bit ago. So I don't know all the details, but yeah, it's where we are at, buddy.
Jeez.
Yeah.
And man,
and I'm sure it's going to be spun, you know. So, but
I mean,
that's what happens
when, right, Kurt? I mean, they've
Yeah.
been ramping up this attack on Minnesota for a week, and they're cultivating situations like this. They're
But you know, people have been paying attention who these ICE agents are. They're a bunch of hoodlums. They're you know, white supremacists. They're Proud Boys. A lot of them have criminal records and felony charge. I mean, they're, you know, whatever.
Jeez. I'll tell you
Yeah.
what. So what
It's horrible.
Kurt, let me go ahead. I'm gonna see if I can find some coverage.
Yeah, see if you can
going on.
find
So
something
I've got,
that, you know.
Yeah, here. I'm going to go ahead and read this. So this is from ABC News about a little more than 20 minutes ago. So yes, an ICE agent fatally shot an alleged rioter in Minneapolis on Wednesday, according to the Department of Homeland Security. And I may pause here and inject that the Department of Homeland Security, that's Kristi Noem, that's ICE, that's Greg Bovino, that's Tom Homan. You cannot trust anything these people say. So when they say alleged rioter, take that with an entire box of salt. Now, back to this article. Quote, the shooting occurred while ICE officers were conducting targeted operations and a woman in a vehicle, according to DHS, attempting to run over our law enforcement officers, that's a quote from them, was fatally shot, according to DHS spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey said in a statement that he is aware of the shooting involving an ICE agent while demanding that ICE leave the city immediately. I second that. This is a quote from Frey. The presence of federal immigration enforcement agents is causing chaos in our city. We're demanding ICE to leave the city immediately. We stand rock solid with our immigrant and refugee communities. End quote. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz said his office is working to gather information on the incident. You know, Kurt, we knew something like this was going to happen.
Yeah, it's a matter of time.
They,
you know, I don't want to speculate because it's a brand new story and they're still coming out. But I'm in agreement with you. I don't believe anything that comes from Homeland Security. You know, you can't trust them. You also have to look at, okay, if you're in an automobile and ICE approaches you, and again, I don't know the details, but I'm just saying, if you're in an automobile and ICE is approaching you and you know that they're going to kidnap you and you have children, you know, whatever the case may be, I think most people are going to react in a way to self-preserve themselves in any way possible. And if that means getting the hell out of there, that means getting the hell out of there. So, again, I don't want to create, you know, false rumors about it. I'm just saying, you know, it's, I don't know, Scott, what are we doing here, man?
I don't know.
It's just, it's crazy.
I feel a lot of camaraderie, you know, with the people of Minnesota. We're very much, I look to them as an example of what Indiana could be with a little better direction, right? Like that is a state that's very demographically similar to ours, the Midwest, about the same demographics, race wise, age wise. You know, it's Big Ten country, right? Obviously, we have our differences as states, but you know, they're in our neighborhood, right? And this is a place that has had at least split governance over the last generation and has had good democratic leadership over the last several years, and they've put good things in place. They have things like child care and family leave and a higher minimum wage than we do here in Indiana because they have
lower crime. I mean, they're
yeah,
they're an excellent example of what a democratically ran state should look like or could look like across the country. If policies are allowed to be put into play that, you know, are for the people and not for the billionaires, then, you know, no system is free of flaws. Every idea, policy is going to have flaws and things that need to be improved in it. But it's been proven over time, democratic policies, democratic leadership, when we're allowed to do what we're capable of doing, things are much better for everyone in our country. And, you know, the data proves that, you know, time proves that. It's
better for the
not
economy.
lies.
It's better
It's
for
not
our health
fake.
outcomes, better
Yes.
education outcomes, better, you know, Minnesota is doing better than Indiana is precisely because of things like that. And then, and as such, democratic states like Minnesota, like Colorado, like California, we talk the Trump administration is coming down on those states hard. I don't know, precisely because they've been doing things well, and God forbid we have anything like that. It demonstrates that there's another way, right? That we can do things by investing in people. And like I said,
You know,
go ahead, Kurt.
Well, I've, you know, my whole life, I've never understood the emotion of jealousy. I've never, that really has never been something that I've possessed. I have a brother who is the exact opposite. But I never had that emotion, you know? And I look at Trump and what he does and his attack, his vengeance, and it's jealousy because he knows, he said it years ago, if he was, you know, going to run in politics, he'd run as a Democrat because Democrats, you know what to do. They're better at policy. He said that. And I think all of this, his attacks and everything are just, you know, it's rooted in jealousy. And I mean, I don't know. I can't come up with anything any different, but that's just my thoughts on it. So he's just such a pitiful man, just unreal. But this is, I don't know what happens next. So we'll just have to wait and see. And, you know, this whole story that broke about this fraud in Minnesota and this little punk,
completely trumped up, right?
Yeah, I didn't give it any air or talk about it because I just won't do that with stuff like that. But now it's coming out that it's all bullshit. It's all been made up, and that actually the woman who was behind it all was a white woman from, you know, 2 or 3 years. I mean, it's like, and here we got a bunch of white people down in Mississippi, and it's crickets. Nothing's being discussed about it, you know. Who, you know, the trial's starting right now, you know, and is it because Brett Favre is involved? I don't know, but let's look at the difference. This is racism.
And we could go
white supremacy.
We could go on and on, right? All of
I know.
The various like pick your hypocrisy. There's so many, but like, and listen, I'm gonna try and pivot and steer this back to where we were here.
Yeah,
but
I didn't want to start that way, but I know you needed to know that. So
I appreciate that. And look,
Yeah.
it's important because events like this demonstrate how much things like we're trying to build here in Indiana are necessary, how much we need to build that infrastructure, because you can't
absolutely.
push back on things like ICE in your community. You can't push back on authoritarian takeover with a flimsy democratic infrastructure, and that's why it's so important to build things out from the bottom up. And you
That is exactly why things like took place in the Statehouse today in Indiana need to be broadcast. We need to show people that Democrats are getting involved. So it was a great thing to see. So I'm just looking forward to the numbers statewide to see what's happened. So, you know,
and
once they all come
really,
through, how many delegates and precinct chair applications and all this that we get, and what ends up with that. So
about that, that's really what I want to talk to you about here today. Like, you know, we had a chance to talk to folks in the Statehouse, largely who are running for state senate or state house of representatives, a little higher level positions, but where this thing is really built and really made, and where the where the real infrastructure lies. I mean, look, it's like building a house. You got to have a strong foundation, and these things are built on local precinct committee persons. You know, our party platform is shaped through folks who are delegates to the state convention, and you are working with a group called Hoosier Progressives Academy to recruit and train people to do just that. And I'd like you to talk about that some.
Yeah, you know, it's been something that we talked about earlier this summer, and we had some different ideas and everything. There was a group of us, and kind of rushed into it, and then we stepped back, and then Courtney Enochs and I started talking more about it, and we decided, hey, we're going to do this, and so we've gotten together, and this is the beauty of this thing that I'm super proud of. You know, we're a good 3.5 hours away from each other, if not 4. And we are, I have a daughter that's her age. Okay. I'm 62 and she's in her, 30s, mid 30s. And here we are, we've come together and we're working together just to try to fill a gap that we felt like was missing in our state. There's a lot of groups in our state that are doing wonderful work. Mad Voters and Rural Summit, and I didn't want to mention any because I knew I'd forget people. But there are a lot of good groups.
So many
and we've started one now too with Penn. But we felt there was a need because we found out, Courtney especially, had found out that one of the problems that we have in our state, and I think it's nationwide really with the Democratic Party, is that we just don't educate and inform people. We don't get people involved. People don't know how to get involved. They don't know anything. I've learned a lot from this experience just in a few months that we've started this. But our mission is to educate and empower progressive Democrats and Democrats across Indiana, and to try to make sure that every precinct chair is filled, and that we have a huge representation of delegates that are progressive Democrats, so we can make change in the state. I don't think people understand the power that a precinct chair actually has. I know that my local party, they have no clue as to what a precinct chair does or the power that they have. And I've learned through this process that, precinct chairs can get together and they can remove the county chair by vote. That's how much power a precinct chair has. Precinct chairs elect the county chair. They are the backbone and the base, like you were talking about, foundation, of the Democratic Party in this state. And so if you are not strong in the local level, on the county level, of course, you're not going to have a strong state level. We have some great people that run for state offices and what have you, but we are really weak when it comes to local Democratic parties and leadership, especially in the rural areas. And that's where, Courtney and I are both from rural areas. There's less than 30,000 people in my county. So, it's rural, we just, and, the voter engagement and involvement, it's been a problem for a long time. And I'm guilty of it. I do not have a good past voting record. One of the reasons I lived in the county for 20 years, I didn't live within the city limits, and we're red around here. Our county is completely red. There's not been Democrats that have run for county, commissioners or, any positions for a long time. And when our voting primaries and what have you come around in my county, you look at them and you've got maybe one person in the whole state that you're voting for that, actually is part of the process. So that's one of the things we're trying to improve. People will engage in voting and become more active in voting if you have people running that they want to vote for. When your ballot is completely filled with Republicans, why would Democrats show up to vote? I mean, it's like voting 101 for dummies. I mean, it's really simple. And that's something that needs to be improved, and that's one of the things that we're trying. And how this happens is on the local level. This is where you start to make change. So when we can get people involved, educate them about what a precinct chair does, the power that they have, the responsibilities that they have. It's not just combing your neighborhood and knocking on doors. There's far more responsibility for a precinct chair. Precinct chairs have a lot of power, and it's the easiest way to get involved within your party. So that's what we're focused on. And we've been doing a great job. Courtney is an extremely talented young woman. She's in charge of Victoria Martz's campaign. She's her campaign manager. And I just absolutely love her and Victoria and Courtney. And I'm just really proud to, be associated with them and working with them, just as I am with Penn and everything that we are starting to build. So I think there's some exciting times for us. So I will shut up because I have a tendency to ramble on and, give the mic back
Kurt,
to you.
My voice appreciates the break, honestly.
Well,
but
I'm excited about it, man. It's
by the way, I just want to highlight, we're here talking hyper local Indiana stuff, Indiana politics, like down at the local precinct, like street level. But we got somebody on Twitch right now watching us from Norway, right? I'm gonna highlight a comment here. It says, it's a huge shock for me to see and listen to two normal Americans. I need to stop watching Fox News. Yes, you do.
Wow, thank you.
And I hope you get some American news over there that isn't Fox. Though I should tell you, Polar Knights out there in Norway, that the rest of our corporate media isn't a whole hell of a lot better, particularly lately. But I do want to say, so Kurt, we're back to talking about Indiana, talking about infrastructure, and listen, we and a lot of other folks out here on the progressive left are extremely frustrated with the Democratic, or at least the leadership of the Democratic Party, and I think it goes back to this top-down approach. Kurt and I talked a little bit about it at the top of the show about the autopsy of the 2024 election and how Ken Martin and the DNC are not releasing it, and how we don't get to know what they found out about what went wrong. I mean, I have a few ideas about what went wrong, and including, not speaking out against genocide, including palling around with Liz Cheney, including basically not going big on policy and just talking about vibes and, hey, we're not that guy. But I think general, that way of operating at the party level goes back to, well, at least the Obama era. And I think I remember how excited we were in 2008 when we, it was the left. It was progressive. It was running from the left. It was talking about doing big, bold things that swept Obama into office, right? And number one, we forgot about the big, bold things and started moderating immediately when he got into government. But we thought we did it. Yay. We got Obama elected, and that was the victory. And we talk about, well, we need to win. I won't mention names, and I really want to avoid mentioning names in this discussion. But hey, we get into fights with some folks online about the direction of the party, and you need to win. So that means you need to take billionaire money. You need to fill the bank accounts. Okay. Well, okay. You win, and then what? To what end? Whom do you govern for? Right? Like, who do you owe favors to if you win that way? Right? What do you do when you get into office? So, like, again, Obama, we won. We got the Affordable Care Act, which at this point it has been decimated to the point where it is useless, I think. And it was always a compromise. It was always a half measure. I mean, it came out of the Heritage Foundation. It came out of Massachusetts. It came from Mitt Romney, right? Like, that's where the Obamacare came from. And look, it was better than what we had. But Obama ran on a public option, at least, not necessarily Medicare for all. I would nuke the entire private health insurance industry myself. But listen, a public option is a hell of a lot better of a start. And we thought we were voting for that. We didn't get that. So I guess I'm talking about two separate things now, really. In the failures of the Obama era and how we got here is that we forgot that running left, that running progressive, that running progressive populist is popular. It wins elections in actual landslides, not fake landslides like some people talk about. Obama kicked ass in that election, right? That running that way wins. Moderating and being squishy doesn't win. It doesn't inspire anybody. That gives you Hillary Clinton. It gives you what Kamala Harris got. It's I don't know, man. It's republicanism with a rainbow sticker slapped on it or something. But also, just the top
focus
of the ticket is not enough.
The focus on money drives me crazy. It absolutely drives me crazy. On one hand, candidates need money to run on. They shouldn't. We should have laws in place where if you run for Indiana State Senate, this is how much money you have to spend, and not a dollar more. And equal the playing field, and focus on the candidate, their policies, and what they stand for and what they're running for. But that's going to take a lot of change until we get to that point. But it's you absolutely have to, and I think we are doing a better job at it. You absolutely have to, when you look at someone and they raise, close to $1.2 million in less than 3 months, you need to pay attention where that money's coming from. And it's not just a line that says, Joe Smith gave $10,000. Well, who's Joe Smith? Where do they live? Where do they usually contribute to? And when you start doing those kind of things, it's shocking what you find out with some of the people that are donating to some of the candidates in our state and in our country, and how much domination these billionaires have on the political scene. And I'm going to tell you flat out, there's not going to be a billionaire who's a Republican supporter who identifies as a Republican from California contributed to an Indiana candidate unless there's something in it for him. He's not going to do it just so that guy can win the campaign or win the election.
Right. And I always say, like, if these folks from out of state that want to pour a bunch of money into whatever office, like, if you are actually concerned about the state of democracy in Indiana, You feed that money to the bottom. You give that money to organizers. You feed it to folks like the Indiana Rural Summit, like Hoosier Action, like Progressives Academy. Like that's where like we need to build the infrastructure because that investment percolates up. The investment at the top, it stays on top. And that was the other thing I wanted to get to regarding Obama when we won. The bottom of the party fell out because we thought we had won, we had done the thing, we were going to be in power forever. Look, the demographics are changing, the browning of America, yada yada yada, and then immediately, like we started bleeding Statehouse seats across the country, not just in Indiana, like everywhere.
Within 2 years. Within 2 years.
Within 2 years, and that 2010 election is low key, probably the most consequential election of our generation.
Yeah,
and we don't talk about that one. We always talk.
We've
about
never recovered from it.
We have never recovered from 2010. We've
Right.
been gerrymandered here in Indiana since they redrew the maps in 2011,
Right.
2012. Same thing with, quote unquote red states all across the place. If you look at a place like Ohio, who may be even a little bit ahead of where we are in terms of like how bad it is, that David Pepper writes about this in his books all the time. And but also he talks about the way to get out of it is you run at every level all across the board, and things like precinct committee persons, like delegates. The parties, this was my point. I think I'm getting back to it, is that the parties themselves are empty vessels. They're only as good as the people in them. And we can bitch and complain about the Democratic Party all we want, and we will. And again, it's not a criticism of the party structure. Both parties are exactly the same structurally. You have precinct committee persons, you have delegates, they all across the board. They're only as good as the people in them. My former county chair down here, he's a county council person now, David Henry, running for commissioner, by the way. Give David a shout out. He deserves your support in this year's race if you're in Monroe County down here. But anyway, David is a very, very smart guy and kind of explained this situation. He's very intimately knowledgeable of all the little details and party rules and stuff like that. The party system design, you know who came up with this? Martin Van Buren. Martin friggin' Van Buren still has an outsized impact on American politics. He's like one of the presidents nobody ever knows. Everybody remembers the guy before him, Andrew Jackson, right? Well, Martin Van Buren is the one who basically came up with the Democratic Party structure, and the Republican Party, which came along a little later after the Whigs died, adopted the same structure. But anyway, it's an empty shell. It is a vessel. It is a bunch of chairs arranged in a certain way, and the people in those chairs are the party. And it's a big, unwieldy thing. It's hard to steer, but if you load it heavy at the bottom, it's less unwieldy. And I will shut up and let you talk. Oh, I lost you there, Kurt. You're on mute. Oh, Kurt muted himself. All right. Well,
there we go.
Hey, there he is. He's back. All right.
Wonder how that happened. Huh. Anyway, you were doing fine. What you were talking about, I didn't know that Van Buren was responsible for all this. I think he's considered one of the worst presidents, isn't he? That's what I was trying to look up there, but that's neither here nor there. But you're
right, yeah,
yeah. But yeah, you're what you're hitting on and what you're talking about and what we're talking about is the truth. I mean, this is how we make change. And the problem between the Democratic, or the difference between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, is that they've been organizing for over 40 years. When Project 2025 first became a thing back right when Reagan was, well, not Project 2025, but the mandate for leadership. Very few people know that, the Heritage Foundation was started, I think it's 73 or 74. And Reagan was actually handed the first mandate for leadership manual, and he gave it to all of his staff, his administration. And it's said that by the time he was out of office, 60% of what was in that he had put into play. And one of them was the huge tax rate cut that he gave to billionaires. Of course, Project 2025, one of the founders is the Coors Brewing Company, dude that, is no longer alive. But
one that,
so anyway, they've been planning this and been organized for a long period of time. And that's how Republicans gained so much control in our country.
Oh, I lost you, Kurt. I think did you boop yourself there in the ear and mute yourself accidentally that way?
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. It keeps kicking off for some reason, but and it might be the earbuds that I have in those things.
You know what? I think it is because the quality of your voice changed, so I think you're coming to me through a different channel currently. You sound fine. Yeah. It's certainly better than anything we were catching earlier.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it because that may be what's happening here. So. But that's what they figured out, is that the way they were going to make change and gain control is by, starting at the ground level, at the small county level in the rural community. That's why when it comes to presidential elections, they win 91% or 89% of the rural areas because they're controlled by Republicans. That's been the case here in my area for a long time. So that's where the Democrats have failed. And, we still are we're still in the growing pains of trying to make change here because we're, we seem to be going at each other a little bit more than what our focus should be. And both sides are to blame. I just get really defensive when people blame it on progressives, because how are we the ones that are creating the division when we literally haven't had no voice at the table? We progressive Democrats have not had a seat at the table. Okay, we've been pushed away for so long, and really haven't even been active. I should say more than that. Not pushed away. We just haven't been active, and now that's changed, and we're at the point to where we're seeing more progressives get involved because we want change. We want things to be different. We want to make sure that everyone is taken care of, and that we're against big money, and we're against corporate donations. We're against PAC money. We want free, we want all of these things. We want to take big government out of our lives, yet at the same time, we need government to be in our lives to make sure that we are all taken care of. So it's a fine line to walk, but that's what we're trying to do. So that's where our focus needs to be. When you have people, polling places, for instance, I don't think people realize how important a poll worker is. When you are in a rural community and everyone's sitting at that poll table as a Republican, I'm not going to accuse anybody of cheating, but what do you think is going to happen if there is some issues or what have you? We have to have bipartisan representation so that there's checks and balances for both parties. So we just do a horrible job of that. So this is what we need to change. And this is what all of us are trying to do with these groups that we've started, and with the things that we have been trying to do, and with some of the groups and organizations that have been working on this for a while. We're now just building our team a lot better. I hate using IU football as an example because Micah does that, and it just drives me crazy. But we're kind of like
complicated feelings about it myself. As an IU alum, it's like, damn it!
I hate. I
really want to be
but
enjoying this, but it's bittersweet.
I know, and he just takes the joy out of it. But it's kind of like that. I think the nation is now set up and said, "Wow, this IU football team is," and I think that's what's happening with progressives. They're sitting up and they're saying, well, the progressives, they're kind of getting organized, and they're starting to really speak out. And, we're barking back. and that needs to be done. And I think we have to continue to do that, Scott. And I think this is, just great that Courtney and I started this, and you've had your vision, and we've joined forces too, and together we're gonna make changes. And I had a great interview this morning with Richard Chu, and one of the things.
I'm going to give Rich a plug.
Yeah, Richard Chu, WCPT 820 AM.
Yeah.
WCPT 820 AM, talk radio, progressive radio station out of Chicago. Yeah. He's on Indiana time. He's on from 7 to 9 every morning. But Richard has brought in a lot of people from all different areas in the country. And he does a great job at networking people. He's so busy. It amazes me that he can get anything done because not only he's busy in his personal life, but doing this. But this morning he mentioned that what he wants to do is he wants to hook up you and I with an individual by the name of Anderson Clayton. She is the North Carolina Democratic Party chair. And she is a guest. She comes on his show. And, every once in a while. And she's a progressive that's making a change in North Carolina. Because I was talking about Penn with him, and I was telling him about how we're, this is an Indiana thing, and we're trying to fill a void that's in Indiana with liberal news and an outlet for education and what have you. But eventually, we want this thing to grow to where we can join forces with people around the country. So he's going to work on that for us. So I think it's a great opportunity for sometime you and I to get together with her and do a live or a podcast with her and discuss things that go on in North Carolina and Indiana, and let's compare notes and see what she's doing that's working and see what we're doing that's working, and start to build this coalition across the country, keeping our focus on Indiana. But this is a way that we learn and we expand ourselves. So
there are lessons to take from places like that.
And maybe it just won't be people from Norway tuning in. Maybe we'll get some people from North Carolina. So,
Hey, Norway, by the way, if you're still listening, some of us might need an escape hatch. Not me. I'm going down with the ship, but good people there. But my mom's second husband was a Norwegian American descent, and go to the Sons of Norway Christmas party every Christmas year, or every year for Christmas, and had to choke down the lutefisk. So I know, I am familiar with your culture, Norway, at least a little bit.
Norway have
we can take lessons from places like them who do democracy well, who infinitely better than we do, who do social democracy, who provide services to their people, who provide a higher floor, right? We're not people on the left like us who have some socialist tendencies. We're not saying that the ceiling can't go higher. We're just saying that we need to raise the floor too. It needs to go, it needs to be harder to go up and up and up and up.
Exactly.
And right now, if you're wealthy, you get to a certain point where you can just coast on having been wealthy, and your money makes money, and it gets easier to make even more money at that point, man. Like, I don't know, man, Kurt, you're a couple years older than I am, so you may have not have grown up playing Tetris. And I played Tetris, and I remember, look, when you start on the lower levels, the boxes come down, a certain way, and you move around, right? And then as you get to the higher level, the blocks start coming at you a little faster, And we're in this like weird upside down space right now in this world where, if you get to a certain point, the blocks come real slow. Like they just shut off entirely, and you can put them wherever you want them. And it's like backwards. The people at the bottom, they've got the boxes flying at them a mile a minute, and the game's stacked against you, and it's backwards. But
Well, buddy, I am a little older than you because my first introduction to video games was Pong. So that was where the paddle started like this, and then the ball started going faster, and the paddle shrunk. So that was
same thing, though, right? It's the
we
same
thought, yeah,
concept. Like
we
we
thought
all
this
grew
was
up
the
with
greatest
this.
thing.
We understand the idea that it's supposed to
Right.
get more difficult the higher level you get, and what we've got is
Exactly.
a situation where it gets easier the higher you get, to the point where you can just coast, and the people at the bottom can't even get started. And
Yeah.
but I want to we sort of clicking back through, hitting the back button on this to get back to where we were. We talked about Norway as a place we can learn things from, as a place that does social democracy well. And we talked about North Carolina as a place that we can learn things from as Hoosiers, as organizers. Another state like Minnesota that I think we share some things in common with. They're also very heavily gerrymandered. They've got Republicans dominate their state legislature, and therefore dominate Congress, because they have like a 12-5 map, even though that's pretty close to a 50-50 state. They've got statewide, their statewide offices are held by Democrats for the most part. Like Roy Cooper's been the governor there for a couple terms. I think they got a new guy now. I don't know his name off the top of my head, but
Yeah.
but that was a state like 2008, like Indiana. It went for Obama, and that you never would have thought, right? Like, this is supposed to be a Republican stronghold. The lesson is, if you run to your left, if you run as a progressive populist, if you talk about things that apply to the people, if you talk about the issues that actually like 2/3 of Americans agree on, are progressive values. I'm tired, Kurt, of being painted as an extremist when we are where everybody is. Like, no one wants to see more billionaire money in politics. Most people want to get rid of it entirely, if you actually ask people, Democrats, Republicans, independents alike. So, I
one of the things,
reject that argument out of hand.
Yeah. One of the things that was kind of that I noticed with a lot of the people that you were interviewing, that Derrick was talking to at the Statehouse today, was the word affordability kept coming up. That's what constituents are talking about. And isn't it ironic that, our president in just recent times says that's a Democratic hoax? That things are affordable, because drug prices have dropped 300%, and all of these, all of these other things. So affordability is not it's something that progressives talk about and that we want, but it's a human thing. It's a non-billionaire money, or non-billionaire term. Billionaires don't use the word affordability because they can afford everything,
or whatever the hell they want.
So yes, exactly. So when he slams the word affordability, he's talking about the majority of people in this country, because I think Republican, Democrat, progressives, whatever, if you ask them, don't you want things to be affordable? Well, yeah. In Indiana, we do a horrible job at that. Our minimum wage, and there's I think 19 or 17 states, is it? I can't remember the number, that are raising their minimum wage, but we aren't. So
yeah,
it's
same 7.25 since 2009.
Yeah,
insane,
2009, which is crazy. Yeah,
and obviously, I mean, that's what your economic libertarian, no taxes, no regulations extremists want, is no minimum at all, and essentially, that's kind of what we've done, is neglect to raise the minimum wage. So it is essentially non-existent. I mean, if you go anywhere in the state, I don't think anybody's actually paying $7.25 anywhere. So it's not functionally the minimum, at least the way it works in the market. But I mean, here we are.
Yeah, but
We
after I
are the guinea
retired,
pigs.
after I
We are the guinea
retired,
pigs.
yeah, we are. After I retired, I took a part-time job in a hardware store, and I was getting paid $13 an hour. So I started doing the math. If I worked 40 hours a week at $13 an hour, I would struggle still to, because once you start looking at, I mean, what is that? $420 a week. So you take taxes out. So you're what, making about $1,200 a month? You can't live on that. That not with the way housing is and cost of food and insurance and all those other things. So being at 725, and yeah, there's probably not too many places that pay it, but or if any, but I don't know where fast food restaurants are, where a lot of people work at, and hospitality jobs and things like that. So it's a crime that what they're taking advantage of the working class, because it needs to be, you shouldn't have to have 2 jobs or more to survive, and at the height of our democracy, after World War II, when democratic values really took hold in this country, those were the days when Dad went to work, Mom stayed at home, that white picket, all of the things that, even though there were still a lot of problems in our country, but democracy thrived, and the billionaires were like, no, wait a minute, we can't have this. We have to make some changes here, and that's where everything started to, fall apart. So,
And
here we are.
like, I don't mean to be like backward looking, because we are progressives here, but there are lessons to be learned from the post World War II era, from the New Deal era.
Oh yeah.
When we actually did things like this, and I think the minimum wage we were just talking about, if indexed to inflation from then, would be in the $20 plus range now. And so then at that time in the 1950s and the 1960s, when America was growing, make America great again, right? That's kind of the era they point to, right? Well, why was America quote unquote great? It's because we invested in our people, we invested in our infrastructure, we raised the floor so people could have a living wage. If you raise the minimum, everybody does better. You pump that money into the bottom of the economy, consumers have money to spend, and the right likes to say, well, that didn't work because look at the 70s, look at the inflation. Well, I mean, that is because the entire thing was kind of built on cheap oil, right? The economy was largely built upon having access to cheap oil, and if the price of oil went up, if there was a embargo or a shortage, or the Iranians or the Saudis or the Russians or whoever pumps all the oil wants to shut off the spigot, then that percolates through the entire economy. So really, if we take the larger principles of building an equitable economy and then diversify the base, so it's not all resting on cheap oil, so it's, say, resting on renewable energy, right? I mean, you can't spike the price of the sun, Kurt.
No. And, we've removed so many guidelines and so much of our involvement in that was put into place by Biden's administration. And during the Obama era where it started. But, what we've done basically is said, okay, we're not going to make solar panels. We're going to remove electric cars. And what we've done is said, here, China, you take the lead on it because you already have a major portion of the market. So we'll just give it all to you because that is going to be the future at some point in time. But because our country is so, I don't know, how do you explain it? How do you, an oil oligarchy? The money that is made off of
petrography. Yes, I think we just invented a word.
Yes, yes. I mean, is astounding, and it shows in history who became the wealthiest men in America during the Industrial Revolution and when things evolved. It ended up being those that were involved in, the oil industry and the railroad industry, but mainly the natural resources industry types. But oil is definitely, it's one of those necessary evils that we have to do a better job at it. And that's renewable energy. It's just, people. This is a control that propaganda has. Well, windmills, which they're not windmills, they're turbines, but they kill birds, which is they cause cancer.
Oh, you guys care about birds now? Great. Let's talk about oil. Let's talk about air. Let's talk about water. Let's talk about DDT. You guys care about the birds? Give me a break.
Yeah. And so now all of a sudden it's a horrible thing. And you go up to rural America around here and there are signs against no wind farms and all these kind of things. They're against that. But hey, AI data centers, let's bring them in, which is the most pollutant type direction that you can go right now. And Indiana is slowly. I think the last I read, there's like 79 and an additional 17 or 18 AI centers in the making or planned or under construction. So it's mind-boggling. We don't want wind turbines, but hey, let's pollute our water. Let's give a 50-year tax abatement to a company that isn't going to be around in 10. This kind of technology will evolve into something different, and they're given tax abatements that I think I read one the other day was 50 years. It's like,
the technology will be obsolete in 10.
Exactly. It'll be something different. I don't get it.
I'll tell you what, Kurt. The thing about these data centers, and it's interesting to see that it has sort of become a bipartisan issue. Like, I think across the board, most Hoosiers, they certainly don't want one in their neighborhood. They don't want one, tapping into their water supply. They don't want one dumping into their, watershed. They don't want their utility bills to be driven up exponentially because of the demand for electricity. And it's interesting to see the shifting coalitions around these things. If you look at the one on the southeast side of Indianapolis this year in Marion County, that was a bipartisan effort to block that thing. And there are ins for Hoosiers who, again, and that's one of the things I want to kind of take it back to earlier this morning. The whole point of this broadcast and getting folks running for office in every area. One of the things that folks around the Rural Summit talk about a lot is these data centers. They come in and they put them in rural areas because, well, there's not a lot of people to organize against, and it's hard to muster the resources to take on these giant companies when it's just a handful of people.
Mm-hmm.
But yet, the effects of these things don't stay localized entirely, right? I mean, water goes everywhere. Water finds a way. Watersheds find a way. If you're burning more fossil fuels to power these things, that's everybody's atmosphere. There's only one. So, it's something that's galvanizing people, that maybe getting folks involved in the political process. Maybe in the short term, they have negative effects, but in the long term, perhaps, the fact that they galvanized people to organize together despite their differences will be a silver lining.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that's the case, and I hope that's true. It's mind-boggling to me, though, that we know what they do to our environment. They know how pollutant they become to our waterways and to to farmland, they destroy it, and all of these things. And we continue to have these plants pop up in Indiana, and we're ranked 50th in environmental in the country. You know, I just read a report the other day. We have the most polluted waterways in the country. You know, where I live, I'm 12 miles down from the headwater of the Wabash River, and there are 3 bridges in my community that cross the Wabash River because it runs, you know, right through town. And on the west end of town, on the 3rd bridge, just north of this area, because the roadway actually comes to this bridge, it crosses the river, and it doesn't go any further on the north side of the river, but on the south side, it comes to, you know, a whole new community, a south side community of my hometown. But right there in this northern part of the intersection where this is a paper mill. Okay. And on any given day, you can go by there, and there is a discharge pipe that dumps right into the Wabash River. And you would literally see white foam flowing out of this pipe. And they said it's not polluting, it's, you know, safe, but it's a paper mill. And so when I see that happening 12 miles from the start of the Wabash River, you know, because the Wabash River is one of the most polluted waterways, if not the most polluted waterways in our state. I think about people who live down south, even over by Lafayette and that area. How bad is it there? But, you know, what's it like down by Vincennes? I mean, it's just,
absolutely.
You know.
Hey, Kurt, I've got, I'm going to interrupt you here. We got some folks joining us. And, hey, look. Hey, we're back up in Indianapolis here. There's Ethan Sweetland-May, who was with us earlier. Hey.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Got
Hunter
Hunter
Collins is in the house.
Got Ryan Price. Got Natasha Baker.
Natasha
Hey,
Baker.
Natasha, how you doing?
Hey. Well, hey, good to see you folks again. Listen, I hope we get a chance to talk to you a little bit more this afternoon. Don't let us interrupt your lunch, but
we have eaten more than was necessary. At least, I don't mean to speak for everybody else. I have eaten more than was necessary for a man of my size and activity level. So, yeah, I'm good. Yeah,
no, I'm glad we get a chance to talk to you folks a little
Sitting
bit.
here with real legends as well. Yeah, like actual people that actually do this work. So.
I got to do the live stream when he had 1 minute
Amy
left.
and I got a chance to have a good talk, and we could actually hear her. We
are out here in the shadow of giants, as it were. How are things going there?
Hey, great! You came in at the great best time. We're talking about AI or AI data centers.
Oh, AI!
What's happening in our state? So.
AI data centers. Everyone's favorite. I'm going to move to where there is slightly less noise. Wait, Natasha, can you do the wave thing real quick? You sure? Okay. All right, dude. All right, I can kind of hear you now. Hi.
I'm Kurt, by the way.
Hi, Kurt. Nice. I know who. Well, we've not met, but I know of you. It's good to meet you this way.
Nice to meet you too.
I'll tell you what. Listen, why don't I let you guys meet and hit it off a little bit and talk about AI data centers?
Oh, man.
Talk about how the folks in your community feel about them. I will let you guys chat. I'm going to take myself off the screen here for a minute. I've been
Where are you from? Where are you located at?
So I live in New Albany, Indiana, and I am running for state senate. I'm running for state senate in District 47, which is Floyd, Harrison, and Washington counties.
Okay. And I'm based in Wabash.
Okay.
So we're a world apart from each other.
I grew up in Terre Haute, so a little closer to you, but not
but not much. Not much. Because Wabash is all the way up by Fort Wayne. I'm 40 miles southwest of Fort Wayne.
Gotcha.
We were talking about data centers and the pollution that it's creating, and how we continue in Indiana to seem like this is the direction we want to go, even though we're ranked 50th in the nation as far as environmental conditions. And Wabash River starts 12 miles from my community,
Yeah.
And we were just talking about the pollution that is getting dumped into the Wabash River. We have a paper mill right in my hometown that you can see on any given day pollution that comes from it, even though they say it's not. So we're just, we were just talking about it and the negative impact that it has in our state and what it's doing to our farmland and all of those things and the tax abatements that are given. So, we've talked about a lot of it. So what are your thoughts on it, and what is your area affected by it?
Yeah, no, I mean they've got a data center they're trying to put in the district next to mine. They're trying to put one in 46, I believe, which is Clark County, directly to the east of my district. And there's been rumblings of one maybe going in rural Harrison County. Obviously, we're near the Ohio River, so we're a very water-rich area, which is attractive for data centers. But my main point about data centers is that they do them in places like Indiana the dirtiest, cheapest way possible, and not because they don't have a better option. We've seen how they build data centers in Europe. We see that because the demand is not less on the other side of the Atlantic. The demand for these super fast computing, like rendering, like servers and everything, the demand is there, but they build them in a way where the water is completely cleaned and put back into use for the community, where the heat generated from these is used to actually help with heating the area around them. They have energy efficient, responsible ways to build these data centers, but it takes investment, it takes integrity, and it takes legislators who represent their areas and say, sure, you can do this, but we're not giving you unlimited tax rebates and letting you do it in the dirtiest way possible, where 3 generations from now, they're going to curse our name because of what we did to the water and the soil. I mean, I'm sure you know, Kurt, it's it is a principle of farmers everywhere, at least it was for many generations, to ask, how is this going to impact 7 generations from now? The change we make, the way we reroute the water, what we're putting in the soil, what's the impact 7 generations from now? But we're led by legislators that are looking for the next headline this week, and at most, what is it going to do for my next election cycle 2 to 4 years from now? And we're talking about our soil and our water. We have to think generationally. And when it comes to data centers, my challenge is, I know you guys know how to do this responsibly. I know you know how to do it cleanly, but you don't want to do that this way. The reason you're doing it here in Indiana like this is because you want to do it cheap and dirty. And that's something we have to stand up to and stop.
Yeah, well, and it's a national problem, because that's the focus that we have just in a short period of time have shifted so far away from green energy and renewable energy, and Scott and I were just talking about this, how we've basically just given up on solar and wind energy, and we've just kind of said, here, China, you're already the big player in the market, you just go ahead and dominate the market. And so we know that our country is driven by the billionaire oil oligarchs, and these countries like you were mentioning and that are heading this direction that can do the things the right way. It's because environmentally that's the way they think. We don't care about the future generations. We've proven that over and over again.
That's right.
And you're exactly right. I'm 62. When I was a young kid, that's how people thought. How's it going to affect my grandkids? How's it going to affect my great grandkids? That kind of thought process has left people, and we need to get back on track there. And I think that's where progressives and this new generation of Democrats that are coming up. I don't know how old you are, but
38.
So I'm inspired by people that are millennials and the Gen Zers, and one of the things that I'm involved in with the Hoosier Progressives Academy is trying to encourage and incite and get the younger generation involved.
So important, Kurt.
On the local level, we talk about precinct chairs and the value that they carry and the power that they have.
That's right.
So to hear you talk about AI and the data centers like you are, it's encouraging. So,
Kirk, I appreciate you carrying the torch for us. I mean, I feel a lot like, when you're driving somewhere and you get in the left turn lane and there was a car there ahead of you and the light turns green like a second after you arrive. That's the way it feels a little bit running for office here in 2026. I know that like people have been working their butts off for decades and in really regressive, really difficult situations where and sitting on that turn lane hasn't been in vain. Like demanding change when it seemed like the light was never going to change. Like this is the moment. Like I truly believe that, and that's how it feels like for me cruising in behind this, where I'm like, oh, the Hoosier Progressives is starting up all of a sudden and it's already putting on a network. That's crazy. Oh, Scott Aaron Rodgers is here with Who's Left. This never existed before. That's crazy. Oh, we're here at the Rural Summit and they've been putting in the groundwork. Well, I'll stand in front of people and say, hey, we got to think about future generations. Let's work together. I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot. And I mean, one of the things that really gets me is that the idea of thinking generationally is inherently, and I mean this philosophically, a conservative concept. It is a deeply conservative concept to say we should be careful of change that will impact future generations without understanding what that impact will be. And running in 47, where we have a lot of rural area, we have a lot of farmers, and we have a lot of people that are just culturally very very connected to the idea of being from the farmland, being connected to being from the holler. And when you start talking about generational thinking on a deep core level, they identify with that. On a very intense spiritual level, people in my district want to know that what we're doing today will have a positive impact on the land and the air and the water generations from now, in a way that if you were saying, well, we got to make sure we stop global warming, the culture war has already won that fight for a lot of people in my district, and they will never stand up and say we got to fight global warming. But if we start talking about, this is about clean air for your grandkids. This is about water for your grandkids. And it is talking about it in a way that hasn't already been poisoned by the culture war, so that people can recognize how this really impacts them personally, where they live. Because global warming is somewhere else invented by policy wonks that, they're all liberal nonsense people. But I sure do know what the Ohio River looked like in 1950. I know what the farmland looked like out here 3 decades ago. And it's not the same. And we need to do something about it. People feel that. And that is a bridge builder, not like a middle ground reacher, but a bridge builder to help people understand how the wealthiest, richest assholes in the world have been lying to them so they could pollute our land, our air, and our water, and leave them holding a bag they didn't even realize they were being handed.
Ethan, let me ask.
Spot on. You're right.
You good, Cat?
The infrastructure sort of being built around you, you're lucky to step into this place where we have some things that people before had done, but now we're talking about building the infrastructure of democracy, right? That's sort of been our theme for the day here, and so the folks in your community that you're talking to are when you're talking to folks. Are they saying, hey, how can I help? And, maybe I'm sure it's volunteering for you also, but are they then getting involved in the party and becoming precinct committee persons and wanting to be delegates?
I've gotten one guy to sign on to run for a township position since I started talking to him. But that's less what I am aiming at for a lot of my district. For example, go ahead. I just walked out. Last 2 weeks ago, I went out and I met with a farmer north of Corridon, he has a small family farm where he does organic farming and he sells at local, farmers markets. He has a CSA, where people own shares of what he grows and they come and pick them up bi-weekly and stuff. And last year, he's been growing this is a little bit wonky, but I promise I'm going somewhere. He was growing a single cut mixed greens product where he grows this big lawn, 3 feet wide, 30 feet long of mixed greens They have one cut. They're never touched until they're bagged. They get conveyored up and washed and dried, and then they get touched by hands once going into a bag, single cut from harvest. And so they're not a prepared food. They're produce like everything else, but people get them as a salad-ready greens. Very popular product, very safe process, made sure he was checking the boxes and doing it safely. And because of a guideline change from Purdue University this last year that came out 2 weeks before planting season that he was unaware of, he showed up at the farmer's market with his mixed greens crop, and he was shut down by the Board of Health. He's not allowed to sell his greens. Ultimately had to plow that crop under, lost thousands of dollars of income. And this is a veteran. He is a lifelong Harrison County resident. He in no circumstances would this man ever be described as a liberal or a progressive. But he is fed up with a system that takes away his representation and puts burdens on him where he cannot get help. He tried to get in touch with his state senator, my opponent. He tried to get in touch with his state representative. He went to all of his elected officials, got the runaround or no response, and lost thousands of dollars of income from his family farm. So much so that he was almost driven to a point of like, why am I doing this? I've spent 5 years building this up, and I almost lost it all. And I went out and met with him and talked to him, and he showed me his farm, and he showed me his problems. And I'm like, listen, I understand that there's probably a lot of political ground where we might disagree. But one thing we can agree on, if you're not hurting people, if you are doing right by your neighbors and nobody's getting sick and you're obeying the law, the government should make it its job to do everything it can to get out of your way or help you as a small business owner or a farmer. And at minimum, be reachable. At minimum, be responsive. But we have such an entitled, lazy supermajority, at least many of them, where people reach out and just don't get a response and they don't get help. But because we know that it is a value of certain people to try to break the system, to try to break people's confidence that we can make a system that works well for people, that causes flourishing, that helps small farmers get their goods to market, that like actually does good things for us. And so I'm not going to, that farmer is never going to be a precinct chair. But we left that conversation with him being like, you get it. You get it. You are the only person that has come out to talk to me about this. He's posted on his Facebook about it. He's working on food justice stuff. But we have such an opportunity to build bridges, not on culture war issues, but on issues like this is about your freedom and the government not being in your way and your representatives being responsive and helpful to you instead of putting burdens on you or not responding. And so I'll find the committee precinct chairs. I'll find those people over time. But the main thing I'm doing is helping people see that, like they are all already fed. Government's the problem, not the solution. And I'm like, you know how you help the government not be a problem for you? You elect somebody who will show up, listen, and make sure that your interests are served. That's how I get the government out.
Returning a phone call. Yeah,
that's how I get the government out.
Because he was denied to be able to sell his goods at a farmer's market while there's a booth set up there selling apples that was grown with fertilizer that's cancer-causing agents, sprayed with pesticides that cause cancer, and all those other things. So yeah, the stupidity is just mind-boggling. So
this is Michelle Higgs.
We love Michelle Higgs. Michelle, are we gonna hand the camera off to you?
Sure.
Hey, it was nice talking to you.
Ethan Sweetland-May, again, thank you for talking with us. Michelle, you were fantastic at the Statehouse earlier. Press conference was great. We didn't have the best sound quality at that point in our live stream. We sort of figured things out right as stuff was really wrapping up at the Statehouse there. So I'd like to make it up to you and give you a nice clear screen to talk on now. And so first of all, just congratulations on all the work that the Rural Summit is doing. You're growing. It's just exciting to see the ballot getting filled out at the lower levels across the state in seats that have not been contested for many of the last several elections. And,
Hey,
I'd
Michelle,
like you to
before you
talk
get
about that.
started, I don't want to
Go ahead,
put
Bert.
any pressure on you, but we have an international audience, okay?
Yeah, we were having a nice little conversation with somebody in Norway earlier.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so yeah,
That's
we've got an
awesome.
international audience right now, so no pressure.
No pressure. No.
Yeah.
So,
But please, yeah, talk about the like the importance of getting folks into these seats and giving people the importance of having a choice, somebody you know in your community, in your neighborhood, for democracy, certainly, but for even if you want to look at this cynically from a vote blue no matter who perspective, the top of the ticket needs the bottom up energy. I think we've seen that the top down style of running things hasn't worked for the last I don't know, dozen years maybe.
yeah. Well, yeah. So when we first started the Rural Summit, and that was in 2024, we actually launched it in the summertime after the primaries. So we already had our slate of candidates, including congressional candidates. And to be honest, it was the congressional race that was actually kind of the impetus of why we needed to turn out votes across rural, because so many of our congressional districts are rural in a good chunk of them. And so even though we say, if we turn out this county or that county, we should be able to have enough votes, that might work, on lesser offices. But when you're trying to, in 2024, we were trying to get a governor, right? And so suddenly you need every possible vote to come in from everywhere. And if you have nobody running in those areas, then they might even just vote for local and leave. And so that was really one of the big reasons of having a focus on getting candidates to run as many places as possible. The other thing is, and we talk about this a lot, so much of state policy is either authored by representatives from rural communities and rural districts that is bad. And then,
or by ALEC and introduced by rural candidates, right?
and so what happens is, they will author bad policies, bad bills, and then stand behind that and go, well, none of my constituents are calling me to say that this is wrong, or that they don't like it. That'll be the phrase. They don't like it. Well, it's because their constituents don't have a clue that they're doing that, because nobody is informing them. And I think a really good test of why engagement matters, not just during an election year, but all the time, was our recent redistricting fight. For the first time, we mobilized people across all 92 counties. They'd never seen that. And I can tell you that happening was because we had been working with other grassroots organizations for an entire year, whether it be with No Kings, whether it be with environmental stuff, all the different things that are happening. And so people were actually flexing their political power through using the 5 Calls apps, or writing postcards, or anything that would get that, even going to the Statehouse and testifying. We had more people show up at the Statehouse for the first time, that they had never done that before. And so we were seeing that. And so to me, we are at a unique moment where now we have candidates stepping up, and there are people ready to help support those candidates. And so I'm excited. to see more and more, and they also know, like, they're not running alone. In 2024, when I was running for House District 60, I'd never run before. It was the first time, and to actually be with other candidates, going and doing events together, it made, a lot of times people will say campaigning is hard, and it is difficult. But when you are with a group, it is energizing. There's a movement, there's momentum, and you come out of it going, these are my people, right? And I want everybody to have that experience. I really, really do. Whether they are a candidate or a community volunteer, or an emerging leader, everybody should have the energy of that inclusion and collaboration.
And also safety in numbers, right, Michelle? I mean, like, you got to stick together, and like, it's got to be hard sometimes to go into maybe what's perceived as quote unquote hostile territory, right? You know, these areas are a lot of MAGA out here in the sticks, and there's the threats of political violence. So it's nice to have a group of people that can band together and say we're all in this together. It's I suppose less easy to be intimidated when you've got backup. Are you finding, as you're talking to folks who are maybe interested in running, are folks scared of that?
Ask that again. I'm sorry. That
are people afraid of political violence? People like, have you had candidates that people that maybe wanted to be a candidate pull out?
It's an interesting thing because that's always, it's a looming thing, but then so is, a car crash, right? Like driving. There's dangers all around. I think what's happened is in social media, we amplify very quickly these political moments where, like, we had the intimidation, the swatting, all of that, and I don't want to minimize the harm that type of both rhetoric and action has. However, most of us also know that when we actually have a conversation with somebody, we could be very different politically, but chances are, if they're having a healthcare crisis, we're going to be talking about the healthcare crisis. We're going to be talking about an issue maybe at the school and what's happening with their school. We're going to be talking about how property taxes are impacting them and they're afraid they're going to lose their home. These are so fundamentally human experiences. And I think what's happened with our social media stuff is that we have gotten pulled into these algorithms of outrage, and we have forgotten that there is humanity there. And so part of the beauty, to be honest, of when we have candidates and we have community leaders and mutual aid going out, boots on the ground, it actually pops that bubble of fear, and you go, wait a second, what exactly am I afraid of? Is it a legitimate thing? And again, I am not minimizing that there are calls of violence that have got to stop, and we do not glamorize anything like that. But there is a thing of stepping out, going, I refuse to not see the dignity and the humanity in a person, no matter where they are from, no matter the color of their skin, no matter their political persuasion. It is an act of will to not hate someone when you're in an environment that is fostering fear of the other. And we have to understand the moment. People are making a ton of money making us afraid of one another. And so every single day, when I'm like you, I can look at my news feed and see, oh, we did this again, and this person said this stupid thing again. But I choose not to operate from fear and hate. And in doing so, it forces me sometimes to ask what is the question that isn't being asked? What is the thing, if somebody wants to come at me with a wedge issue, what is the thing that is the bigger question to ask, the thing to actually engage? And then also recognizing there are people who've drunk the Kool-Aid that are determined to be in a cult mindset and extremism, and and then you just walk away. You don't engage, and you move on to the. But there are so many more people who just have not even been invited into the conversation. And the candidates that filed today, the thing I'm so excited about, we had many of them that were first-time candidates. They are eager to get out there and have those conversations. And I think we should all be celebrating that fact right now.
I think so too. Really, today is a celebration of democracy, and it's so important what you're doing. That you're filling out the Democratic ticket in a lot of places where folks haven't had an option, but still there is a brand perception thing, and the Democratic brand isn't great. I think especially in Indiana, it's hurt because the Indianapolis Democratic machine is the most visible manifestation of the Democratic Party in Indiana, and that's what folks in the majority of the state turn on the 11 o'clock news, right? You see the mess going on in there, and boy, it's hard to organize against that. I feel like it's actually detrimental. It drags down the whole brand for Democrats across the state. With that, I mean, now I know the Rural Summit is a nonpartisan organization officially, and the summit is neither Democratic nor Republican or what have you. Most of your folks involved are running as Democrats, but I understand you may have some independents becoming involved and may run as an independent. I think we lost Michelle, Kurt.
Yep, I think so too.
Well,
it was starting to get quiet there a little bit. So,
well, I muted it to kill the background noise there, but looks like they dropped.
Cell phones only have so
she's
long.
Back. Hey, she's back.
There we go. Sorry about
no,
that.
Michelle, I was going to ask. I understand that, like, you may have some folks involved with the Rural Summit who are going to run as independents and are not going to run as Democrats.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you can talk about that more, or if you don't want to give away the game or anything.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So the key for us is we are a coalition of candidates, broad spectrum of in our politics, and again, the Democratic Party is not a monolith, as we know, and so our North Star is to break that Republican supermajority, that single party voice right now that is drowning everything out, that is not accountable to the people. As such, it is predominantly Democrats that are filing and running. However, we do recognize a growing movement of people who would be independent or third party. And so for us, our caveat, it really is, this is a people first movement. They are at the center of these policies. We are absolutely committed to affordable housing and access to health care. And I mean, you know me personally, I would have universal health care, single payer, right? I believe, and as do others, it is a robust public school system that we need. And the thing is those are issues that are directly impacting predominantly rural communities first, because if we lose our public schools there, they don't have a charter or a private school just down the block, right? So when rural communities are saying you are harming our schools, it is a very, very real thing. I would say that that's also an issue whereby they would want to pit rural against urban so that we are a divided community instead of looking at the scarcity of a budget that refuses to adequately fund all education, with public education being the standard, that gets fully funded. Instead, we have a smaller and smaller pie, and they like to tell us that we should be thankful for the crumbs that we get. But going back to diverse candidates, again, I think we've lost the ability to even have debates where they are centered on the issues and the policies. We get into brands and names and things that are so shallow and surface. And Scott, you and I talk about this a lot. The kayfabe, right, of politics. That I feel like we are not the Wrestling Federation or whatever it is. We aren't just a bunch of teams out there. These are people who have the power to create policy that impacts our lives. And right now we have legislators who either forgot that they're accountable to the people, or they act like they're powerless to actually do anything beneficial. And so we get ridiculous policies, or we get harmful policies. And the truth of the matter is, that's not going to change until we have more voices at the table that are willing to balance it out. It's those checks and balances. And dear God, I wish we had it at the federal, but our focus is at the state. We need checks and balances.
Kurt and I were talking a little bit about Minnesota a while ago, and there was an unfortunate incident out there today with ICE that we won't get into, but we were talking about how Minnesota, policy-wise, is an example of a well-governed democratic state, and like those things are possible for a state like ours. Minnesota and Indiana are demographically similar. They can do things like have a raised minimum wage. They can do things like have child care. They can do things like have paid family leave in Minnesota because they have balance in their government. They have a strong Democratic Farm and Labor Party up there that wins elections and can govern and do things. And we could have those nice things here if only. I'm worried about the way they've treated those folks up there. They're tarnishing that image as a model for potential other Midwestern states like us with like trumped up fraud allegations. It's really, really bothersome. But like just policy wise, it's impossible in states like us, right?
I hear you, and yes, there are things that other states can do, especially if they've got ballot initiatives. We don't have that. I think most Hoosiers, when they see exactly how much power has been stripped away from them, become very surprised, if not downright angry. When you see how other states have set up things so that, again, there's ballot initiatives. Even, there's a lot of conversation around ranked choice voting in some places coming, there's ideas. There are things out there that make for a much more robust democracy. So the truth of the matter is, we probably have an illusion of it, especially if all you have is a single party controlling all the way up and down the ballot. It would be like going to a grocery store and you have the illusion of choice, but everything is actually manufactured by one company. Gee, we're actually almost there if you think about it. By the time you, if you've seen that,
two or three, but yeah,
100 brands and it's actually 5 corporations, right? And I think it's no different. We've bought into the illusion of choice. We bought into the illusion of freedom. But the truth of the matter is, unless we're willing to be really honest with ourselves and what we've lost, we're not able to course correct. We're not going to be able to change. And I think we saw that play out in the 2024 election, especially amongst younger voters for whom, they are looking at going, you're trying to tell us there's all these choices, but there isn't. And we're not going to play the game anymore. And so we are at that moment where there is, and this would probably be within the Democratic Party, a huge schism of people going, we're not going to play the game. This is the honest fact. And the truth is, I will say, and Kurt backed me up on this, but in rural communities, many of our Republican voters, the reason why they fell for Trump was because he was calling out some of the things that everybody saw. And they trusted him to make a difference. Now, we know he's a grifter, and that's what's happened, but the truth of it is people are longing for you, to acknowledge the reality of a circumstance that they are in. And, what is that phrase, like, don't pee on my foot or something and tell me it's raining, right? And I think that that's the reality for so many people. It's like, these are difficult economic times. Don't tell me that it's great because the stock market is booming. And
yeah, most people aren't involved in the stock market, so
yeah,
it's not a thing. So
yeah.
So my question that I because I agree with a lot that you say, but my question is, what do you say to progressives and Democrats who are finally getting involved in this fight and who are starting to understand that they have a voice and that realize that they need to have a voice and that they need to talk, and we see this kind of, I don't want to say movement, but we see more and more people filing as independents, and we look at why is this happening? Because now we have a chance, because to a lot of us, and if you could explain it in a way that gives me a different feeling about it, when I see independent candidates file, I see that hurting our party, and maybe it will hurt the Republican Party. I don't know, but I feel like people are going to vote more for an independent who come from the left than people that come from the right. And so, what do you say to that?
I've never run as an independent, and I can't really speak to how that is going to play out on a larger scale, because truthfully in Indiana, I've not seen that yet. That is something where I think there are districts where having an independent candidate actually can break through the noise of the partisan rhetoric that is where somebody goes, oh, I can't vote for you because you're a Democrat, but they haven't even heard what you're saying, what your platform is, right? And so kind of circling back to where the Indiana Rules Summit has surprisingly found traction is we can show up wearing our Indiana Rules Summit t-shirts, holding the policies that we do and our platform that we do, and people will listen and they'll be like, yeah, I agree. We can then go and say, we're going to talk about healthcare. And let me tell you what we mean when we say universal healthcare and the phrase Medicare for all, and really what that means. They are not distracted by a party label, so they listen and they're movable. And I think that the way I look at it, our job as a coalition is to build base. It is to go out there, and there's some districts where the most effective candidate may be somebody that is not coming from the Democratic Party. But the thing is we're at a moment of such division that we need to bring people off of a cliff, right? And so I would say that what we are looking at is people running that are passionate about their community, that are passionate about the kitchen table issues that we are talking about, and they are willing to center those rural and small town voices and then listen and then bring those things to the table. We talk a lot about we have broken systems. Things are broken. And part of the problem is we've got one party that is refusing to even acknowledge something is broken. And so, for example, with the budget, the state budget that they passed, we have local governments that are only just now seeing the reality of what's coming down for them. But I'll tell you, where I live in Monroe County, they've actually known about all of this for quite some time because they have state representatives, Representative Matt Pierce, Senator Yoder, that have been prepping the local government to be prepared all the way through the legislative cycle last year. I can't tell you what a difference that must make for local governance when you're being presented as this is a problem and we need to come up with solutions versus we need to demand loyalty to a party at all times. Don't look behind the curtain.
Well, I don't know how much of it is loyalty to a party. I mean, I'm sure that's part of it. Okay, there are still people that
your audio is really like choppy. I don't know what happened there.
I don't know either. Is that better?
Well, hear you again. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
Choppy now?
Yeah. Maybe disconnect your device and then reconnect it. I'll take the next one here. And I think I understand where both of y'all are coming from in terms of coalition building. Yeah, you're really choppy there, Kurt.
Is that better?
No, not at all.
Not at all.
But Michelle, so I think what Kurt was going to say to the effect that like having an independent on the ballot in some races is going to hurt chances of defeating the worst Republicans. And I'm going to guess that there are specific strategic races where this might be an effective technique, but across the board, just the way we have our two-party system, the way we have winner-take-all elections, the way we don't have ranked choice voting. In fact, Republicans in the Statehouse this year are introducing bills to prevent us from ever having ranked choice voting in the state. But I think in certain races, if there's not a Democrat in the race, an independent might be a good option there. I think I want to say it was Dan Osborne out in Nebraska last year, ran for Congress and did relatively well, like really closed the gap, overperformed in that race relative to recent history and other Nebraska races against a Republican running as an independent. Democrats sort of kept their distance, maybe supported him covertly behind the scenes, maybe did some fundraising and whatnot for the candidate, but just the brand in some places is so tarnished that maybe that is an effective strategic move in limited situations. And maybe you want to expand upon that.
I would say that our biggest challenge here is we have straight ticket ballots, right? And so as long as those are in play, you are in a very, very uphill, almost near impossible situation to run outside of our two-party system that are on that. So you're right. If you are running in a district that does not have the base to be a swing district, then you probably have a little bit more flexibility to experiment with different types of candidacies. I would say, again, we're talking largely that right now we're the 50th for voter turnout. So our problem isn't really an independent versus a Democrat. Our problem is people just are not excited to get out and vote. And we need to change that. And the Rural Summit, and so part of the Rural Summit really is to build some kind of a momentum of, it isn't one candidate here, one candidate there. It is a collective. It is a group of people working together and building a network of relationships across even grassroots organizations, to really galvanize voters to, and it comes back to, people have forgotten that they actually have power. Anybody that ever watched the Disney movie Bugs Life, it was grasshoppers versus ants, and there's a quote where the grasshoppers say if the ants ever realized that all they had to do was come together, they would overwhelm us. I think our job largely is to communicate to the people, mobilize. Let's build that. We talk about building the 3.5% nonviolent movement. We are part of that. The Rural Summit is doing its little bit to bring more people into that 3.5% movement. And so it is a whole lot of, we don't know exactly what the right steps are, but we are following very closely what they did in Virginia. There's two groups in particular, the Virginia Grassroots Coalition and Virginia Ground Game, Rural Ground Game, who really modeled for us our next steps, which is partnering candidates together geographically to work as a block, to do that lift together so that no one person is having to hold the whole. So I do need to jump off now, but thank you guys
Absolutely.
so very much.
Michelle, are you able to
thank
pass
you.
the phone, or do you have to take it with you? By the way, you sound fine now, Kurt.
Okay.
Say that again.
Oh, I was going to ask Michelle, if are you able to pass the phone off to somebody, or do you have to take it with you?
I have to take it with me.
Okay, very good. I didn't know whose you were on.
Have you talked to Hunter?
I have not
No,
been
or
able to talk to
Natasha.
Hunter yet today.
Or
I would
Natasha.
love to be
Okay.
able to talk
Yeah.
with them.
Okay.
Actually,
me-
I do have and I'll tell you what, Kurt, I'm going to take an opportunity here.
Yeah, I'll tell them, and then they've got the link so they can jump on. Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Okay.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thanks.
All right.
Have a good one.
Michelle Higgs, everybody. Love her. Doing great stuff out there with the Rural Summit. Just such an important
absolutely.
thing that we need done. Filling out that ballot, getting folks in the rural communities engaged, and giving people a choice where there hasn't been any. Kurt, I want to take a second to see if I can't bring up a video. I've got some videos from some other candidates today. Derrick was able to talk some folks this morning at the Statehouse. Don't have the best audio quality on those, but I kind of still want to be able to give those people a chance to get their word in. But I do have a couple of good ones that were sent to me directly, so I've got full quality on that. At this time, I've got one from Chris Bowen, who is running for House District 69. That is Jim Lucas's district, and that guy a real piece of work. So let's see if
he
I
is.
can't give us Chris Bowen here and let her talk. Can you hear her, Kurt?
Yeah. Nope.
You cannot?
I can't hear her. I can't hear her.
Good to know. Good to know. Let me try that again. I bet I know what I did wrong there. In the meantime, here, let's see. Share audio tab. That's it. That was the one. There we go. Let's try that.
To be the next House representative for District 69. Why, you may ask? Well, mostly because I'm not being listened to. I don't think any of us are being listened to. I think that our representatives are doing whatever they want, not representing the people. The people should be heard. And I plan to listen to the people. I want to hear what you have to say. And I want to go to the legislature and say, hey, this is what my constituents want. This is what my constituents need. Whether the party agrees with me, whether the rest of the legislature agrees with me, doesn't matter. I want to represent my constituents, not what someone else wants, what my constituents want. I will be the person who listens and represents my constituents. That's why I want to run. I'm tired of being ignored. I'm tired of people believing that we don't count, because we do.
All right. That was Chris Bowen down in HD 69, which is in the Seymour area. Good stuff from her. That one, tough district, with the gerrymandering, as many are. But I'm telling you, if anybody gives you a chance as a Republican, it's Jim Lucas. The guy just shoots himself in the foot constantly.
You would think by now he wouldn't even be there, but I don't know how many opportunities he needs to have. So,
one of the real clowns in the state legislature, which and it's a circus. He's one of the biggest clowns in the circus. So
I would think his drunk rampage in his pickup truck would have ended his career, but that didn't. And then I guess pulling out a pistol in front of teenage girls in the Statehouse is not a career ender. So, what is?
I don't know how this guy keeps getting elected, and it
I don't either.
Really it goes to show. I mean, no, listen, I know 2 years ago Trish Whitcomb ran against him. She's great. She ran a good race. She did everything she could. Pedigree a mile long, and still they sent Lucas back to the Statehouse. But that's a guy who, once you're in, you enjoy that power of the incumbency.
Mm-hmm.
What is it about the power of the incumbency that people keep, like, if you ask people universally, they are unhappy with government at all levels, particularly the higher. I have absolutely at the national level, but at the state level, most people are not happy with the performance of our state legislature. Yet incumbents keep getting elected again and again and again. Why?
Well, I think for the most part there's a couple different things that I think come into play there. I think one is change. People don't like change, so and people don't pay attention. They unfortunately, and this is what all of us are trying to change, but people don't know the candidates. They don't know who the people are. They only look at the letter. And that's going to be a tough thing to break. And I understand all the work that everyone is doing to try to change that thought process, but it's not something that is going to happen overnight. We still are a D and an R political scene, and I think that's I know when you look at data and how things are, and maybe it's changed a little bit, but only 10% of the population is actually in tune with politics,
regularly paying attention.
The rest of them don't. They don't know. I mean, I know I can walk down to the center of town here on a Saturday or whenever on a first Friday, and I could go through and ask people who are district reps, who are Senate reps, and they'll have no clue. They won't have any. Most of them probably won't even know who the lieutenant governor is or the governor. So sorry about my dogs. They're getting a little antsy.
No, it's true. You made a good point. I think was it Independent Indiana that had a poll out earlier this fall? I think it was a public opinion poll about the people, the characters in Indiana government. and it was, again, they were all underwater. Mike Braun was underwater. I think they asked about the national level folks. They asked about Trump and, boy, it's probably before the election. So, no, not this past year. Yeah. Anyway, folks were unhappy about Trump. They were unhappy about Congress. They were unhappy about the United States Senate, but also in Indiana, where Mike Braun won comfortably against Jennifer McCormick in 2024. Mike Braun is unpopular, but something like half the population didn't even know who the guy is. They don't know who the governor is. They don't know who Mike Braun is. The poll asked about Diego Morales, the Secretary of State. Like 20% of the population know who these people are, and they are making decisions that are very impactful and important on our day-to-day lives, and they're doing it anonymously, and as such they can blame the concept of government, and that is somehow it tarnishes the left, because I think conceptually, philosophically, we believe in the power of government, a well-run, active government with an efficient, knowledgeable bureaucracy without all the corruption that we have now. Like, government in and of itself is neutral. It's what you make of it, right?
It's what you make of it, and it's who you put into play to make the decisions for you. And people don't educate themselves enough about who they are voting for. They just vote for a straight ticket or what have you. And that is one of the biggest problems that we have. I always go back to something I experienced when I was a living historian and was a Civil War reenactor, and we had an event in Hartford City, and this was 30 years ago. I had 5 different people come up to me over a 2-day period and ask me, now, what battle was fought here? So, people just don't pay attention to things too much. So,
Kurt, is this a thing? I think my ex-wife may have taken me to something like this before. Is this out by the Mississippi River out there? Out toward
that's 1812. That's 1812. But yeah, the same thing. So,
I vaguely remember there was like Ren Fair meets Civil War sort of vibe there, but it was a good time. With the effery here, and welcome to the stream. Hunter Collins is here. Hunter's running for House District 68. Hey, we just had a video from your neighbor in House District 69, Chris Bowen. We will move next door and welcome Hunter Collins. Hunter, good to get a chance to talk to you.
Nice to meet you.
We need to do this more often. How's it going?
Absolutely. It's going very well. It's been an exciting day. It's been a phenomenal time here at the Statehouse. A lot of great energy, and I'm stoked. And thank you so much for having me on. It's nice to meet you, Kurt, and Scott.
Yeah,
good to see you again.
Rock on, brother.
Absolutely.
I've been really excited watching what you're doing down there. You're doing different things, like trying stuff that I've not seen local office holders or candidates do before. You had a hardcore metal show fundraiser you put on. Was that last month, or it might have been the month before at this point now? But that's just something neat. But also, this was a community event. It was a mutual aid event, right?
Yeah. So this actually, we hosted, it was called Hardcore Against Hunger. We hosted it on December 12th. And the goal of it was, to bring the alternative music scene together for a good cause, and to show that community organizing is not just politically campaigning. It means working together in every aspect. It means mutual aid. It means coming together and bringing folks who have been disillusioned by politics and bringing them out with things that they can relate to and that they care about. And that's what we did. And we managed to raise $500 for our local food bank, as well as collect over 100 pounds of food. It was a great success for an area that has not had a hardcore show in over a decade. So we proved the proof of concept, and we plan to try to make this a yearly thing.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
that
just thought it
sounds
was
great.
awesome when I saw it and caught wind of it and started paying attention to it a little bit, because it's such a unique approach to things. But I also think it's something, what you did and what you are doing is just what you said. You're bringing a whole demographic of people involved into politics that would have never, I mean, when can you get some alternative music fans sitting around talk about politics? I mean,
Exactly.
that,
And
that's
it
just
was
an
really
awesome
funny.
thing, man.
And it was really funny during the, right before the show, several people that came, they came because of the music. They heard who was playing and they came for the music. And then they saw our banner, our campaign banner, and they were like, is this like posted by a politician? I'm like, yeah, hi, it's me. And they're like, first off, had no idea people in politics could actually like this kind of music. And second off,
Yeah.
that is the coolest thing that I've ever seen.
Right.
So
You got
it's
my
really,
vote, man. Yeah.
it was really exciting. It was really cool. And, again, it's being creative with the way that we're running this campaign, because at the end of the day, we are in the 21st century. We've got to campaign like it. We've got to campaign in a way that brings people together and that we can show how powerful we are when we actually work together, when we come together like this.
It gives people who would never feel comfortable in that kind of a setting or in a political setting. It gives people purpose. It's like, wow, this is cool. I can listen to some hardcore music and also learn about politics and get involved. And what can I do to help? I mean, the energy is just, it's amazing. And so my hat's off to you. And I'll expose my bald head, great job, man. I just, I'm a fan.
And we had some great community organizers there at the show as well. Specifically, we had a Cincinnati-based trans resource collective that was there giving out resources for folks who need them, and giving people a chance to get the help that they need and learn about different kinds of mutual aid that are going on in our area, which again is vitally important for these communities that are disaffected by the political establishment, that are disaffected by obviously what the Republican supermajority is doing in Indiana, but also the inaction of folks who fight for our side but don't do enough in the community. And that it gave people a lot of hope. And we want to stand up for everyone, and that includes our LGBTQ family. So
well, you're reaching out to people, I think, that have the most fear right now, because they have been targeted by the policies and by the supermajority Republicans that are in charge right now. They are the ones that they're targeting, along with the brown community and the blacks. So, it's a wonderful thing, man. It's just, again, good for you. You
And
make
I'll
us
tell you what,
proud.
we got a couple trans candidates running this year, and that is exceptionally brave to
Absolutely.
put yourself out there when you got a target on your back, not only to just like say, hey, I'm here, but also I'm here, I'm running for office, I want to help your community. Like that requires fortitude I don't think I have. And it's inspiring to see. A couple videos coming up. I'll go ahead and play those here after a little bit, after we're done talking to Hunter. But Hunter, back to the hardcore show, just that general vibe, that idea of trying something new, man. Like, as an Indiana Democrat, somebody who's been paying attention to the politics in this state for a long time, my entire adult life, really. I feel like, and I'm not criticizing any one individual or person, but just the party as a whole in this state has done things a certain way for an entire generation, and they seed the ground. They say this is a conservative state. Sure it is. But they say this is a conservative state, this is a red state. We have to move to meet those people in that direction. And I say, if that worked, wouldn't it have worked by now? So it's good to see people like trying something other than the same old, same old. What do you think?
Yeah, and I think to go on that, if it was going to work, it would have worked. The game changed when Trump won in 2016, and we have to understand that. And not only do we have to understand that the game changed, we have to understand why it changed. And the reason that it changed was a fundamental disillusionment with establishment politics. In my opinion, that is why Trump won in 2016. So many people, even people who have like disavowed Trump now, they say, oh, I voted for Trump in 2016 because I was sick and tired of normalcy and the do nothing Republicans and Democrats that have not done anything for me. And that's where we have to meet people, is understanding what they're disillusioned about, what their problems are, and we have to fight for those problems. So our campaign is laser focused on affordability and working class issues. If you go on our campaign website, huntercollins.org, you can find our platform, and we lay out a very detailed plan on how we can solve certain issues. Housing, we have a plan to build 100,000 permanently affordable housing units across the state that will generate revenue for the state and basically pay for itself. We have a plan to implement universal pre-K for every 4-year-old in the state. We have plans for healthcare and how we can get every Hoosier covered under healthcare. But not only that, how we can protect folks from medical debt. Because the sad reality is medical debt is one of, if not the top cause of bankruptcy in the country.
Yeah,
it is insane that someone can go bankrupt from having a medical emergency. So we've put out a plan to basically say medical institutions operating within the state of Indiana cannot legally sell your collections to collections agencies, and they cannot report your medical debt to the credit bureaus. And that's something that when I went in November that I'm going to implement, that I'm going to fight like hell for, because no one should be going bankrupt over medical bills.
We're the only civilized nation in the world that has that problem.
Exactly.
And that's pathetic.
Yeah.
And we fund so many other countries. We give money to so many other countries that have free healthcare.
Yeah, and and that's another
crazy.
thing when we talk about establishment politics and we talk about we have to meet people where they are, and that's on a more moderate position. Folks in Indiana are way more progressive than anyone in the establishment wants to give them credit for. I live in what is considered a deeply red district. I cannot tell you how many folks I've talked to wearing MAGA hats that when I talk to them, I can get them to agree with me on these issues. I went up to a guy at a parade, shook his hand. He goes, you need to get with this guy. And he was wearing a MAGA hat. He points to his hat. You need to get with him. I said, listen, I do not care who you voted for, but here's something I know you and I can agree on. The people at the top are screwing folks like me and you down here at the bottom, people who are everyday working class people. And I'm here to fight like hell to put a stop to that. And he goes, hell yeah, brother. Shook my hand, and I went on, and we went our ways. And that's meeting the moment. That's meeting people where they are. It's leveling with them like, yeah, you're getting screwed. The people that Republican politicians have been telling you that have been screwing you are not true. It's actually the billionaires, these large corporations like Eli Lilly, which is single-handedly responsible for Indiana being an island of cannabis prohibition, which we've done the math on how much revenue we could get from cannabis sales and taxing it. And it's enough to fund our universal pre-K plan. We could get kids the head start that they desperately need by legalizing cannabis. But because of corporations like Eli Lilly, we don't have that. And so when you put things in perspective like that for folks, their eyes kind of open up, their guard goes down of this partisanship, and they see that this isn't a left versus right issue. This is a top versus bottom issue. And the people down at the bottom, there's a way more of us than there are of them. So we've got to fight.
How do you get them over that last block? They talk about this in logistics, right? You can send something anywhere in the world easy enough, but like getting it from that last mile to somebody's house is the hard part. So like you make that connection with the guy in the red hat. Congratulations, by the way. But you make a good point, because that guy, he's wearing that hat because he's mad, rightfully so, that the top is screwing us. And Trump spoke to that. He pantomimed fighting the establishment. He talks about taking on the elites as if he isn't one. So how do you make that connection for people that this guy is a con man? Like, I don't hate you for falling for it. He made some good points. But he's a liar. He's lying to you. He's not actually doing the things he said he's going to do. Vote for me.
Yeah. And that's, you pretty much spoke to it exactly, is we just have to level with people and be like, listen, you and I are mad about the same damn things. We are both mad that healthcare is too expensive. We're both mad that our grocery bill continues to go up. We're both mad that our healthcare costs are increasing. But what's the cause of it? Okay? Trump is going to try to sell you this story that it's immigrants, that it's, people on welfare. But what is it really? Who decides the prices at the grocery store? It's not you or I. It's the company that's selling the product. And when these companies get together and decide, hey, we're not going to compete, we're going to live in this oligopoly of companies. I always look at like internet as an example of this, right? Back in the early days of the internet, the internet service providers were competitive. And that was because we had independent ISPs. Well, when Time Warner came along and decided they were going to get into the business, they consolidated everything. They swooped up all these independent ISPs, them and Comcast. And you had Time Warner and Comcast that basically got together and say, I'm going to handle this area. You're going to handle this area. We're never going to overlap. That way they can't say that we're a monopoly because there's two companies, but essentially we've monopolized what is now an essential service.
And monopoly, we're a cartel.
Right. So that's where it's, the disconnect is for people. You have to kind of walk them through. You have to level with them. You have to level with folks and then educate them on like, okay, how did we get here? Okay, X, Y, Z. Why is cannabis still not legal in Indiana? Okay, well, you have Eli Lilly, a pharmaceutical company that's headquartered here in Indianapolis that is pushing legislation to continue to keep it down and doing things like sneaking a law banning cannabis billboards into a bill about the DMV. And the wording is so vague that it technically blocks billboards advocating for cannabis legalization. It's insane what these companies are willing to do just to secure their profit margins for their shareholders. And that's ultimately what it boils down to is we have a common enemy, and it's mega corporations, and it's the top 1% of the 1% that are actively screwing all of our lives over. And they're making a quick buck off of it too.
And many bucks, yes.
But it's been that way. I could go all the way back to I'm a Civil War buff, and I know a lot about the Civil War. I can go all the way back to the Civil War and how they used to talk. There's a lot of people that are Confederate, Southerners. It's our heritage, and it wasn't about slavery. And I had one guy tell me one time the reason the Civil War was fought is because Lincoln wanted to put a 45% tax increase on Southern goods. And it was like, yeah, because Southern goods were cotton, tobacco, and, they were agricultural items. And the only reason those agricultural items were their income was because of slavery. So that is why, the tax was, presented and why it caused all of the problems. And of course, there's a lot of other things, but so money has always driven a political, scene in our country. It's just changed its face over time. But it was the plantation billionaires or millionaires at that time, whatever, that drove the division in our country to the point to where the Civil War occurred, amongst other things. So it's just changed its face. It's different people, but the same old shit. So
100%. And when you have corporations that are paying poverty wages, I mean, I look at my brothers and sisters that are organizing at Starbucks and are demanding a fair contract. When you have a company as big as Starbucks paying poverty wages to their workers, that is modern day slavery. I mean, that is a corporation that is taking advantage of people in positions where they're vulnerable and exploiting their labor. I work for the second largest employer in the country. I work for Amazon. I've been a part of the effort to organize a union at Amazon's largest air hub for the past 2 years. Amazon has thrown millions upon millions of dollars at my building alone to stop us from unionizing. Why? It's because they know that it doesn't just stop with us. When workers realize their power, they can organize and they can beat anybody, including the Goliath that is Amazon. So we've got to continue to, bring these points home of we have this collective power. When we come together, nothing can stop us because, again, there's more of us than there are of them.
Yeah. And it's funny because Scott and I were talking about the minimum wage thing about an hour ago. It's mind-boggling.
About slavery, it was about the minimum wage. It was about whether to keep it zero.
Yeah, it's just crazy. So
it really is.
But yeah, I just want you to know that people even, I'm 4 hours away from you, dude, and I'm paying attention. So I just want you to know that even though you directly don't have an effect on my area, you do have a direct effect on my area. So
what I tell people is that, yes, I am fighting for the people of District 68. When I'm elected, I'm going to work my ass off to bring as much money home for District 68 as possible. But guess what? I'm fighting for every single Hoosier in this state because we're all in this together. From Northwest Indiana all the way to Southeast Indiana, where I'm at, we are all affected by the decisions that happen at the Statehouse, and progress that we can make in the state legislature can have a positive effect on all of us, so long as we can get it passed. And we have to present common sense solutions that make it hard for the Republicans to say no to, and when they do say no, gives them bad enough optics to where they're feeling it come election time.
Yeah, I had a conversation a couple of weeks ago with somebody. Why do I support people from Southern Indiana and in different districts in mine? Because if they're working for their district and they're improving the lives of those people, they're improving the lives for all Hoosiers, and they're working for all of us. So that's why, our support needs to be statewide. Of course, we focus on our locale, but we got to pay attention to everyone in our state and everyone who is running, and throw our support that way any way we possibly can. So, but I just wanted to let you know that hey, us old farms out there are still paying attention to you, man. So
I appreciate you.
Yeah, no problem. I appreciate you too, man. So
and this whole thing speaks to something. Is that it's all connected, right? I mean, no one lives on an island. What Hunter's doing in 68, what you're doing in Wabash, Kurt, what I'm doing down here in Bloomington, it's all connected.
Right.
And we are all connected as people. not just in Indiana.
Absolutely.
It's the whole country, and it's all of humanity, really. What one does, those effects percolate out to a wider area, and really the I think this is the most pernicious thing about 50 years of neoliberalism, about the capitalist individualist mindset. It's that they teach us that men are islands, that you exist in a bubble, in a vacuum, and your decisions affect only you and your family. Like Margaret Thatcher, right, said once, there's no such thing as society. There are only individuals and families. And that has been like the dominant mindset, I think, of the UK and the US and the larger West at large, I think, for the last 50 years. And we're seeing what 50 years of selfishness has wrought, and if you look at the national level, Donald Trump is a perfect avatar for that. He is, I can do whatever I want, and what's best for me is what's best for everybody. And greed is good, right? And we see, no, in fact, no, it is not.
Yeah, I mean, the lie that has been perpetuated to the working class in this country is wild. Just like, once you see the lie, it's crazy to think how anyone could ever believe it. But it's been pitched as the American dream for generations. The American dream died when we lost the unions. When the unions started losing power, the American dream started to die. And that is, we can see right there, that what's that correlation? Again, it's people having power. When the people stopped having as much power, the American dream as we knew it started to fade away. I'm 28 years old. I have a daughter who's 9 years old. I was very fortunate when I was 19, I was able to buy my first home in Kentucky. And then I ended up selling it, moved over here to Indiana. But I look at, the possibility of buying a home out here, and I just look at how unattainable it is. As someone who works a very normal job in a warehouse where I lift 50-pound packages 10 hours a day. And, I make a decent living. My wife works for a school. She makes a decent living. Can we afford to buy a house? Absolutely not. It's too expensive. And so I look at that and I'm like, okay, so how do I build generational, the generational wealth that my grandparents talked about? How do I do that when I can't purchase the most important asset for that?
Well, you can't nowadays. You can't. Generational wealth in the working classes, that's just not a thing. I mean, it's generational survival is what it is. I mean, it's
exactly.
It's a different world altogether. So
for your grandparents' generation wealth, I mean, that generation's wealth is largely built on the back of the government intervening in the market and putting things in place. I mean, you're talking about, I don't know, you said you're 28. I don't know how old your grandparents were, but I mean,
well, I'm 62, so I could be his grandpa. Okay.
but my
Let's put it into perspective, right?
You're actually a few years younger than my mom.
So,
but then like Kurt, I think Kurt, we were talking about this the other night. You're just on the cusp. You're a late boomer, but that
I'm
generation,
a late boomer.
Your generation was groomed in this individualist mindset, even though like their parents, my grandparents' generation, Hunter's grandparents' generation, great grandparents' generation. Sorry. They were able to raise families and buy houses and have a car, 2 cars on one salary, right? Because the government did things, because they taxed the billionaires, and yet, like when your generation, sorry, Kurt, not you personally, nothing against you, but when your generation took power, they thought they got to the top of the mountain by themselves. They're like, well, this is great. I got here as an individual and not realizing the collective action that went into making that world possible.
Yeah, what's amazing to me, what's amazing to me is how people don't understand the damage that Ronald Reagan did to this country, starting when he was a governor and then into his presidency, because he was the driving force behind so much of the destruction in our country, as far as getting rid of free college and the union breakups and I don't think people understand what was the Plaza Accord that he signed when he destroyed Detroit. He was the reason Detroit fell into disarray, is because he sold our debt to Japan to pay for the tax break that he implemented, that he gave to the rich, and he didn't care. There's evidence that he said sometimes you got to break eggs to was a famous statement he said on a memo. So and that's where it all started. That's where all of this and that's, he goes back to the early 60s, but all of this has been a slow process, and that guy did some major damage to our country that they've just continued on the path. And we're finally to the point to where we have people like Hunter and like ourselves who are saying enough is enough. And I'm proud at being 62 to still be able to have that fight in me, or to have that fight in me, because I never really had to have it before. Because it really, even though things were going on, we were still able to get around and survive. I bought my first house back in the late 80s, and I paid $32,000 for it. That's not even a down payment on most homes nowadays. So it's changed completely. So,
yeah. And what I was going to say this, America's greatest era of prosperity was when we taxed billionaires at 92%. And we had I believe it was 35% union rate of workers, unionized rate. When we had those two things, we were at our greatest era of prosperity. And when those started to slip away, that was when everything got harder for the working class. That was when we all started struggling more. That was the era of Ronald Reagan.
Exactly.
Like you said, so many of our issues we can trace back directly to the Ronald Reagan era. And
absolutely.
I just think about how much I want to bring that era into America as a whole. That's one of the things that fires me up, is I want my daughter to have opportunities that I couldn't even dream about having today. I want her to have a future where she can work a good paying job, she can get a pension, she can retire with dignity, she can take care of my old ass when I'm retired. I want her to have those things that I cannot do.
Yeah.
And that is why we are fighting this fight, and we are fighting for the working class, fighting for the people, not the powerful. And my phone is getting ready to die here, so I'm going to have to hop off.
We can tell it's struggling, but we're glad it made it through. Hunter, it's been so good to talk to you. Let's
man, it's great meeting you and talking to you.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for having me. For anybody watching, you can find me on social media at Hunter, 4 Indiana. Check out my website, huntercollins.org, where you can volunteer, donate if you're able to. We're all in this fight together, and we're going to make Indiana a bastion of working class values.
Love it.
With you, man.
Awesome.
With you, man.
Thank you, guys. Solidarity.
Have a great one. See you later, man.
All right. Hey, Hunter
Collins. That was great.
Good kid, man. I'm telling you, Kurt, it's so inspiring to see dudes like Hunter that age. We had a good conversation with Ethan Sweetland-May a while back. And these guys get it. I mean, like, we talked about this generational thing, you know, and how
Mhm.
your generation
Right.
inherited the good times, and my
And then
generation,
destroyed it.
my
We
generation a
destroyed it.
little less so, and then
Yeah.
his generation, like they got zero F's to give anymore, man. They've got nothing. They are starting from zero. All of the pie. The boomers, Kurt. You all drank all of the milkshake.
Yeah.
And
You know, it's scary to think that my sisters, because I'm the number 7 out of 8 kids, so I have
damn,
sisters who,
son.
yeah, so I have sisters who, and brothers, but my sisters mainly, who were involved in the women's rights movement. They were graduating high school in 67 and 68, living, you know, I had a sister that lived 2 blocks away from the Haight-Ashbury district in San Francisco and was an airline stewardess. So she was right in the thick of everything in the women's rights movement. And it's just so sad to think that we are now approaching another generation who's going to have to go through the same thing because of all of the destruction that has been rained down on women of today, and all of the rights that are being removed, because we know that Project 2025 and these people that are in charge, they want women to be put back in their place, barefoot, pregnant, making dinner, staying at home. They want to take their rights away. So it's really sad to see that this is what we're heading. And I hope his daughter doesn't have to go through that, but I don't know. We got to get past this first, but then can you imagine the years it's going to take to right all of the wrongs that have been done? I don't know, man.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
It's something. And you know, Kurt, you mentioned your sister participating in the women's liberation movement, and
Yeah.
how, I mean, and certainly conservatives hated it then. They still hate it, and they still want to put women back into the home, but they also find feminism useful for their own ends because they like to pit marginalized groups against each other. And so they say things like, "Oh, you know, the women's liberation movement didn't fight for women's rights, so then like trans folks can come take them, right?" And they like to pit women against trans folks like it's pie, like human rights are there's only so many to go around. And Hunter talked about that
Yeah.
briefly at the top of his
Well,
interview.
yeah.
Yeah.
And this is a touchy subject, and I don't want to offend anybody, but this is the hypocrisy that's within the MAGA world. Especially those red hat wearers. They're against gender affirming care. It's a bad thing, and they pound it all the time. Yet, are you familiar with the Mar-a-Lago effect?
Right. What is plastic surgery for these women?
Exactly.
Besides gender affirming care.
Exactly. What are fake implants and Botox and tummy? What is all of that stuff? Okay. So it's just,
if that's what you want to do.
The stupidity is just, and I hate saying things like that. I hate calling people stupid, but my God,
it's
stupid.
Well, Kurt, I wish the people at the top of MAGA were stupid. I mean, Trump's stupid, but the people behind him, like
right.
All right. God damn it, Kurt. I got a circle I gotta make before I can get to my next point. So here's what we're gonna do. We're talking about, okay, MAGA uses human rights like it's pie, and they pit marginalized people against each other. Now, it's not Trump doing that per se. It's not his idea to do these things. He is an avatar for the oligarch class, right? Just like we were talking about Reagan before. Reagan, all these, it's a popular meme to say everything's Reagan's fault. Well, everything is, Reagan Inc.'s fault, right? Because he was an avatar for the ruling class, for the oligarch.
Great actor.
Oil industry. Exactly. Yeah. He sold people General Electric, Chesterfield cigarettes, and the erasure of the New Deal era, right?
Yeah.
And he was an effective pitchman for all of those things. And but I guess that is all a long way to say that Reagan and that group of folks, all the people around him, oh my God, Phyllis Schlafly around the same time, right? How they attacked women's liberation like it was a cultural abomination. The culture wars have only continued. People, those of us, regular folks, I think we really only have gotten more and more accepting of people that are different than us. We're more and more accepting of people in non-traditional roles, breaking down gender hierarchies and whatnot. And
Absolutely.
the normal people have moved
Yeah.
continually in a more progressive direction, and so the target group that conservatives, that the oligarch class targets their fire at, has grown smaller and evolved, and they need to choose new people. And that's why we were saying a little bit before that it's so brave when members of the transgender community put themselves out there in front and say, I'm willing to be a public face and run for office, even though you folks are attacking me. I want to play a video. My friend Liliana Young is running here in District 61, which is the district next door to me. Currently occupied by a Democrat, Matt Pierce. He's a very effective legislator. He's good at what he does. I don't have anything bad to say about him, I don't think, but primaries are healthy. Different visions are healthy. It's good to have these discussions. So I want to play a video from my friend Liliana here, if I can.
And I'm going to step away for a second.
Absolutely. It's a good time to do
Okay.
it. Thank you, Kurt.
Yep.
Changing Indiana for the better isn't just about voting out Republicans. It's also going to be about voting in newer, more progressive Democrats who have the fire needed to push the state party and the state itself further left. I'm Liliana Young, and I'm running for the Indiana House of Representatives in District 61, beautiful Bloomington, Indiana. And that's why I'm stepping up now. Because I'm not an old school moderate Democrat. I'm not stuck in the past of how it used to be that you could compromise between Republicans and Democrats and still get some good things done. Times have changed, culture has changed, and the Republican Party has shifted to becoming a party of fanaticism and extremism and hatred. It's captured by the interests of the wealthy elite who just want to stir up everything into being a culture war issue all the time to distract people. And I'm here as a democratic socialist to organize the Democrat Party into being a formal obstruction against this vile Republican agenda and push the state further left from within the system rather than just being an activist from without. I'm here to represent workers who have been left behind in all of this mess. I'm a 26-year service industry veteran. I'm not a wealthy business owner or lawyer who has a cache of riches to fall back on in hard times. I'm just a worker like all of you out there, struggling, bleeding, crying, in the effort of eking out a meager living. And we need more of that in our politics, more representatives who actually get that struggle. And that's what I'm going to bring to the State House when I'm elected.
All right. That was Liliana Young here in Bloomington, friend of the pod. I actually had a chance to talk to her before she announced that she was running for State House here. And that was back this summer. If you want to go back into the archive over at progressiveindiana.net, all of Who's Left stuff is living there now. And hey, Kurt's back. Welcome back, Kurt. We were just playing a video from our friend Liliana Young.
Yeah, I
And,
saw your previous podcast and, or part of it.
if I may, sir, I want to go ahead and do another one here right now. And we've got our new friend Chloe Andis is also running for, she's running for state senate. So that is up in District 15. Let me give us Chloe Andis.
Hi all, I'm Chloe Andis and I'm running for Indiana State Senate, District 15. Why? Because as a Hoosier, I see what you see and I live what you live. Property taxes up, rent up, utilities up, groceries up, wages down, childcare gone, hospital closures, Medicaid disappearing, schools hollowed out, neighborhoods sold off, jails expanding, ICE kidnappings, the Speedway slammer, forced births. The list goes on, but you get the point. And so do Republicans, because these failures are a result of their stewardship. They have failed to protect Indiana, and they tried to sell us out. They redrew our maps, they tried to take our voice, and they tried to hand our power to Washington. And we said no. Republican redistricting efforts failed in the people's defiance, but defiance alone isn't enough. Defiance has to yield results. Hoosiers deserve better. We deserve leadership that not only makes our lives easier, but makes us proud of the state that we live in. I want Hoosiers to be able to buy a home, and for our kids to believe that owning one is still possible. I want Hoosiers to have accessible, universal health care, so no one has to choose between heat and hospital bills. I want Hoosiers to go grocery shopping without making decisions at the checkout line of what items to leave behind. I want Hoosiers to earn a wage capable of supporting not just themselves, but their families and their dreams. And I want Hoosiers, all Hoosiers, no matter how they look, who they love, or who they are, to feel not persecution, but personal freedom. That is American. That is Indiana as it should be. So I'm asking you to give your votes to me and your hearts to each other, to each and every Hoosier fighting for the person next to them. Because I promise you, when we stop playing so damn soft and unite together, we will fight and we will win. I'm Chloe Andis, and I'm running for Indiana State Senate, District 15.
Wow, good stuff. By the way, I don't know if that is Chloe herself. That is the badass with the Canva, but or she's got a good team. But well done on the graphics.
Yeah. Where's 15 at? Where's that at?
I think the end of the graphics said Allen, so that's going to be up in the Fort Wayne area. And
okay,
knowing our numbering, that sort of makes sense there. So, Kurt, we're coming. Oh, it's about 3:45. I've only got you for another 15 minutes or so here today. I've got another few videos. Then I want to make sure I get in. I'll do that after you leave. But what are your takeaways here from today, Kurt? Is this where the Indiana the beginning of the end of MAGA domination in this state?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think whether or not it's going to take place, in the midterms, I'm hoping it does. I'm hoping that the midterms, that is, if there's no interference, if there's no attempt to not allow them to happen. I know he's getting friendly with Elon Musk again. So, as long as the midterms can happen and they can be free and fair elections, I think we're going to shock. Well, I don't think we're going to shock them because I think they already know what's going to happen. So I think this is why they are going to attempt to do everything they can. I seriously believe that he is trying to get us in a war so that he can have power and call off the midterms, or that the midterms can be, stopped from happening, because he can't stop a general, if I'm incorrect, and correct me if I'm wrong, he can't stop a general election, but he can stop a primary election if we are in the middle of a war. And with the recent death of the congressman from, or the rep from California, some of the retirements that are going on, I think there's a 1-seat majority now, or maybe
It's like
you
it's
know,
18 to 13, but it's you know
it's
it depends on who's there that day and
right.
you know
It's
which
thin,
issue
and
you're
it's
talking
thinning.
about because there are still those handful of Republican holdouts that will defy Trump on
Yeah.
certain issues, even though Marge Green just
So that's this is funny. I found this out this morning with Richard because he had Sean Harris on, who Sean ran against Marjorie in 2024, and Sean is running again. And Sean is a retired general from the U.S. Army, and he's a great guy. But actually, I was instrumental in getting Sean introduced to Richard. Saw him on Instagram one day, and I reached out and anyway got him on there. But anyway, Sean is the only Democrat there's a special election coming up in March for Marjorie's seat. I think it is in March. And Sean's the only Democrat running. There are now 22 Republicans vying for that seat. So
they have runoffs in Georgia, though, don't they? Is it like a top 2 thing?
Yeah, I don't know exactly the whole thing, but they are going to have a debate fairly soon. And Sean was talking this morning about he can't wait to get on stage with, as the only Democrat. That's the kind of fear I think that we're throwing into the Republican Party. I mean, tell me, when has there been a race for a congressional seat where you've had 22? I can't remember any. I mean, that's just an enormous amount of candidates. So I just thought that was kind of funny. But
clown car. It's like, you know what?
Yeah.
It reminds me of the 2016 Republican primaries where it was a bunch of Jeb Bush clones and Trump, and that's what gave
Ted
us
Cruz
him.
and Ruby.
And he wasn't super terribly popular, but man, they all fell in line when he eventually won the thing. And I'm shocked really to see the way that he has managed to maintain his iron grip on that party when he,
it's sad,
wasn't that popular within it in the first place. And well, I mean, we can get into what happened to those other 16 guys after they went off that stage. They're like, oh crap, we're done here in this party. Let's go be Democrats now. Maybe not those 16, but people who some of their voters, some of their donors are like, hey, well, maybe the Democratic Party is ripe for picking. And, they come on over here and listen. We welcome your votes, but we don't want you in our organizing meetings or our planning sessions. Goddamn knows we don't want you writing our policy papers for us.
Yeah. Well, they struggle with that anyway. So, but it's not our grandpa's
writing?
GOP. Yeah, reading and writing and policy making, and it's
policy is Mike makes right now, right? That's all you get.
Yeah. So, but hey, I think, today was, I don't know, what do you think? I mean, the learning pain that this PIN organization is going to have to go through, we're going to take it step by step. And I think today was a big step. I think you covered some things that you were wanting to see if they work or attempt, with the live at the Statehouse that you were doing, this live stream. There's some kinks that need to be fixed there, and we'll get there. We'll get there. But just, you and I have talked about something like this for a long time, just sitting and chatting and having guests pop in and out. And, I think it went well. I mean, I'm happy with it. I can't see the audience, who's been listening. So I don't know where the numbers are at. Not that it really matters, but
Derrick's back.
Hey, just in time. Backups here.
Right. You know what? Listen, this has worked really nicely. We've come full circle on several things here today.
Yeah, we have.
And Derrick started us off at the beginning of the show at the Statehouse, and we didn't get to discuss what happened, Derrick. We'll have a debrief later, but we figured out the issue. But when your phone died, was right about the time Kurt was able to tag in, and Kurt's got to be taken off here in the next 5 minutes, and he gets to tag out, and you get to tag him back. It really is like WWE, except we're doing it for real here. No fakery. But as to like this morning, the glitches, right? Like when I was talking to Amy Oliver during our conversation at the Statehouse, she had a moment. She was like, "Oh, I forgot what I was talking about." I'm like, you know what, Amy? That's okay. I don't trust anybody that's too polished, and nobody will accuse any of us of being too polished.
Exactly. I mean, we're learning as we go.
Yeah. That's what we were talking about right before you popped on, is just how the day kind of went and some of the things that, we were able to learn about Penn and the future that, we can see and being able to have a remote with you involved and others involved in a live stream, and then sitting here, Scott and I have been, it's been great talking to some of the candidates, but just basically having a general discussion with each other, talking about many things. And I think this is the direction that we all feel we want this group to go in, and, we'll get better as we go. But we'll never be perfect. We're never going to be, doing everything correct, but we're sure in hell going to try.
And you know what? It's I always come back to the flying the plane, right? And I was in an organizing meeting on Monday and talking to some folks about how our little node, we're like the media node in a larger people's movement here in Indiana, and we're going to use this platform and spaces like this where folks can come in and talk, and we can put it out there into the world. That we're the node for all of those voices, those activists, those academics, those electeds in certain cases, people working all across this state in various places, using their capabilities in their neighborhoods with like-minded folks. The local media
even concerned
they're
citizens
just not doing it.
Yeah, even concerned citizens. We do this when we just have people like you and I and Derrick. Well, maybe not so much like Derrick, but but you know what I mean.
Here.
Just normal everyday people coming in and being able to talk to normal everyday guys about things they're worried and concerned and scared about. I think it's a platform that I think can be very popular with a lot of people. And Derrick, we had somebody from Norway listening to us, man. So we're international. We're international.
Derrick is huge in the Nordic countries, right?
That's right.
I don't know why.
It's a Viking god. You're the Thor of Indiana. So yeah, I thought it was
interesting
great.
though that like we are taking the tools we have available to us to have these conversations and get them out there and tell people in Indiana and Norway, for that matter, that there are folks in this state that are still sane and care about each other and are working to make our country a better place. And that
because what did he say? What did he say about us? What did he say?
He said it was good to see like a couple of Americans like talking like normal people, because what they see over us is over there is like what's on Fox News, right?
Mm-hmm.
They think we're all
like
Pete Hegseth or something, right? Like no, and it's not. It ain't like that. It ain't like that.
It's
but,
not.
But we are using the tools we have available to us. Kurt, listen, the Wright brothers built a flying machine out of their garage in Dayton, man. Like
spare parts of the bicycle.
Harley and Davidson built a empire out of their garage.
Yeah.
So, it's got to start somewhere, man. So I just, I think today was a great thing. So, and it was nice for somebody to refer to me as normal because that hasn't happened for a while. So, I'm all for that.
I get scared if somebody says I'm normal.
Yeah.
What did I do wrong? Sorry.
Yeah. What's wrong with
Hey,
you?
just
So,
like I don't trust anybody who's too polished, I don't trust anybody who's too normal. Then you get like,
True.
I don't know, Mitt Romney, like John Thune, that guy, entirely too normal.
Yeah. Normal people
Kurt, I
don't
know
do
it-
this kind of thing, man. So, yeah. So, hey, I'm going to
Uh,
run. I got some dogs to take
right.
care of. I got dinner to cook for my wife. I got to get going on. So, but I just want to tell you, thanks, man. It's been a great day. Derrick, you did a great job.
Thank you.
You know, I don't think David Letterman has anything to worry about, but hey, you did a great job, buddy. So, you know, so I just love to be able to banter with somebody like you because I think we're kind of made up in the same mode. I'm just old enough to be your dad, which is, you know, yeah. But hey, so
well, Kurt, it's been
Thanks,
good.
man.
I'm so glad you hung out here with me. I could not do it alone, so I
well,
appreciate
I was glad to do it and to be part of it. So, and I'm proud to be linked with you guys. So, we'll just keep it moving forward, man. That's all we can do. So, have a
glad
great
to have
chat,
you,
you
Kurt.
guys.
All
Take care of
right,
yourself.
thank you so much.
All right,
Bye,
I'll
Kurt.
see you later.
Bye.
See ya.
All right, that was Kurt Mullett, aka Hoosier Blue 63 on most of your social media sites. That dude has a following on Instagram, on Facebook. Expert troll hunter, man. He like sets the bait. They walk right into it, and he snatches them right up. Impressive to watch. He's good at the engagement. I wish I knew how to work the algorithm like him. I guess I will stick to pressing the buttons on the live stream over here. That's more my my thing. So Derrick, I guess what are your sort of takeaways here from today? I got a couple of your videos from this morning that we filmed before folks got in, before the press conference started, before we even went live. I believe in any case that you recorded with some of these folks. You know, the audio problem was there. We figured it out for next time, but you know, I do want to play these here at just because, like, I don't want to have wasted these folks' time and get their and get their voice out there, however garbled it may be. I want to let's go with Michael Potter here, who is a friend of the pod. We've talked to him before, and so I don't feel as bad if his message doesn't come through on this video as much, because you can find an interview I did with him in the back catalog at who'sleft.us or progressiveindiana.net. That's where I'd like you to direct your web browser these days. Let's see if we can't get some Michael Potter in our lives.
Okay, please state your name. I am Michael Potter. And what are you running for? I am running for Indiana House District 47. And what made you want to run? I ran for the first time in 2024. I enjoyed the process. I've enjoyed getting to know the Indiana legislature in the process. So I'm ready to hit 26 running and make an impact. And what are 3 things you want voters to know? 3 things I want voters to know about. Number 1, I am an earth scientist, and so the environment is a big priority for me. But I also know that's not necessarily the priority for voters. So affordability and jobs, number 1. We have to put money back into Hoosiers' wallets, and healthcare. We need healthcare. I know folks behind the camera are dealing with healthcare issues. I myself am working through the system to get new healthcare, and so we can all see the cost that we're dealing with on healthcare, and that needs to be changed. Hey, awesome. Thank you.
All right, that was Michael Potter right there, and he's running for House District 47. I love, we were Derek talking with Hunter Collins a little bit ago, and he put on a hardcore show, a fundraiser / mutual aid event, and it's different, right? Trying things different, because in Indiana, Democrats have been doing things the same way for way too long. Michael, his gerrymandered district is shaped like a duck, and he sort of leans into it. He'll go out parades and stuff in like one of those inflatable duck suits, and it's silly, but it's a conversation starter, and from there you can talk about gerrymandering and its pernicious effects, right? And have a conversation about why gerrymandered districts give you supermajorities in the House, and why supermajorities give you poor outcomes in the things that matter to folks in the economy and healthcare and education in their day-to-day lives, right?
A funny story, earlier, right after the interview that I had with him, I can't remember who, it was another one of the candidates, said that he should get it where the duck does some of the interviews. Just have a different voice for the duck.
I'm interested to see how we could help with that. But listen,
I think there's a lemon out there that could help.
I was going to say, through filters, all things are possible. I mean, one of our contributors is, in fact, a lemon. By the way, she does great work. First article over at progressiveindiana.net from the Hoosier Lemon talk is picking back up a series I started about fighting the smoligarchy, a word I made up to talk about the small oligarchs, Indiana's ruling class, right? It's not the Jeff Bezoses of the world. It's not the Bill Gates. It's not the Elon Musk or the Larry Ellisons, but our state has its own ruling class that feeds the Republican Party and keeps things the way they are because it has served them well and not the rest of us. And, look, a lot of cases, these people are in your towns, and you can apply direct pressure to them when you find out, hey, man, why are you supporting this? Why are you giving $10,000 to this person who put forward this bill who is hurting our community? You can stop in and see them at their local car dealership, for example. It's not like this far away, removed Jeff Bezos, Lex Luthor looking has, millions of dollars worth of security around him. It's, hey, man, I'm going to come shake your hand and say, I don't support what you're doing.
And I kind of had a short conversation with two gentlemen after my phone completely crapped out on me, after 3 hours of live streaming with you. So we know my phone is good for 3 hours. That's about it.
Gonna get you a couple power banks for the next one of these, Derek.
Yeah, exactly.
Which people can help buy with a paid subscription at Progressive Indiana.
Yeah. I actually spoke to the state treasurer, Daniel Elliott, and State Senator Craig Haggard. And I mean, with Daniel Elliott, we did a interfaith vigil when the Mormon Tabernacle was attacked up in Grand Bank, Michigan, because he's a bishop with the Mormon Church, with the Latter-day Saints.
I was not aware of that.
And he actually lives right around the corner from me. Morgan County holds, Rod Bray, the state treasurer, and got Peggy Mayfield and Craig Haggard. So it has some heavy hitters in there.
Republicans, yeah.
Yeah. And I just asked him, he and I can talk. We can talk like normal people. Same thing with Craig Haggard. They're good people, but it's their politics that the issue is with. And I am going to be having both of them on my show to tackle some of these issues, divides between us. And I mean, Craig Haggard and I, we talked in depth about our common opponent, mine in 24, his primary opponent, Jim Baird, for Congressional District 4.
By the way, Mr. Baird was just recently in a car accident.
There's sound issues coming from you now.
Oh, now it's my turn, huh? Can you hear me okay?
You're kind of robotic.
Okay. You talk.
Well, Jim Baird was trying to gerrymander Craig Haggard out of District 4. When Haggard was, he's the first true competitor Baird has had in a while. And the state Republican Party in Beckwith's office put out a video, AI generated, of State Senator Haggard's wife. And yeah, that is complete BS that even happened. I don't care what party affiliation you are. That should not happen whatsoever. But it makes sense coming out of the lieutenant governor's office, half the stuff that happens with them.
And, do I sound okay now, by
Yeah,
the way?
yeah.
Okay. For the Republicans circle the wagons really well come election time, but they're not a monolith, right? We saw it with the redistricting stuff earlier this year. There are divisions in that party. There are still people who have a sense of decency, and that really truly believe that they're doing that. The policies they advocate for are best for people. Like I don't think they're like malicious monsters who go into things with the intention of hurting people. They think wrongly, I might add, that their policies are what is best. We have data to show that it's not true, but not all of those guys are terrible people, and that goes to show you that like their voters aren't either. There are gettable folks if we have conversations, and I think from talking to many candidates today, hearing about the conversations they've had with their constituents, or hopeful constituents rather, that that people generally, when you talk to them, are on the same page. They have certainly economically progressive values, and we need to be hammering over and over and over again on those things. And while we do it, we have to hold our marginalized communities close, right? We don't throw them under the bus.
Mm-hmm.
We don't throw them to the wolves and talk only about the economy. We say, hey, MAGA Republican, cut it out. You are victim blaming. You're creating a scapegoat. You're creating a vessel for people's hatred when the hatred should be directed at the one.
See, I believe wholeheartedly that the issue isn't a left versus right issue. It's a top versus bottom issue. We all want the same outcome of the government staying the hell out of our lives, for one.
Out of our personal lives, out of our bedrooms, right? But
exactly. And
out of our wallets unfairly, but like your job is to keep the economy moving to make sure money hits our wallets a little more frequently than it's doing.
Exactly. And what I don't think that people on the right, financially on the right, understands is trickle down does not work. I heard Hunter Collins talking about Reaganomics and all that earlier. And my wife brought up a good point. Was he around during Reagan? He seemed kind of young, but
Hunter is 28 years old. I don't even know if he remembers the Clinton administration. Probably not.
But yeah, I mean, Reaganomics was trickle down. We're still waiting for it to trickle all the way down 40 years later. So
there was no trickle.
Yeah.
Not a drop.
And I don't think they understand that people at the top collect the money. They don't distribute it to people lower. But if you help people at the bottom, they go to the store and they buy stuff. The more stuff they buy, the more people that the factories can hire. The more people that factories can hire, the more stuff gets made. The more stuff gets made, the more money is made by the corporation. It is truly bottom up that we have to worry about, or not worry about, but
yeah, we need real bottom up economic populism in that.
Exactly.
So I got a couple more videos I want to play. I want to make sure that you get these in. I've got to take off at 4:30 today. Get my daughter, and I think 6 hours is a sufficiently good live stream marathon for this filing day celebration, this snowball in the avalanche of democracy. Right? It starts here. It starts with this excitement. It starts with people stepping up and saying, I've had enough. I can't watch this anymore. I've got to do something. One of those folks, again, I'm going to give Natasha Baker here if I can, because, again, I talked to Natasha right around Thanksgiving. I have her in the archive over at who's-left.us and progressiveindiana.net. You will be able to see that interview with her. We got into a whole big discussion. She's a family and consumer sciences teacher up in the Lafayette area, Tippecanoe, Carroll County, that sort of area there. And let's see. Anyway, if this one doesn't come through as much as we would like, there's plenty more from Natasha there.
Somebody's like, "Oh my God, you just broke your phone." I'm like,
no one has seen a flip phone.
Okay. If I could get your name.
Natasha Baker.
And what are you running for?
I'm running for Indiana Senate District 22.
And what made you want to run this year?
I wanted to run because I am from a very red and rural county. I teach at least in a red and rural county, and I wanted to be a more progressive voice and be a person that other progressives could look at and feel brave enough to speak up about issues happening in our community.
And what are 3 things you would like voters to know about you?
I want voters to know that I'm a mom and I'm able to do all of this with my kids and the support of my family. I also want people to know that I am a real life person. I'm not funded by billionaires. I have no one else's interests at heart except for the people of my district. And I also want people to know that I am a teacher, which I think tells people that I am in it for children and I want the best for my community because that's why people become teachers. And now I want to expand my outreach.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Love Natasha. She's great on social media. She is a natural, very good at that for sure. She's a fun follow, and I encourage everybody to do so.
And she was making fun of my phone because I have a Motorola Razr, which is a flip phone. So, I mean, she was kind of making fun of it. She hasn't seen a flip phone in like 20 years. So,
are you telling me you recorded all that on a flip phone today, or were you?
Yes, I did.
We got to do something about that, Derek. If you're going to be our man on this. Oh, wow. One of those. Okay. Fantastic. Yeah. I would hate to see you part with it. And I am not plugging Apple, but iPhones, great cameras, great microphones.
I cannot do Apple. I cannot.
I was a Windows guy my entire life, and just as I started doing podcasts, especially the video version of the podcast, I find that Apple products are better for that. They're all of your video editors and creators use Apple products, and I found myself doing that now, and I'm slowly acclimating myself. I just got my first iPhone. I've been an Android guy my entire life. I'm learning. This is not a plug. I do not work for. Although, hey, Tim Apple, if you want to talk, I will listen. You don't even need to bribe me with a large gold statue. And so Derek, if you would riff for a moment while I pull up this one from Will Poultreon. Is that the? I didn't catch his name. Is that correct?
Which one was it?
Will Poultreon, was that the name of the fellow who I'm about to play here?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay, make sure I was getting that.
I talked to a lot of people today, and my memory is not the best in the world. You could tell me your name, and I'll forget it 5 seconds later. But yeah, I mean, let me see. Yes.
This fellow.
Yeah. Yes. Very energetic. Very energetic.
We need energetic. We need energy. We need fire. We need youth. We need different direction. Let's see what Will has to say here.
If I could get your name and position running for.
Hi, I'm Will Poultreon, and I'm running for House District 40.
And what prompted you to run?
My 4 kids. So I have 4 kids, and I want to make sure they grow up in an Indiana that I recognize as the place I want to live, which is a kinder, gentler, open-minded place where we help our neighbors.
And what 3 things would you like voters to know
about me? I will work with anyone who has good ideas. I'll work with you if you have different opinions than me, because I think our biggest challenges are shared by all of us. I want to work to make life more affordable. I want to make sure that working Hoosiers can enjoy the fruits of their labor and not just scrape by. And I want to make sure people know that I have 20 years experience in social work, where I have learned how to root for the underdog. I've learned that when you invest in people, that it ends up being a very good investment. And I've learned that it's possible to spend money responsibly but compassionately to, again, really help our neighbors.
All right, that was Will. Good stuff from him. I hope to find his website, and I will link that after I get this posted later. The show notes, and hopefully divide this up into manageable sections for folks in case you don't want a 6-hour video. So,
and I'll shoot you his email. I got his email. So,
that would be fantastic. We would appreciate that for sure. I've got one more video in the hole here, and I think I've covered everybody that we recorded earlier. And I want to share Coumba Kebe is, I believe, how she pronounces her name, and I'm excited to hear from her. And let me share that screen with you. If you maybe tell us a little bit about her, if you remember any of that conversation while I get this queued up here, Derek.
Yeah. She did ramble a little bit on this conversation. She was nervous. So don't hold it against her. She was very nervous about it.
All right, let's see what I can give you here.
Oh, wow, I get to see myself.
Oh, yeah. Can I get your name?
You have
My
audio,
name is
Derek?
Coumba Kebe.
And what district
Can you hear it okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
are you running for?
District 29, Noblesville and Fishers.
And what exactly made you run this year?
Yeah, so at the center of my why for running really boils down to the fact that I'm not happy with the direction in which our state is headed in. I feel like we've lost a sense of direction. We've lost our more... Wait, can I start over? Sorry. Should I hold it?
Yeah.
Okay. So at the center of my why really is the fact that I'm a constituent that is not super excited or happy. Sorry, let me start over. At the center of my why is the fact that I'm a constituent who's a little frustrated with the direction in which our state is headed. We have an affordability crisis, a healthcare crisis. We need to restore funding to our local communities and public education. And it's really important to me that we put people back at the center of policy and decision making. It's important that we prioritize the needs of Hoosiers and prioritize what's important to our constituents and really, really emphasize. Why am I losing my train of thought? I want to start over. All right, is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I don't know why I'm getting so nervous. I think it's just everybody around me.
I love this like human moment.
So at the center of my why is just the fact that I'm a constituent like everyone else who's dissatisfied with the direction in which our state is headed. It's important to me that we restore our moral compass and invest in things like healthcare, public education, childcare, and supporting the needs of our Hoosiers. It's important that we center people back at the center. We put people at the center of policy and decision making and prioritize the needs of the Hoosiers despite political party, despite political convenience. So I'm really excited to be here. I feel great. I love the energy. There's so many incredible candidates, and I can't wait to have the honor to represent District 29. And so I'm really excited.
Coumba Kebe running in District 29. I'd love to talk to her sometime. If you're listening, reach out, please, and I will reach out to you because listen, stuff like that just goes to show, like, we're real people here, Derrick.
Mm-hmm.
This is not we're not billionaire backed. We're not slick and trained up and well funded and
brand new
glossy
Colts jerseys.
Right? Like we're real people. These real people. Just out there trying to do our best, and like I told Kurt earlier, I might have told you, I don't trust anybody who's too slick. Like I want somebody who gets nervous and who makes mistakes occasionally and then like admits it and doesn't double down on the wrong thing all the time, like certain people in charge of this country. And I'd love to see her energy. I love to see the energy at the Statehouse today and all across today. Getting a chance to talk.
Yeah, it felt electric at the Statehouse. There was just so much positive energy going on, and everybody was, backing each other. And that's something that Indiana has not seen come from the Democratic Party, I think, in almost ever. We are seeing it started in 24, and we are seeing a revitalization of the Democratic Party. And as I spoke to a couple of the candidates, I'll flat out say we are at a tipping point on which way we want the party to go. Yes. And there is a race that's going that will tell us which way the Democratic Party will go. And it's either the status quo of how we've always done stuff, or it is the new way, the progressive way of actually, I'm going to do it, giving a shit about each other.
I've been saving my swears for the end, Derrick. That was
I try not to swear much on camera, but the race for Secretary of State is going to determine which way the Democratic Party is going to go for the next 20 years. And we have to fight for our lives on which way we want it to go.
I couldn't agree more. We are going to be on this all year. This event, this avalanche of democracy starts on a day like today with a bunch of us snowflakes coming together, right, to make a snowball. And that snowball is going to get rolling. And it's going to build momentum. And it's going to keep building momentum as we go through this year. And that avalanche will come down on Indianapolis the first Tuesday in November. And we're going to take back this party. We're going to take back this state. And we're going to take back this country, damn it. Final words from Mr. Derrick Holder before we sign off here today.
Sorry, did not hear you on that last part.
Oh, final words before we sign off, Derrick.
That was my final word. No.
Okay.
Looking forward to every Wednesday on Hold 'em Accountable, releasing interviews from exciting candidates. Going to continue all the way through primaries, past primaries, all the way to general election day. Going to have a lot of them back on the show after primary. Probably going to have to be doubling, tripling up by the time it gets to May. So
we're gonna get this plane flying good. I'd like to think by May. A little choppy this morning with the audio, with the technical difficulties. Look, I'm blaming the electricity in the room. It was an electrical storm. That and is where we began. A little rough. I think we got this thing humming by the end of the show today. A microcosm for what we're going to be doing here at PIN going forward. Starting a little rough. We're going to build momentum. We're going to build this thing. We're going to provide the voice for progressives in the Hoosier State that will pop the right-wing disinformation bubble. So listen, on behalf of everybody who was here with us today, Derrick Holder, great job at the Statehouse. Couldn't have done it without you. Glad to have you there. Kurt Mullett, who kept me company throughout the middle of the afternoon, could not have done it without him. I do not like to banter at the screen with myself. I am jealous of people who can do that thing. I need another face to talk to. Otherwise, I feel like I'm going crazy. But anyway, on behalf of the entire Progressive Indiana